Hello my friends and welcome to this special video. I'm gonna give you some motivational tips and the success keys in coding. The first key is practice. Write codes with me. Do the exercises. Write your own notes. Don't just look at the exercises. Use your computer and IDE. Use a pen and a copybook. There's plenty of evidences prove that physical activity while learning can increase the learning process. Step number 2, listen to your brain. Pay attention to whether your brain is getting overloaded. If you find yourself starting to skim the surface or forget what you just read, it's time for a break. Step number 3, slow down. The more you understand, the less you have to memorize. Don't just read or listen. Stop and think. Step number 4, write a lot of codes. There's only one way to learn to develop Android apps. Write a lot of code. Coding is a skill, and the only way to get good at it is to practice. Some words and some codes that I love, that they push me and motivate me while coding, is shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Develop success from failures. Discouragement and failure are two of the surest stepping stones to success. There are 3 ways to ultimate success in coding. The first way is to practice. The second way is to practice. The third way is to practice. In this course, we tried to do everything that helps you mastering Android app development through well-designed lectures, coding examples, building real apps, coding exercises and challenges, presentations, and much more. So, we are going to be a professional app developer. Hello, my friends! I'm gonna show you an overview about what we'll learn through this section. We will start by downloading and installing Android Studio with SDK configuration. Then we will move to emulator configuration, downloading and configuring the AVD Android virtual devices, enabling virtualization technology in your PC. Then we will move to running your first app, testing your app on real devices and emulator. Then we will see how Android works. So we will get an overview about the compile, package, deploy, run processes in Android. We are going to download and install Android Studio, which includes all the tools you need to develop Android apps. Let's go to Google and search for Android Studio. And here we click on the android.com/developer. It includes a set of code editors, UI tools, and templates, which are all designed to make your coding easier. So I click on download Android Studio, waiting for the download. And here are the license agreement. We scroll down. I click on I have read and agree and click download. And you can see these are some specification for the Android Studio, the latest version, which is the chipmunk for this video. And you can see these are the previous and for other platform, if you want to download for Windows, Mac 64, ARM, Linux, Chrome OS. So you can click on these to download it on other platforms. In my case, this is the Windows in downloading and installation, and I used this, which is used and recommended by Android developer site. And this is the download. I will start download. and I will wait for it. After the download finished, we click on it, the setup will load, and here is the setup process. Click on next. We click on Android virtual device. We will see later. Click on next, next, and click on install. Waiting for installation process to finish. After that, we click on next and start Android Studio. And here we go. This is the chipmunk. This is the latest version of Android Studio till the time of recording this video. This is the Android Studio setup result. I click on Don't Send. I will click on Next. No Android SDK found. Before continuing, you must download the necessary components or select an existing SDK. Click on Next. We need to download these SDKs, platform, and these the API and the SDK. So SDK, the collection of Android platform APIs, tools, and utilities that enables you to debug, profile, and compile your apps. This setup wizard will update your current Android SDK installation if necessary, or install a new version. And this is the API, the Android platform libraries for targeting API 33 platform. Later on in this video, we'll see what are the components of the SDK and why we use this SDK. Click on Next. These are the components that should be downloaded. Click on Next. We click on Accept. These are the most important things that should be installed before running the Android Studio. Click on Finish, and you can see we can see the details. Okay. So what is Android SDK? Android Software Development Kit contains 4 main components: the SDK tools, the SDK build tools, the SDK platform, the SDK platform tools. SDK tools. This includes the complete set of tools used to develop and debug Android apps. SDK build tools. This contains the tools that are required for building Android apps. SDK platform. Each version of Android has its own SDK platform package. It lets you compile your app for that version of Android and includes the source files for that version. SDK platform tools. This includes tools that interface with Android platform. The tools are backward compatible, but new features may only be available for new versions of Android. I hope you understand these 4 main components of the Android SDK. And now we are waiting for the setup and the download of the SDK to be finished. After finishing the downloading process and Android SDK is up to date message appears, then we click on Finish. And here we go. This is our Android Studio welcoming screen. We have on the left, we have the tab for projects, we have the customize, plugins, and learn Android Studio. We are concerned about the projects. We can create a new project to start from scratch or opening by this button. When you click on this button, later on we will see it in the next video. Open, you can open an existing project, or get from VCS, version control services. Okay. And also we have the more actions, the virtual device manager, the profile or debug APK, SDK manager, and import an Android code sample. I will skip these later on in this video. I'll talk about them. I will talk about the customize tab, so you can check for the themes. You can change the themes, Dracula, high contrast, or others. You can set the font for IDE. I can make it 14. Windows, Eclipse, and you see these are some appearances of for options for Android Studio. The plugins, later we are going to see what are plugins and how to install and how to use them inside Android Studio. Learn Android Studio. These are for links for the Android developer sites. So till now we are concerned about projects. We are going back to more options tab, and here I'm going to click on SDK manager. Okay, so this is the SDK manager. We have lectured before about it, and we have learned what are the components of the SDK. Here we have the Android platform installed, 33. I don't prefer to download the latest unstable versions. I always download the latest stable versions of the SDK. So these are by default. We have installed it in this video. The SDK tools, these are the build tools. I prefer using the latest versions, in this case, the SDK build tools. It's installed. And if we scroll down, you can choose other options. And here we have the Android emulator installed, and Android SDK platform tools are installed. So these are the main components of the SDK and the most important things that should be installed in order to run our codes, our Android Studio projects in a flow. So I'll click OK. So any other updates, in the SDK, anything you can add later on, any tools, you can go to more options or more actions and SDK manager. So this is the SDK manager in Android Studio. Later on, we will see the SDK manager inside the interface of Android Studio. Till now, we have finished configuring Android SDK and installing the Android Studio. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up the emulator in your Android Studio. I will click on more actions. Click on Virtual Device Manager. And here we can create a virtual device. You can either click on this button or click on this blue text. Click on the Create Device. If you don't have an Android device on hand, or it doesn't have the right version of Android, you can run the app on a virtual device instead. Running the app on a virtual device is useful if you want to see how the app looks on a type of device you don't own, or test how it behaves on different versions of Android. The Android SDK features a built-in emulator that you can use to set up one or more Android virtual devices, AVDs. Once you've set up an AVD, you can run the app on it as though it's running on a physical device. The AVD manager in Android Studio allows you to set up a new AVD, a new emulator. Okay, so if you have no AVDs set up already, you will be presented by this screen. Okay, if you have already created an emulator, it will be displayed here. But till now, we have no virtual devices, I will click on this button to create an AVD. On this screen, you will be prompted to choose a device definition. This is the type of device your AVD will emulate. So you see, guys, these are many phones, many types of phones, and these are produced by Google. You can choose the category TV, phone, Wear OS, tablet, automotive, but we will choose the phone because we are interested in phones and tablets. We're gonna see what the app looks like running on Pixel 6. So I'm going to choose Pixel 6. You can choose the Pixel 5, which is 6 inches, or I can choose Nexus 6 because it's similar to my real device. I will click on Next, and here we have to select a system image. You need to select a system image. This specifies which version of Android you want to be on the AVD. You need to choose a version of Android that's compatible with the app you're building. It must be at least the minimum SDK that the app supports. But till now, I prefer using the latest versions of Android. So I will click on Android here. Okay. I will click on this and accept the license agreement. After the download and install processes finished, click on Finish. And here we are, wait for refreshing. And then we select this. And we are good. So we downloaded the API or the system image. Now we click on Next. Here we need to verify the configurations. In this screen, you'll be asked to verify the configuration. This screen summarizes the options you choose over the last few screens and gives you the option of changing them and accepting the options and clicking on Finish button. You can name your AVD name, your device, whatever you want. You can change the density pixels, the Nexus 6, which is the device. You can change the Android system image. Also, you can see and set up the startup orientation, portrait or landscape. Set the initial orientation of the device during the AVD emulation. You can also rotate the device screen. Later on, we'll see it. Also, the emulated performance, automatic hardware. We prefer automatic. Also, you can show advanced options, and here I prefer not to edit them. Okay, so we will name it as Nexus 6 API 33. Click on Finish, and congratulations, you have created the first emulator. And now we can run, edit, and see some options like duplicate, wipe data, cold boot now, show on disk, view details, and delete. Later on, we will change some settings for this device, but now we are clear to run it. So I will launch the emulator, and this is the screen waiting for booting. One of the questions that may be encountered or wondering, do I need to create a new AVD each time I create a new app? No. Once you've created the AVD, you can use it to run any app that can run that version of Android. Okay, and here we go. Congratulations, guys. We have created our very first emulator. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna create the first Kotlin application. So open Android Studio. The Android Studio welcome screen gives you a number of options. We want to create a new project, so make sure that the project option is selected, then click on Next Project. You need next to specify the type of Android Studio project you want to create. We're going to create an app with an empty activity that runs on phone and tablet. So make sure you select phone and tablet and choose the empty activity option. Later on, we will talk about all of these activities through the course, so don't worry. Till now, you are good with selecting the empty activity. Okay, click on Next. Here we have some options and labels we need to fill them. This is the name of the application. Okay, so you need to specify your name of application. I will name it as Hello Kotlin. This is the package name. You can make it whatever you want. Com, I will name it as com.mastercoding.hellokotlin. Save location. This is all the projects file will be saved here in this path. The language, select Kotlin. We are using Kotlin. And here the minimum SDK, keep it as API 21. The minimum SDK is the lowest version the app will support. The app will run on devices with this level API or higher. It won't run on devices with a lower API. Then, when you are done, click on Finish. And this is Android Studio. Please wait for configuring the files and creating and syncing the project files. So once you create a new project, it takes Android Studio a minute or so to create the project. During this time, it does the following. It configures the project to your specifications. Android Studio look at the minimum SDK you want the app to support and includes all the fields or folders needed for the basic valid application. It also set up the package structure and the names of the app. It adds some template code. The template code is comprised of the layout written in XML and the activity written in Kotlin. You will find out more in the next video, so don't worry, just wait for Gradle to finish and these these working bars and processes will finish soon. Okay, so we are waiting for Android Studio process to be finished in order to run our application. When Android Studio has finished creating the project, it automatically opens it for you. Here's what our project looks like. Don't worry, if it looks complicated, we'll break it down over the next videos. Don't worry. So I want from you to follow me now. Click on this, select on the Nexus 6 or the emulator that you have created in the previous video. Then click on this green triangle and wait for the emulator. And congratulations, you did it. Finally, you create your first Kotlin application. And thanks for Android Studio for creating this template and for creating the main activity.kt file and the main activity.xml layout. Don't worry, we're gonna cover all of this stuff later on in the next videos. But now I want from you to be happy and proud with yourself in order to achieve more and more complicated tasks. This is a 1 billion application that You may wondering what happens when you use the run command and how the Android system runs the application. In this video, I'm gonna show you what are the steps that Android Studio use and follows in order to create an APK file, and that will be installed on the real device or the emulator and other devices. So let's see what happens when you use the run command. First step, it would be compiled. So the Java or Kotlin source files get compiled to bytecodes. Then APK creation, which is an Android application package or APK file, gets created. The APK file includes the compiled Kotlin files or Java files, along with any libraries and resources needed by the app. Resources means strings, drawables, images, videos, and others. Libraries, we'll see the external libraries, for example, the Glide library, which is used for displaying images faster, the Retrofit library, fetching data from internet and from the API. So we will use many libraries in building our projects later on. Till now, I want from you to understand that the first step is compile. The Kotlin Java source code will be compiled to bytecode. Then we create an APK file from the libraries, resources, and the bytecode. We mix them, and then the Android Studio will install the APK. If the device is virtual, Android Studio launches the emulator and waits until the AVD is active before installing the APK. If the device is physical, it just installs the APK. Then it will start the device with the main activity. So the last step is starting the device. The app is displayed on the device screen and it's all ready for you to play with. So these are the steps that Android Studio follows when you hit the run command. Let's see what happens when you run the application. So the emulator or the physical device get installed the APK or the application. Now what happens? Installing the app. Android Studio installs the app on the device. If the device is virtual, it waits for the emulator to start before installing the app. Then we start the main activity. Android starts the app's main activity. It uses the code in main activity.kt, which is for Kotlin, or the main activity.java, which is for Java version, if you are coding in Java or Kotlin, which Android Studio automatically included in the project to create a main activity object. Later on, we will see how to define the main activity, the launching activity in the manifest. So don't worry. Specifying the layout. Main activity specifies that it uses the layout activity underscore main.xml. .xml means which is a layout file that it will be used to display widgets, containers, and other view groups and views. So here we specify the layout which is used to display things, display the widgets, display the groups and the view groups and the view elements for the user. Then displaying the layout, the text hello world appears in the center of the screen, is representing a view which extends from view group and is displayed inside this layout. So these are the steps When you run the application, it will be installed, it will start the main activity, it specify the layout, then display the layout. Hello my friends, and welcome to this section. We're gonna talk about Android Studio anatomy. So we will start by deep diving into Android Studio UI. Then we will talk about the layout editor. We'll discover the layout editor in Android Studio. Then we will move to the code editor and discovering the code editor in Android Studio and its attributes. And then we will move to the project structure so we can discover the folders hierarchy in Android Studio. Well, these are the topics that we'll cover. Hello, my friends. In this tutorial, I'm gonna show you the different parts and sections of Android Studio, so you'll get familiar with this IDE. The first section is the main menu. Inside the main menu, you can make and do several actions like creating new project, saving the project, opening an existing project, managing the IDE settings, edit the toolbars and other sections, inspect, analyze the code, build project, clean project, and generating signed APKs, run the project, debug the project, and profile the project, managing SDK, the device, and the resources, integrating version control. So we will see the VCS later on in a separate section, and many other actions. These are the main actions that we are gonna use later on with our projects. These are the main actions, but you can do many other actions. You can access them by clicking on the file, new, open the project, new project, settings, project settings, and so you can see the file properties, the project structure, settings, and bunch of other actions you can do. So I will click on settings. You can access this menu, and you can see the editor, plugins, version control, build, execution, and bunch of other actions you can do. Okay, so these are inside inside the project structure. We can also see the edit tab. So here we can cut, copy, paste, delete, find, toggle case, join line, duplicates, and other actions. If we go to the view, tools, windows, see these are the tool windows. You can see them on the sides: Gradle, Device Manager, Device File Explorer, and Emulator, and other things. Okay, so you can manage these toolbars as I told you. Okay, the appearance, you can check for the toolbar, the status bar, toolbar, tool window bars, navigation bar that we will see in the next couple of minutes. Show siblings, recent files, type info, and other actions. If we go to navigate, we can navigate to other sections, or highlighted errors, or lines, or symbols, or the bookmarks. The code, we can check for the overriding methods. You can implement them, implement the methods of interface, or inheritance, or other things that we are going to see later on, and bunch of other actions. Refactoring, build the project. This is the menu that we are going to use. Make the project, analyze APK, generate signed APK or signed bundle, and clean the project. Run. We are going to run the project from here, debug, profile, and others. The tools, you can see the SDK manager here, the device manager here, the Kotlin Groovy console, XML action, task and context, integrating Firebase. You can see we can integrate Firebase, the online database, the app links assistant, and other resource managers, and other bunch of useful things. The VCS, enable version control integration, and other integration on GitHub and other resources. Later on, we have a new section about it, and a standalone section, the window and the help. Okay, these are the main actions inside Android Studio you can do. Let's move to another section. The navigation bar helps you navigate through your project and open files for editing. It provides a more compact view of the structure visible in the project window. The toolbar lets you carry out a wide range of actions, including running your app and launching Android tools. It contains shortcuts for the main menu actions. Think about it as the most useful shortcuts from the main menu. The tool window bar runs around the outside of the IDE window and contains the buttons that allow you to expand or collapse individual tool windows. So you can start from here, from the project, you can click on it, you can hide or open the project menu, the resource manager, the structure, the favorites, build variants, version control, to-do, problems, terminal, logcat. We are going to work with logcat in the next videos, and other projects. And profile, we will see the profile of your app, how it behaves, app inspection, emulator, device file explorer, device manager, Gradle. The status bar displays the states of your project and the IDE itself, as well as any warnings or messages. Searching for specific action. At any time, you can search across your source code, databases, actions, elements of the user interface, and so on by double pressing the Shift key or clicking the magnifying glass in the upper right hand corner of Android Studio window. This can be very useful if, for example, you are trying to locate a particular IDE action that you have forgotten how to trigger. So in this video, we have a very good example and very good tour and overview about the tabs and the different sections of Android Studio. Now we are going in the next videos to dive into each section and each particular section, and we will see more and more details in the next videos. The Android Studio editor appears in the center of the main window when the Java, Kotlin, XML, or other text-based file is selected for editing. The elements that comprise the editor window can be summarized as follows. The Document tab. Android Studio is capable of holding multiple files open for editing at any one time. As each file is opened, it is assigned a Document tab displaying the file name in the tab bar located along the top edge of the editor window. Switching between files is simply a matter of clicking on the corresponding tab or using the Alt left or Alt right keyboard shortcuts. So you can switch between the tabs, the document tabs simply. The editor gutter area. The gutter area is used by the editor to display informational icons and controls. Some typical items, among others, which appear in the gutter area are debugging breakpoint markers, controls to fold and unfold blocks of code, bookmarks, change markers, and line numbers. Code structure location. This bar is used to display the current position of the cursor as it relates to the overall structure of the code. For example, if I click here, then the main menu will display the main activity here is the last thing will be displayed here in this navigation hierarchy. If I click on this method, on create method, you see now our cursor is on create method, which is a part of the main activity. So our cursor now is on create method, that it is inside the main activity class, that it's inside the hello world folder, inside master coding folder, inside com folder, inside Java, inside main, src, app, and hello world folders. This is the hierarchy. So if I click back here, then the onCreate method will disappear from here and display for us that our cursor is inside the main activity. The editor area. This is the main area where the code is displayed, entered, and edited by the user. The validation and marker sidebar. Android Studio incorporates a feature referred to as on-the-fly code analysis. What this essentially means is that as you are typing the code, the editor is analyzing the code to check for warnings and syntax error. The indicators at the top of the validation sidebar will update in real time to indicate the number of errors and warnings found as code is added. Clicking on this indicator will display a pop-up containing a summary of the issues found with the code in the editor. Splitting the editor window. By default, the editor will display a single panel showing the content of the currently selected file. A particularly useful feature when working simultaneously with multiple source code files is the ability to split the editor into multiple panes. To split the editor, right-click on the File tab within the editor and select either the split vertically or split horizontally menu option. Split down, right. I will split right. Okay, you see how I split it. Also, you can drag and put like this. You can see how I split the code. Here is the design. If I'm working on the design, also I'm working on the main activity here. I can drag and drop. You can edit the view of the code editor as needed. One of the most important things that Android Studio will offer, and this is a very important feature, is the code completion. The Android Studio editor has a considerable amount of built-in knowledge of Java programming, syntax, and the classes and methods that make up the Android SDK, also as well as Kotlin. So, As code is typed, the editor scans what is being typed and where appropriate makes the suggestions with regard to what might be needed to complete a statement of or reference. For example, if I type here string, so it will suggest for me a string. Okay? If I type an int, these are the basic variables in Java. You can put alt, control and space in order to get this menu. Okay. Other options, if I'm typing button, so it will appear here. So if you miss this menu, as I told you, control and space in order to display this menu. Control plus space. Okay. Again, if I'm typing anything like this, it will appear for us this menu, and we select or we press enter. Okay, I will repeat it. Text div, I press enter, so it will insert the text view and complete it. If none of the auto-completion suggestions are correct, simply keep typing and the editor will continue to refine the suggestions where appropriate. Other features for Android Studio is the code generation. In addition to completing code as it is typed, the editor can, under certain conditions, also generate the code for you. The list of available code generation options can be accessed using the Alt insert in Windows or Command and N on Mac OS keyboard shortcut when the cursor is at the location in the file where the code is to be generated. For example, if I need to generate the code, I will generate it here, Alt plus insert, and you can select a bunch of code generators for you. Later on, we will see the constructor to string, overriding methods, implementing methods, getters, setters, and bunch of other generated code generator features inside and options inside Android Studio Editor. So for testing, I will use the override methods. I will select here on stop method. I will select it, and here the code will be generated directly for you. Okay, despite you will go and type protected void on stop super.onStop, it will generate it for you. Okay, so this is for the code generation. I will put here code completion. This is used by control and space, and code generation is done by window plus insert. Other feature in Android Studio Editor is code folding. Once a source code file reaches a certain size, even the most carefully formatted and well-organized code can become overwhelming and difficult to navigate. Android Studio takes the view that it is not always necessary to have the content of every code block visible to at all the time. So, if I need to fold this code, I will click on this, and the onCreate method will be folded. If I need to unfold, I will click on this plus sign. So here it will tell us, it tells us that this method is from here to here and can be folded like this way. So you see, guys, this is this method is from here to here. So this curly braces indicates the beginning of the method, and this curly braces indicate the end of the method. So if I need to fold this method, I need to click on this minus sign. If I need to unfold the method, I will click on plus sign. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the layout editor in Android Studio. When you create a new project, Android Studio will create by default two files, main activity.java or .kt if you are working with Kotlin, and activity underscore main.xml. If we click on this document, activity underscore main, we will find this layout editor. So this is the layout editor. With Android Studio layout editor, we can build layouts by dragging components onto the screen instead of writing the layout XML by hand. Don't worry, you can still switch view and edit XML with text editor. Layout editor is one of the companions in Android Studio that will follow us through the whole journey of app design. For a beginner, this is one of the places where to start building apps. In Layout Editor, you can design screens and add components that you will use later in the code. So we have to get used to it to start building our apps. With Android Studio Layout Editor, you can add components to the layout using drag and drop, add and change all attributes, properties for components, view and edit constraints for layouts, prepare a responsive design with preview, edit XML code for layout. Let's start diving into the layout editor components and sections. We will first we will start with the palette, which provides a list of components and layouts that you can drag into your layout in the editor. Here you find buttons, text views, spinners, image views, recycler view, image view, scroll view, layouts, widgets, and other containers, and etc. And we will go through these components later through this course. The component tree shows the view hierarchy for your layout. Click any item or click an item here to see it selected in the editor. The component tree is important when you have some nested components. The toolbar provides buttons to configure your layout design in the editor and helps you change some layout attributes. In addition, here you can change the size of the display to check if the constraints work as expected. Here you can find alignments and connection tools. The design and code editors. You can create layouts using the design editor or the code editor XML or the split mode, both of them. The design editor displays your layout in a combination of the design and blueprint views. As we see, we have this white screen to the left, and the right screen is the blueprint view. The code editor. In the text editor, you can define the visual aspects of components with the XML code. Let's see how it looks. Select the code, and here we have our code editor. When using a text editor for your XML, you can also see a preview of the screen in real time as you write the code. You can check the layout validation. So if I remove this text view, now our text, our layout will not contain the text. The layout will not contain the layout or the text view anymore. Okay, you see how we update this view. Also, you can use both of these modes and editors, the code and design, if we select the split mode. So I can make here like this. I can open the palette. I can drag and drop some buttons and still write the XML code to them. Hello, my friends. You see how I'm editing the layout, the widgets, and using the palette. So I have the two modes of layout editors, the design here and the code here, using the split mode. Attributes. The small tab to the right contains the properties of the components in your layout. Most of the time, attributes will describe visual aspects of components, but sometimes they are used to set layout behavior as well and set parameters for tools. If I click on the attributes, then the attributes window will be appearing to me, and now I can see the attributes. So the attributes window is a list of properties you can set for your component. Typical properties are text, hint, ID, background, color, and others. All the aspects of components can be set with the attributes found here. So we have many attributes, many sections. I can fold and unfold these inside the attributes panel. I can see all attributes here. When you start using the layout editor, the all attributes section will be hidden in a separate section. All attributes is great. Furthermore, you can use it to search for attributes that you want to set but are not a part of commonly used attributes. Also, for searching, this is the all attributes. I'm talking about all attributes. For searching, this is the best way to have your view switched to all attributes. Okay, so always select all attributes if you are going to edit, and if you are going to add more and more attributes, if you have many attributes for your widget. So you can see how many attributes we have here. So if I select I select and click on the text view, I can scroll up here to all attributes of this text view. You see, guys, I'm selecting a text view, and here all the attributes will display for me the characteristics that I can change for this text view. So I can change the background of this text view. I will click OK, and you see, guys, I have changed the text view background color. If I want to increase the size of it, I can scroll down all the way to see, for example, the size, text size here. I can select like for 34. You see how I increased the size of this text view. Also, there are many attributes. If I click on it, many attributes to edit here inside the all attributes. So when using all attributes, here is it will display for you all the attributes, all the characteristics available to edit for this widget. We have another one is called declared attributes. So The declared attributes is a section which lists attributes specified in the layout file. When you add a value to a new attribute for a component on the layout, this attribute will become a part of this list. In addition, this means that it will be quicker to find all the used attributes. So you can design most parts of the user interface in Android Studio Layout Editor. And this video gives an explanation on quite a few pieces of Layout Editor and how to use it. Later on, in the next videos, we are going to deep dive into these components, and we will see these widgets and their attributes in each in a separate video. And in the complex project, we will use many widgets. So this is about the layout editor. I hope you benefit from this video. And now let's jump into the next. Hello, my friends, and welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk about the project structure. By default, Android Studio displays your project files in the Android view. This view does not reflect the actual file hierarchy on disk, but is organized by modules and file types to simplify navigation between key source files of your project, hiding certain files or directories that are not commonly used. So if I go to here to the project, I click on it, I open, I can press Alt+1 to open the project, or tab, or I can press on it. Okay, I can select different modes, different ways to display the project hierarchy. By default, Android is selected. Sometimes you need to see the project in a project view, Android view, problems, or that the production, packages, the project files, the project source files. You can see how they are nested, scratches and console, and others. But we will use Android as top one used mode, and then we are going to see the project when using the Firebase database section. Okay, so we have many parts inside this project structure. We will start with the manifest. Manifest, every app project must have an Android manifest.xml file, which precisely that name, at the root of the project source set. The manifest file describes essential information about your app to the Android build tools, the Android operating system, and Google Play. Later on, when we publish our app and upload it to Google Play, we will see the importance of the Android manifest.xml file that gives a brief description about the permissions that the app needs in order to access protected parts of the system or other apps. Also contain the components of the app, describe the components of the app, which includes all activities, services, broadcast receivers, and content providers. This manifest file also gives the hardware and software features the app requires, which affects which devices can install the app from Google Play. This is a very important file that we're gonna talk about it in a separate video, and we will see this important file later on. When we add the permissions, when we add new activities, when we add the services, broadcast receivers, and bunch more things. So later on, we will cover it. The Java folder contains the Java source code files separated by package names, including JUnit test code. So you can see the project hierarchy where you can store the classes, the activities in a hierarchical way in packages, folders, and classes or activities. The res folder, the resources. The res or values folder is used to store the values for the resources that are used in many Android projects to include features of color, styles, dimensions, and etc. If I click on resources, I can see it has subdirectories here. I think they are 5. Drawable, layout, map, values, and XML. So let's dive into these folders. The first one is the drawable. So drawable folder contains the different types of images used for the development of the application. We need to add all the images to the drawable folder for the application development. The layout folder. Normally, we store every XML layout file inside the res-layout folder, inside the layout folder of the resources folder. The map folder. The map folders are for placing your app launcher icons, which are shown on the home screen in only. So this folder is used for the icon, for displaying and creating the icon for your app. Any other drawable assets you use should be placed in the relevant drawable folders as before. So there are two different concepts you should know. Map folder is for displaying the and placing your app launcher icons, the icons for your app, for the launcher icon for your app. And the drawable folder should contains all the other assets. Okay, all images except the icon of the of your app. So the icon of the app should be stored inside the map folder, and all the other assets from videos, video images and other assets should be stored inside the drawable. And by the way, if you have videos, you can create a new assets folder. Later on, we will see it in a video tutorial about how to display the videos from the local storage. And we will create a new folder called assets inside the resources and place our videos inside it in order to display and play it with the video player. If we move down, we will see the values folder that contains the colors.xml, strings.xml, and themes. Okay, so let's start with the colors.xml. Colors.xml is an XML file which is used to store the colors for the resources. An Android project contains 3 essential colors, namely color primary dark, and color accent. If we continue down to the strings.xml, we find this amazing and very important file, because it's one of the most important as well as widely used values file is the string.xml due to its applicability in the Android project. Basic function of this XML, strings.xml file, is to define the strings in one file so that it's easy to use same string in different positions in Android project. Plus, it makes the project looks less messy. Later on, we will see this strings.xml folder and file, and we will see how we can make a translation and localization of your app in different languages using this amazing file. Themes folder. Styles and themes on Android allows you to separate the details of your app design from the UI structure and behavior, similar to style sheets in web design. A style is a collection of attributes that specify the appearance of a single view. A style can specify attributes such as font color, font size, background color, and much more. A theme is a collection of attributes that's applied to an entire app, activity, or view hierarchy, not just an individual view. When you apply a theme, every view in the app or activity applies each of the theme's attributes that it supports. Themes can also apply styles to non-view elements, such as the status bar and window background. Moving down to the XML folder, we have two files. The backup rules.xml. By default, the system backs up almost all app data. If your app targets Android 12 API level 31 or higher, you must specify an additional set of XML backup rules to support the changes to backup restore that were introduced for devices running Android 12 or higher. The data extraction rules.xml. Even if your app targets Android 12 or higher, you must also specify another set of XML backup rules to support devices that run Android 11, API level 30 or lower. And the last folder is the Gradle. The Android build system compiles app resources and source code and packages them into APKs or Android app bundles that you can test, deploy, sign, and distribute. Android Studio uses Gradle, an advanced build toolkit, to automate and manage the build process while allowing you to define flexible custom build configurations. Each build configuration can define its own set of code and resources while reusing the parts common to all versions of your app. The Android build plugin for Gradle works with the build toolkit to provide processes and configurable settings that are specific to building and testing Android applications. Don't worry, we are going to use this Gradle folder in every custom or complex applications that uses the third-party libraries and other dependencies. So we're gonna dive into this folder later on. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to run Kotlin projects in Android Studio. Make sure you select projects from the welcome screen of Android Studio. Click on New Project, select No Activity. Don't select Empty Activity. We don't need to create an app development project. I need to create a No Activity project. Click on Next. Name the application whatever you want. So I will name it as Hello Kotlin. Again, Hello Kotlin 2. Select the language Kotlin and select Finish from the buttons. Wait for the Gradle and the Android Studio syncing processes to finish. And here we go. This is our application. If you noticed that Android Studio will not open anything here, any file in the tab or document, neither XML nor Kotlin.kt. We go to Java folder here, and inside our project here, project package, I will create a new Kotlin class or file. I will select file and I will name it as hello Kotlin. I will name it as hello Kotlin. And here we go. This is our file, hello Kotlin.kt. You notice the extension KT. If there is a new message telling that it's a new version of Kotlin plugin, always install it and update Kotlin. I will click on it and waiting for the downloading for the plugins. And you can write the codes and run while downloading. So what is Kotlin? Kotlin is a modern trending programming language that was released in 2016 by JetBrains. It has become very popular since it's compatible with Java, one of the most popular programming languages out there, which means that Java code and libraries can be used in Kotlin programs. Kotlin is used for mobile applications, especially Android applications. That's what we are going to build through this course. Web development, server-side applications, data science, and much, much more. So why Kotlin? Why we are using Kotlin? Kotlin is fully compatible with Java. Kotlin works on different platforms, Windows, Mac, Linux, Raspberry Pi, and etc. Kotlin is concise and safe. Kotlin is easy to learn, especially if you already know Java. Kotlin is free to use and big community and support. So this is a quick recap about the Kotlin. Now we are waiting for Android Studio to configure the project and download the plugins for the new version of Kotlin. So I want to mention one very important note. If we want to increase the size of the IDE and the editor, you can go to settings, file settings. You can go to editor, general, and click on this. Make sure that you tick this option, move code fragments with drag and drop, and change font size with Ctrl plus mouse wheel. This is for zooming, and this is to copy and hold Ctrl while dragging. Click OK, and if you want to test it, you can scroll your mouse and Ctrl, so you can zoom in and out. Okay, let's go back to the Kotlin syntax. We have created this hello Kotlin.kt file. I will start by typing function, fun, main, and open two parentheses, print ln hello Kotlin developers. Let's run the project by clicking on this function, green triangle. And don't worry, we're gonna talk about and in details in the next videos. So don't worry, just follow me. And we have this output. If scroll, Control and the mouse wheel, hello Kotlin developers. And congratulations, guys, you've succeeded in creating this very first Kotlin project in Android Studio. So this is how we run Kotlin projects in Android Studio. I want from you now to get your copybook and start writing the notes that I will mention in the next videos. So congratulations. let's start diving into the syntax and into the Kotlin. In this video, we're gonna talk about Kotlin syntax. In the previous video, we created a Kotlin file called hello-kotlin.kt, and we used the following code to print hello Kotlin developers to the screen. Let's dive into the syntax of this code. Let's start by the function. The fun keyword, we use this fun in orange color. The fun keyword is used to declare a function. A function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task. In this example, it declares the main function. So what is the main function? The main function is something you will use in every Kotlin program. This function is used to execute code. Any code inside the main function's curly brackets will be executed. Okay? This is a concept I want from you to understand. The println method. For example, the println method or function is inside the main function, meaning that this will be executed. I told you that everything inside the main method will be executed. And the println is a line that it's found present inside the main method. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about Kotlin output or printing text in Kotlin. The println function is used to output values and print text in Kotlin. In the example that we have created before and the project, we have used println and we specify here the message that we need to display for the user. If we hit this green triangle and we run it, we see that the message hello Kotlin developers will be printed out for the user. This is how we output, how we print text in Kotlin. Okay? You can add as many println functions as you want. Note that it will add a new line for each function. I will show you. Hello Java developers, hello app developers, and so on. If we run the project, we see that these messages are printed out. You can also print numbers and perform mathematical calculations using the println. Okay, so I will remove this text. I will use 4 plus 6. If I run the program, it will give me 10. Okay, you understand it, guys? You can make mathematical calculations here. The print function. There is also a print function, not println, print function, which is similar to println. The only difference is that it does not insert a new line at the end of the output. For example, if I want to print here, I will use print message, not print function, not println. Hello, my friends. If I put here another print, hey, and I will use bye. If I run the project, it will print all of these messages on the same line. So it will start by printing this, then it uses this and uses this to be printed out on the screen. So you see, guys, that the only difference between println and the print function is that it does not insert a new line at the end of the output. In this video, I'm going to talk about Kotlin comments. Comments can be used to explain Kotlin code and to make it more readable. It can also be used to prevent execution when testing alternative code. We have two types of comments. The single line comments. Single line comments start with two forward slashes. So for example, I want here to say that print a function, it will print just a welcoming screen. So I will put welcome message here, just a welcome message. This is a comment telling us that I used this for printing a message, a welcome message. Any text between the two forward slashes and the end of the line is ignored by Kotlin and will not be executed. So if I run the program here, nothing will be executed, only the print function. This is not readable. This is ignored by Kotlin. Also, you can use a single line comment at the end of the line of the code. So I can make like this, another comment or single line comment. Okay, if I run the program, it's the same. These two comments will be ignored by Kotlin. The second type of comments is the multi-line comments. Multi-line comments start with the forward slash and the asterisk and ends with asterisk and forward slash. Any text between these two shapes, I'll show you. This is the forward slash and the asterisk, and the asterisk and the forward slash. Any text inside or between them will be ignored. Hello, this is a multi-line comment. It will be ignored by Kotlin. Okay, it's very simple. If I run the program, it will be ignored and it will execute the print function. These are the comments. These are the types of comments in Kotlin that is used to make the code more readable and explain the Kotlin code and prevent execution when testing alternative code. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about Kotlin variables. Variables are containers for storing data values. To create a variable, use var or val keywords and assign a value to it with the equal sign. Let me show you. I will create a comment here for the variables. Var and the variable name equal to value. This is the general syntax of creating a variable var. For the val, variable name equal to the value. I want from you to open your copybook and start typing and writing these nodes because they are very important. Okay, guys, these are the general form of creating variables in Kotlin. I will start creating my first variable. So following this formula, I will create a var variable called name equal to John. And I will create a val following this this general formula. I will name it as age equal to 27. The only difference between var and val is that the variable declared with var keyword can be changed or modified, while val cannot. So var is variable, val is like values or constant variable. Okay, think about it. Constant value, and this can be changed later on. Okay, we'll talk about each of these variables in deep. So let's start by printing out these variables. I will show you. I can make hello space and use the concatenation sign here with as a plus sign, and we specify the variable that I need to print. If I run the program, it will give me hello John. It will print this constant part in green, and the concatenation sign, which is used to join the two strings, and the name, which is f-type string. Okay, later on we will see the data types and the operators. So I want from you to understand this this topic, and we will move on later on and deep dive into these data types and operators. Unlike many other programming languages, variables in Kotlin do not need to be declared with a specified type, like string for text or int for numbers, if you are familiar with those. To create a variable in Kotlin that you should store text and another that should store a number, you need to create like this variable, and I can make like this. This is for string and this is for numbers. Okay, this is as a string used for the text. Think about strings as text for now, and this is for as an int variable, and this is a number. Okay, in the next video we're gonna talk about data types, and we will see these data types, what are they, and when and why we'll use it. Okay, Kotlin is smart enough to understand that John is a string and 27 is an integer number variable. However, it's possible to specify the type if you insert here 2 points or the column string. I can specify here the type of the variable. Also, I can specify here of type integer. Okay, but you can use and specify the type, and you cannot. Kotlin will identify this type of these types of variables automatically. You can also declare a variable without assigning the value and assign the value later. However, this is only possible when you specify the type. For example, I will create a var. I will name it as city, and I need now to specify its type. Okay, I'm not assigning. This is the assigning operator, the equal sign. I will not assign its value directly here. In the second line, I will set the city is equal to London. Okay, you see guys how I assign the value in the next line. You can create a variable like this, and you can create a variable like this in Kotlin. Now, let me talk about val. When you use a variable with the val keyword, the value cannot be changed or reassigned. The following example will generate an error. So if I create age equal to 30, okay, I am reassigning, I am redefining and changing the value from 27 to 30. If I hover the mouse, I will get an error, val cannot be reassigned. Okay? When using the var, you can change the value whenever you want. So I will use var, the name equal to Jack. Okay, so here we don't have any errors. Here we have this error because var can be changed, val don't be or cannot be changed. Okay, so this is the importance of understanding these types of variables. So when to use val? The val keyword is useful when you want a variable to always store the same value. For example, if you are creating a calculator, or if you are developing a game, you need to create a val, for example, called pi, which is equal to 3.14, 15, 92, and so on. Okay, so this is pi. This is the pi sign in mathematics, and it's not changing by any developer or user, and it's constant. So 3.14, 15 is the constant value of the val. Okay, so we use val when we have when you want a variable to always store the same value. Like you have seen with the examples later in the previous videos, we use the print or println to display the variables. So I can print these variables. So I can put here pi, I can display hello and the variable val. Hello 3.14, I'm displaying the value. I can display the name here. So hello Jack. So you see guys, name was John and then it becomes a Jack and we print it here. So you also use the plus sign character to add a variable to another variable. Okay, so for example, name2, I will create var name2 equal Smith. Okay, I can join these two variables. This is done by name plus name2. If I run the program, I can get that this is the variable name Jack and this is the second variable Smith is joined together with one word. And for the numeric values, the plus sign character works as a mathematical operator. I can add 4 plus 6, for example. I will get the result 10, and also I can add the variables. If I create here var x equal to 6 and var y equal to 10, if I add x plus y, then it will give us 16. Okay, so according to the type of the variables you are concatenating and you are adding, the plus sign operator will work. For strings, it will add the strings together by joining the strings in one string. And for variables, in numerical variables, it will make the operation, the addition operation. Okay, so this is all about the variables. I should mention one important note about the variable names. A variable can have a short name like X or Y, or more descriptive name, age, sum, total volume, and others. The general rule for Kotlin variables are names can contain letters, digits, underscores, and $sign. Names should start with a letter. Names can also begin with the $sign and underscore. Names are case sensitive. My var here, or variable here, X, is different from a capital X variable, okay? Names should start with lowercase letter and cannot contain white space. So var, the small letter, and I can make like this, equal to 200. I can make the variable name like this. Reserved word like Kotlin keywords such as var or string cannot be used as names. So I cannot create a variable with the name string, for example. Okay? This is a very important notes about the variables and how to create variables in Kotlin. In the next video, we're going to talk about the data types. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about Kotlin data types. In Kotlin, the type of a variable is decided by its value. However, you learned from the previous video that it's possible to specify the type if you want. Sometimes you have to specify the type, and often you don't. Anyway, it's good to know the different types and variable data types in Kotlin. So, the Kotlin data types are divided into two main groups: primitive and non-primitive data types. Primitive contains the integer, floating point number, characters, and Boolean data types, while non-primitive contains strings, array, classes, and etc. Primitive data types includes byte, short, int, long, float, double, Boolean, and char or character. Non-primitive data types such as strings, arrays, classes, and so on. You'll learn more about this in a later video and when we talk about object-oriented programming. Let's look into the Java or Kotlin primitive data types. First of all, let's start with the byte. The byte data type can store whole numbers from -128 to 127. This can be used instead of int or other integer types to save memory when you are certain that the value will be within -128 and 127. Its size is 1 byte. The short data type can store whole numbers from this number to this number. I want from you to write these down on your copybook and understand the difference between these variables. The int data type can store whole numbers from this number to this positive number. Its size is 4 bytes. The short is 2 bytes. The byte is 1 byte. You see the difference? It's in terms of memory and size. The long data type can store whole numbers from this number, from negative this number to this positive number. This is used when the int is not large enough to store the value. Optionally, you can end the value with an L letter. We will see it in the practice in the IDE when we talk about these numbers. Float The difference between floats and numbers, that float, which is a float or double, can accept a decimal. So floating point types represent numbers with a decimal, such as 9.9, 3.14, and so on. The float and double data types can store fractional numbers. Okay? So the float stores fractional numbers sufficient for storing 6 to 7 decimal digits, and its size is 4 bytes, while the double stores fractional numbers sufficient for storing 15 decimal digits. Its size is 8 bytes. The Booleans. The Boolean data type its size is 1 bit. You see the difference, guys? Want from you to concentrate on this size. 1 bit stores true or false values. Boolean values are mostly used for conditional testing, which you will learn later on. The car. The car data type, the characters data type is used to store single character. A car or char value must be surrounded by single quotes like A, C, capital C, and so on. Later on we will see it. Unlike Java, you cannot use ASCII values to display certain characters. The value 66 would be output a B in Java, but it will generate an error in Kotlin. Right? We will see it in the next videos. Okay? Let's talk about the non-primitive types. Non-primitive types are created by the programmer, and it's not defined by Java or Kotlin, except for string. Non-primitive types can be used to call methods to perform certain operations, while primitive types cannot. A primitive type has always a value, while non-primitive types can be null. A primitive type starts with a lowercase letter, while non-primitive type starts with an uppercase letter, and we see it in strings. The size of primitive type depends on the data type, while non-primitive types have all the same. Examples of non-primitive types are strings, arrays, classes, interface, and etc. And you will learn more about these in a later chapter and later section. Don't worry, we are going to see all of these data types in action in the next video. Hello, my friends. Numbers in Kotlin are divided into two groups, the integer types and the floating point types. In this video, I'm going to talk about the integer types. In the next video, I'm going to talk about the decimal or the floating point types. Integer types store whole numbers, positive or negative, without decimals. The valid types are byte, short, int, and long. Let's start with the byte. The byte data type can store whole numbers from -128 to 127. This is used instead of integer or other integer types to save memory when you are certain that the value will be within this range. So in order to create the byte, let me make a comment here. The byte, its range is from -128 to 127. Starting by val or var, whatever you want. I will make it as B, and you can make here the data type byte equal to 100. I can print this variable by specifying it directly. If I run the program now, it will give me 100. So I printed the variable B of type byte. What happens if I exceeds the range, if I put 130? There is an error here telling me that the integer literal does not conform to the expected type byte. So it's out of the range. If I put 1 to 7, it will accept. 1 to 8 will refuse. Okay? This is about the byte. This is how we create the byte variable. Let's create the second type, which is the short. The short variable will be used to store whole numbers from this number to this number. I can create the short exactly as a val or var, as specifying the type short equal to 7,000. I can print as, let me show you, and here we go. We have 7,000. Okay, this is about the short. The integer. How to create the integers? Integers. The int data type can store whole numbers from this number to this number. It's used to store variables and numbers between these numbers in this range. Okay, so in order to create an int, I start by val I of type integer or int, used in Kotlin, you see, equal the assigned. Okay, I can print I. Okay, I will remove this, run the program, and here we go. We printed the integer I. The fourth type of numbers is called long. The long data type can store whole numbers from this number to this number. Okay? So, this is used when int is not large enough to store the value. Optionally, you can end the value with al. So in order to create val of type long, I will name it as al. I will specify its type as long equal to this number, and I will end it with capital L. Print L. Let me run. And here we go. This is our number. So I prefer, when using long data type, to end it with L, capital L word. The difference between int and long. The whole number is an int as long as it's up to this range. If it goes beyond that, it's defined as long. Okay, I should mention it for you. So for example, if I put here this number, this is an integer. If I exceed it by 1, it becomes a long. So I should define it as long. Okay, this is a very important point about the difference between long and integers. So these are the 4 numbers, the 4 data types that they are included in the group of numbers. Hello, my friends. We saw in the previous video the 4 types of numbers. In this video, I'm going to talk about the decimal numbers, the float and double. Floating point types represent numbers with a decimal, such as 9.9, 38.14, and so on. The float and double data types can store fractional numbers. Let's start by creating the variables of type float and doubles. Okay, so here I will create a variable of float, val f 2 points, or the column. I will specify the type float equal to 3.1415. This is the pi in mathematics. So there is a very important note here that I should mention. If I hover the mouse here over the error, I'll get an error telling me the floating point literal does not conform to the expected data type float. What is the solution? Is to add the capital F at the end of this float. Later on, I will discuss it in this video. But till now, please concentrate with me how to create the floats and how to print them. This is the print method. I specify F, and here I missed the print L from the previous video. And here we go. We are printing the float. In order to create another type of decimals, which is the double, I will create val d of type double equal to 990.1. You see, guys, that there is no need to put d or f here or any letter, because it will get it directly as a double. Print d, I will print this double, and here we go. We have this data. Okay, this is very important thing that I should mention for the float, that if you are going to create a float, you should put f here, exactly like long, but long is optional to put L here. We see that here when making integers int, we see that it is long and no need to put L here. Okay, but in float it's mandatory to end it with F. Hello my friends, in this video I'm going to talk about booleans. Very often in programming you will need a data type that can only have one of two values, like yes or no, on or off, true or false. For this, Kotlin has a Boolean data type which can take the values true or false. A Boolean type can be declared with the Boolean keyword and can only take the values true or false. Let me go to here. I remove this print and I will create a comment here. This is for the booleans. In order to create a boolean, we start by val, following the variable declaration and assignment formula. And here we put the name of the variable is Kotlin fun, column, boolean, type equal to true. Okay, so you can see there are two types. If I click on Control and space, there are two types of or two values of this variable, true or false. Okay, print again is Kotlin fun. If I run it, it will give me the value of this. If I change it to false again, and it will give me false. Okay, just like you've learned with the other data types with the previous videos. This example also written without specifying the type. So I can make like this, run the program. Kotlin will detect automatically that is Kotlin fun variable is of type Boolean. Let's talk about something interesting, which is a Boolean expression. A Boolean expression returns a Boolean value, either true or false. You can use a comparison operator such as greater than operator to find if the expression true or false. For example, this is for Boolean, and this is for Boolean expressions. I will create a variable x, val y equal to 5, print x greater than y. This will return true because 10 is greater than 5. If we run the program, it will give me true. If I change it to less than, it will give me false. This is a Boolean expression which returns either true or false. So that the result of this comparison will return either true or false. Okay? Also, you can see the assignment operator equal to, later on we'll talk about the operators. We'll see all of these comparison operators. Okay, it will return false because 10 is not equal to 5. You see, this is the Boolean expressions. And this is how we create a Boolean variable inside Kotlin programming languages. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the last primitive data type, which is characters. The character data type is used to store a single character. A char value must be surrounded by single quotes, like capital A or small c. For example, I start by val, my grade equal, before I will assign it as a car, equal to B. If I put another letter, it will not accept it because it accepts only one letter. If I want to print this char, I use print. And here it will print for me the character. Okay? This is how we can create a character variable in Kotlin. Unlike Java, you cannot use ASCII values to display certain characters. The value 66 would output a B in Java. So if I put 66 here, in Java, it will accept it and it will print B. But in Kotlin, it will generate an error telling that the integer literal does not conform the expected type char. This is how we can create the character data type in. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic in all programming languages, and especially in Kotlin. It's called the function. A function is a block of code which only runs when it's called. You can pass data known as parameters into a function. Functions are used to perform certain actions, and they are also known as methods. Let's start by understanding these functions, and I will show you a very good example that you used the functions in the previous videos. So it turns out you already know what a function is. You've been using it the whole time through this course. Yes. For example, the println method or print method. Here I will display a message telling hello my friends. If I run it, it will display for me the message here. So println is a function. It's used to output, to print the text to the screen. So this is a very good example about functions. And by the way, it's a predefined function. It's included inside the JDK and the Java development kit. Okay, so this is a very quick example about the methods. Okay, now let's create our own functions. To create your own function, use the fun keyword and write the name of the function followed by parentheses, and you can specify later on the parameters. But till now, I want from you to focus with me in order how to create our function. We start by the keyword fun. Okay, and you specify here the name of the function, my first function. I will name it as like this, and here we put the parameters. In the next lesson we are going to see this in action. Okay, and these are the parentheses and these are the curly braces that defines the beginning of the function and the end of the function. Here you put the code to be executed when the function is called. Let me put println your first function is called. Okay, this is the structure of the function. We start by the fun keyword. Please write this down, guys, on your copybook and your notebook. Fun keyword is used to define a function. This is the name of the function followed by the parentheses and the curly braces that defines the beginning and the start of the method and the end of the method. Here you put the block of code that you need to be executed when the function is being called. Okay, this is the simple understanding of the method. Okay, now in order to call a function, if we run the program now, it will not make anything because we didn't call the method. And if we hover on this method function, my first function is never used. So Android Studio will make it like this gray and gray color, and that indicates that it will not be used in the previous codes. Okay, so you are not using this function any more. In order to call the function and make it easy and to be understandable, and to make the function functional, not like this program. If we run it, there is no function to this. There is no role of this for this function. In order to make it running and make it functioning well, we need to call the method. We have created now this function. To call the function, write the name of the function followed by 2 parentheses. Going up to the main function, we call the methods here and we type the name of the function, my first function, followed by the parentheses. Okay, if I run the program now, it will give me a message, your first function is called. So we have run this function by calling it inside the main function. Okay, we can call the function multiple times, so I can paste it like this 3 times. If I run it, it will give me 3 lines telling us that your first function is called. Okay, this is about function creation and calling. Just one notice I want you to understand. If you see that when we call the method my first function, the color here in the IDE is changed from gray to yellow. So this will indicate that my first function is used. If I remove the calling of my first function, the color of this will be changing to gray, telling us if we hover the mouse, it will tell us the function is never used. Okay, these are some tricks, these are some hints Android Studio and this IDE will give to you. Hello my friends. In the previous video we have learned how to create and call a function. In this video I'm going to talk about function parameters. Information can be passed to functions as parameters. Parameters are specified after the function name inside the parentheses. You can add as many parameters as you want. Just separate them with a comma. Just note that you must specify the type of each parameter, either an int, string, and other types. Let's see an example about function parameters. This function that we have created before, I will start making like this. First, name, 2 points, and string. Okay? And here, I will put hello, and I will call fname. Okay? There is an error here if you notice that no value passed for parameter fname. This example, I am passing if a parameter of type string called fname to the function my first function, and when the function is called, we should pass along the first name, the fname parameter, which is used inside the function to print the full name. If I run the program here, there is an error because I should specify the fname, the first name, the parameter of type string. Okay, so here I need to pass hello Jack. So I pass the first name Jack, it will print for me hello Jack. If I run it, you can see that it is using the Jack string as a parameter, and we typed hello Jack successfully. Okay, this is the function parameter. When a parameter is passed to the function, it's called argument. So we call Jack as an argument. So I want from you to concentrate and to differentiate also between two concepts. When the parameter is passed to the function, it's called argument. So Jack is an argument and fname is a parameter. Okay? We can pass many parameters as you like. So I will pass here age, it's of type int, hello fname plus your age is I am calling age here by concatenation operator, the plus sign. Okay, here there is an error because I need to pass the second parameter, so I will pass 28. If I run the program here, it will give me hello Jack, your age is 28. Okay, you see how the function parameters works and how to pass multiple parameters. When working with the multiple parameters, the function call must have the same number of arguments as they are parameters. So I have two parameters, the string and the age of type int. I need to pass two arguments, one of type string and one of type integer. And the arguments must be passed in the same order, of the same type and the same order. I can't pass 28 at first and then Jack, okay? Like this. It's wrong. I need to pass the same parameter with the same order. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we have learned how to create functions and how to pass parameters to them. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to create a function that returns a value. To return a value, use the return keyword and specify the return type after the function's parentheses, int, string, and other types. Let's take an example. Here, this is an ordinary function that it's of type void that will not return anything. It's just print the name and the age. I will create a function, fun. I will name it as add two numbers, and I will pass the first parameter of x of type int and the second parameter y of type int. And here we specify the code block of this function. And the returning type, we should put 2 points, this is the column, and we should specify the type of the returning type after these two parentheses. So it will return for us an int. You see, guys, that there is an error here that tells us a return expression required in the function with a block body. So we need to put a return statement that will return. So when we call this function will return a value of type int. For example, return x plus y. Okay, this function will be adding two variables. Okay, I will put it like this in order to see it more clear. Now, let me call the function in the main method. Again, in the main method, add two numbers. I will add 5. This is the x and this is the y7. Please don't write x here and don't write y. These are hints automatically generated by the IDE, by Android Studio. So just put 5. Okay, it will be generating for you these hints. So just put 5 and 7. It will generate for you these two hints. Don't write x 2 points or the column 5 and y column 7. Please don't write them because many people asked me these questions. If I run the program here, it will call the function add two numbers. Okay, and it will make the calculations. But here, if we see that there is no display for the results, I should store this value of type int, the returning value of the addition of 5 and 7, into a variable. So I put here var result equal to add two numbers. Then I start by printing the result. Okay, so I stored the result of addition of two numbers inside a variable called result, and then I printed. Okay, if I run the program again, it will give me the result of addition 5 and 7. If I check 666, if I run it, it will give me 673. So our calculator is working fine. Okay, so this is about the returning values of functions. There is one note. I should mention it, but we will not use it many in our projects. There is also a shorter syntax for returning values. You can use the operator equal instead of return without specifying the return type. Kotlin is smart enough to automatically find out what is. So I can make like this, and despite using the return, I will put equal. If I run the program, it will give me again the result. So I put directly equal it's just a shortcut and a shorter syntax for the return values syntax. Hello, my friends. Now let's move to OOP. OOP stands for Object-Oriented Programming. Procedural programming is about writing procedures or methods that perform operations on the data, while object-oriented programming is about creating objects that contain both data and methods. Object-oriented programming has several advantages over procedural programming. OOP is faster and easier to execute. OOP provides a clear structure for the programs. OOP helps to keep the Kotlin dry, don't repeat yourself, and makes the code easier to maintain, modify, and debug. Don't repeat yourself or dry principle is about reducing the repetition of code. You should extract out the codes that are common for the application and place them at a single place and reuse them instead of repeating it. OOP makes it possible to create full reusable applications with less code and shorter development time. What are the main OOP concepts that we are going to cover in this section? The classes, the objects, the constructors, the class functions, inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation, interfaces, and abstraction, and other topics and concepts. So these are the main OOP concepts, and I will see you in the next videos. Let's try to understand the OOP because it's very important and it's the core of our programming skills later on. Hello, my friends. Let's talk about classes and objects. Classes and objects are the two main aspects of object-oriented programming. So a class is a template for objects, and an object is an instance of a class. When the individual objects are created, they inherit all the variables and methods from the class. I want from you to concentrate with this picture. The class, it represents as a blueprint or a template for objects, and an object is this car, this red car. We can make another object, which is the green car. We can make blue car. These are different objects, but the class is the same. It's a blueprint. It's a template for objects, and an object is an instance of a class. Everything in Kotlin is associated with the classes and objects, along with its properties and functions. For example, in real life, a car is an object. The car has properties such as brand, weight, color, and functions such as drive and brake. This is a very important concept I want from an example, and I want you to memorize well. So, again, properties such as the brand, the weight, and the color of the car, and the functions such as drive and brake. To create a class in Kotlin, we use the class keyword and specify the name of the class. Here, I will go and open the project tab. Then I will go to the Java. Here I will go to the package, click on new, and I will go and create a new Kotlin class. I will select the class, not file, and here I will specify its name. I will name it as car. So this is the class car, and I can now specify here the properties and the behaviors, the attributes and the functions. I want from you to memorize and differentiate between two things: the attributes and the behaviors or the functions. Okay. We will see them in deep later on, but I want from you to concentrate with me and write these notes on your copybook and notebook. A property is basically a variable that belongs to the class, attributes or property, okay? These attributes, they are variables that belongs to class. They are variables that belongs to the class. Please, guys, write these notes and these comments on your copybook and to memorize them fast. Okay? The functions, they are the behaviors that we specify for the class and how it will act and what is the job of this class. Okay, so we create a class by specifying the keyword class at the beginning, and you can specify the name of the class here. You can also make like this inside the file, hello Kotlin, but I prefer making standalone classes because it's easy to maintain. Okay, so it's good to know it's considered good practice to start the name of a class with uppercase letter for better organization. Okay, this is the car class. Here I can specify the attributes, and here we can specify the functions. Let's start by making some attributes, by defining some attributes for this car. Var brand equal to I will make Ford cars at the var model or year equal to 2023, and I will specify the var of make a variable of a color, so color equal to red. I will make red cars of Ford brand. Let's define some functions for this class. Fun, drive, I will just print ln, a message telling us that I am driving. Okay, I can define another function called break. It will also display a message telling us that I am braking. I am making a brake, pressing the brake. Okay, so we have three attributes, three variables that belong to the class car, and we have two functions that behaves in the car class. This is how we create classes. In the next video, we're gonna talk about how to create objects and start using these attributes and call these functions. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we have learned how to create classes, how to create their attributes, and how to create their functions. In this video, we're gonna talk about the objects, how to create objects of classes, and how to use their attributes and functions. Now we can use the class named car to create objects. Let's create an object of the car. As we said before, the class is a template and an object is an instance of the car or the class. Okay, so I'm going back to hello kotlin.kt file. I'm going to make an instance of this class. We start by var c1 equal to car. Okay, this is how we create a car c1 object of a car class. Okay, this is the car. You see its color changed from gray to white because we have used it here to create an object. Now This is, let me make a comment here. Please, guys, write these notes, these topics, these comments into your notebook, because they are very helpful to memorize everything in Kotlin later on. I'm creating an object C1 of the car class. We initialize it in Kotlin like this, var, the name of the object, the assign operator equal, and here is the class name, and we specify the constructor. In the next videos, we are going to talk about constructors. Okay? Now, how to access the attributes and the properties of the objects. We said that we have three variables, three attributes, the brand, the year, and the color. Here we can access the attributes by using the dot syntax, just like we did to access array and string properties. So we specify the name of the object, we put the dot here, and we get the three attributes, the brand, the color, and the year. Okay, so I need to print the year. Okay, so what I need to make, I need to put print, and let me run the program now. It will give us the year 2023. And here we go. This is 2023 because we have created an object having the three attributes, the brand, year, and the color, as just as we specified it in that class. Because the C1 object is an instance of this template, this class. If we need to access other attributes, we can see the brand. We can see it's a Ford. Okay. Also, if you want, you can change the attributes. So how to change it? I will put c1.brand equal to the new value, which is BMW. Okay, let me run and see. Now the object C1 has the brand attribute BMW, not Ford. So it's initialized by Ford, then it's changed to BMW, and then when we print it, it will give me BMW. This is how we access the attributes and how to change some properties. But later on, we will see that this is not used in a clean architecture with a professional coder and professional developer. So we learn about something called encapsulation. Okay? But I want from you to understand this very well till now. Okay? Now, just I want to mention how to access the functions of the object. We specify C1, the name of the object, and just like before, what we did in the properties, we specify the dot syntax. If this panel or this menu disappear, please click on Ctrl and space. Ctrl and space to get this menu when we have a dot symbol. Ctrl plus space, and you see there are two methods, the break and the drive methods. Let me call the break. If I run it, it will give me BMW, the name of this, and here we have breaking. Let me make it more clear. And here is breaking because I called the method break. This is how we create the object, how to access the properties, and how to access the function. In the next videos, we're going to talk about constructors, class functions, inheritance, and the encapsulation concept. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we created an object of class and specified the properties inside the class. Just like this, brand attribute is assigned to BMW value. So, in Kotlin, there's a faster way of doing this by using a constructor. And by the way, this is not a line of code of a professional developer. This is not a clean architecture, not a clean coding. This is not accepted in modern companies and modern programs. This is just for demonstrating how to access the properties. Now we are developing our skills in order to become more and more professional. In this video, I'm going to talk about constructors in Kotlin. A constructor is like a special function, and it's defined by using two parentheses after the class name. You can specify the properties inside the parentheses just like passing parameters into a regular function. The constructor will initialize the properties when you create an object of a class. For example, this class Ka has three attributes: the brand, year, and color. And since it's a template, not all the instances of a Ka contain the brand as for the year 2023, color equal to red. These are for this specific template, and these are values. So values are susceptible to be to change and become more and more variant. These are variables. How not to define these when we make a class? For example, if I have a class Ka, brand Ford, year 2023, but the color equal to green. So should I create a class car green or car 2 that contains a color green? No. Please pay attention with me. I'm going to use constructors. How to create the constructors here? Constructor. Okay, so when you create the class, you need to pass, as I told you, it's like a regular function. You can pass the parameters here. Okay, so we start by var brand. I don't need to specify this as a Ford here. Maybe it's BMW, maybe Mercedes when we create an object of a car. So I need to remove this. Okay, it's of type string. We put comma between the attributes. Var, I can go to next line by print and tab. Var year 2 points or a dot. It's of type. Let me make it as of type integer. Okay, integer is good. It's of type integer, sorry. And here I will create a var color 2 points, 2 dots, and it's of type string. Okay, so here, since we have these three attributes with the same name, I can change and remove this. Okay, so by this, I have created the constructor. it's easier to specify multiple objects of one class. So the constructor will initialize the properties when you create an object of a class. Let me show you. If we go back to the main function in the Hello Kotlin, if we look here, there is a red error. If we hover, no value passed for parameter brand, no value passed for parameter color, no value passed for the parameter year. So we need to pass the values. Here we can specify the brand. Just guys, I want from you to understand that I don't need to write brand. Okay, I need to specify directly the two codes, and we put the value of it. Here, since we have string int string, and we have learned before, in order to pass the parameters, we should pass them in the same order with the same type. So we start by the string for the brand BMW. The second, I separate it by comma. The year is 2025, and comma, we need to specify the color. And here is a hint that shows us that we have three parameters. The first one is the string, the second is int, and the third is a string. So the color is gray. Okay, here I have created an object of a class car, specifying the properties BMW as brand, 2025 as year, and gray as a color. Okay, and it's even easier to specify multiple objects. So if I need to create a var c2 equal to car, and I specify here the brand is Ferrari, I put 2020, and the color is red. Okay, so I have created two objects with different attributes. Okay, so if I want to access the c1.brand and call the function break, I can make it as before. So if I run the program, it will give me the brand of C1, which is BMW, and I call the function break and telling us that it is breaking. This is how to create variables and using the constructor, and how to create the constructor inside the class that you've made. Okay? Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about inheritance. Inheritance is one of the key features of object-oriented programming. It allows user to create a new class, derived class from an existing class, base class. The derived class inherits all the features from the base class and can have additional features of its own. Let's take an example about inheritance and why we should use the inheritance and how to see the power of inheritance. Suppose in your application, you want three characters: a math teacher, a football player, and a businessman. Since all of these characters are persons, they can walk and talk. However, they also have some special skills. A math teacher can teach math, a football player can play, a businessman can run a business. In each of the classes, you would be copying the same code to walk and talk for each character. Problem. So what is the problem? If you want to add a new feature, eat, you need to implement the same code for each character. This is duplication of code, and the errors will exist. So the inheritance is the key. It would be a lot easier if we had a person class with basic features like talk, walk, eat, sleep, and add special skills to those features as per our characters. This is done using inheritance. Before inheritance, if we look back to the classes, we see that the teacher class has the three functions: the walk, talk, and teach. The player class has three functions: walk, talk, shoot. And the businessman class: walk, talk, and run a business. You see, guys, I am duplicating the same function: walk, talk, for player, teacher, and businessman. So if we add the eat feature, I need to duplicate the code for the teacher, player, and businessman and add it to these three classes. Okay? Using inheritance, now you don't implement the same code for walk, talk, and eat for each classes. You just need to inherit them. For the math teacher, the derived class, you inherit all features of the person basic class and add a new feature, teach method or teach math method. This is the person class. I put here the walk and talk methods since they are common between the teacher, player, and the businessman, and I will inherit them from my person class. So this teacher or math teacher, the derived class, please guys pay attention for the naming, the nomenclature. Derived class or the children or the child class, you inherit all features of the person or the base class or the parent class or the super class and add a new feature, teach math, for the teacher class. You see, guys, think about inheritance. We are making the common and getting the common methods, the common things, and we put them into a one big class that all children will inherit from it. This makes your code cleaner and understandable and extendable. This inheritance, this is a very important topic, and this is very important concept. You should concentrate on it. It's important to remember when working with inheritance, each derived class should satisfy the condition whether it is a base class or not. In this example, the math teacher is a person. Football player is a person. The businessman is a person. This is the relation called is a. This is inheritance. Is a. So this is the power of inheritance. We make a group of common things, common functions in one class, like person here, and we can derive these from the person, from the superclass, from the parent class to the subclasses, to the children, or to the derived classes. These are keywords. These are the naming of things in Java: super and sub, parent and children, base and derived classes. I want from you to understand them and be familiar with this. Let's take an example, another example about inheritance. Suppose that there are three types of employee in a company: web developer, an iOS developer, and an Android developer. All of them have some shared features like name, age, and also have some special kind of skills. First, we create three classes individually, and all employees have some common and specific skills: the name, and display the name and the age of the employee. But there are special skills like the web developer, web dev, can make code HTML, can execute or can create a code in HTML, while iOS developer can create code iOS, and Android dev can execute code Android method, which creates an Android codes. Here, all of them have some name and age, but the development skill of these three developers are different. In each of these classes, we would be copying the same code for the name and age for each character, right? Yes. So the problem is, if we want to add a salary feature where all these developers can share this feature, we need to copy it in the same code in all three classes. This creates a number of duplicate copies of code in our program, and it will likely lead to more complex and erratic code. The solution comes with the inheritance. So by using inheritance, the task becomes easier. We can create a new base class called employee, which contains the common features among these classes, the web, iOS, and Android developers. These functions are the name, age, and salary because they are common. These three classes can then inherit common features from the base class and can add some special features for their own. We can easily add the salary feature without duplicate copies in the employee class. Here, for web developer, we inherit all the features from the base class and its own feature website in the class, or code HTML in this class. Similarly, we can do the same for the other two classes, Android developer and iOS developer. It makes our code more understandable and extendable. So I hope you understand inheritance theoretically. In the next videos, we will see inheritance in coding and see in live with using our IDE, our code. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to show you the power of using inheritance. Why should we use it and when? Suppose in your application, you want three characters: a math teacher, a football player, and a businessman. Since all characters are person, they can walk and talk. So I will start creating three classes, one for the teacher, Kotlin class. I will name it as teacher. And this teacher class has the var name, or I can pass them into the constructor, var name of type string, okay, and var age int, okay. Since all the characters are persons, they can walk and talk. I will create two functions, two methods for all the classes, for the teacher, the football player, and the businessman. So I will make fun talk, and I will print ln a message telling that the teacher, and here we can use the template, name is talking. Also, I will create a function here for walking, walk, and the same thing it will do. Okay, the teacher name is walking. Again, I will copy these functions. I will create a new Kotlin class. I will name it as player, and this player took to the parameter var name of type string and var age int. Okay, And these are the functions. Here, the player and the player. Okay? And the same way for the businessman. This businessman took into the parameter for creating the constructor. Sorry, I have created a Java class. Sorry, I need to create Kotlin class. Businessman. This businessman will take into parameter the var name and a var age of type int. Till now, everything is working fine. And I have here the functions talk and walk. Here, the business man is walking, and here is walking. Okay, if I go to the main function and I can put here for the football player or the math teacher or the businessman, I can create an instance of them. So I will create teacher1 equal to teacher, and I will specify the name Jack and the age 29. Now t1 dot walk and talk, I can print them. So if I call the talk method inside the t1 object, it will give me the result that the teacher Jack is talking. Amazing. This is the result, and this is the expected result. However, since all the characters are persons, they can walk and talk. However, they also have some special skills. A math teacher can teach math, a football player can play football, and a businessman can run a business. You can individually create 3 classes who can walk, talk, and perform their special skills, as we have done here. Okay, so I copy the talk and walk methods the same way for the player and the same way for the businessman. In each of the classes, you would be copying the same code to walk and talk for each character. If you want to add a new feature like eat, for example, you need to implement the same code for each characters. This can be easily become error prone while copying and duplicating codes. For example, if I create here a function eat and print ln, the businessman is eating. Okay, and I copied this function along with for the player and for the teacher. Okay, and I teacher here. Okay, I change it. Suppose that I missed to correct this inside the player. So the eat function will give me, if I create a player here, please concentrate with me, var player1 equal to player, I will name John and age 20. Then p1 dot eat. If I call eat, it will give me that the businessman John is eating, and this is wrong because the John is a player. If we go to player, we see that there is an error. By mistake, I have missed this. So I want from you to understand, if you add more and more features, you are like, you will come exposed to errors, and your code will have more and will contain many errors. It would be a lot easier if we had a person class with basic features like talk, walk, and eat, sleep, and add special skills to those features as per our characters. This is done using inheritance. This is an example without inheritance, and these are functions, the common functions that are common between all the persons: the teacher, player, and the businessman. Actually, a teacher is a businessman. A teacher is a person. Player is a person. Businessman is a person. So using inheritance, now you don't implement the same code for walk, talk, or eat, or other functions for each class. You just need to inherit them. This is done by creating a very important concept, which is the class, the parent class. Okay, so teacher, player, and businessman become the children of the parent class, which is person. I will create a new Kotlin class here, and I will try to make this. This will represent the parent class. In order to allow other classes to inherit from it, we start by the keyword open. Open class person. Here we pass the parameters of the constructors, and I will specify the var name as a string, and I can specify the age, var age of type int. Okay, so the person accepts the name and the age, and I will start by initialized, print the person, and here the name template is, or the person name like this, and the person age is like this. Okay, now I need to modify the other classes to tell Kotlin that, hey, the businessman, the player, and the teacher classes are inheriting from the person. So I will go to the teacher, I will remove this, and here we put 2 dots or the semicolon, and we specify the class that we are inheriting from. It's of person, and we specify the parameters here, which are the name and the age. Okay, and we remove the variables here, the var keywords, and everything will be fine. This teacher class is inheriting from the person class. Now I can move all of these. I will cut them and I will move them into the person here, and here we can specify that the person is, or I can make like this, is walking and talking and eating. Okay, this is for the person. For the player, I will remove all of these in the same way. Var, I will remove these and put here the person class, and I will specify the name and the age. Okay. For the businessman also, I will remove these because they are common and we can inherit them all from the class person. Okay. So person, and I will specify the name and age. Now, if I go to the Kotlin, hello Kotlin KT, I can create var t1 or a player. I will remove this. If I run the program, everything is working fine. The person, let me put like that, these lines to be more pretty and easy to understand. Okay, if I run the program now, again, without changing anything, the person name is John, the person age is 20. These are initialized when we create a new person object, because we initialize these, and we print the name and the age. Now, when we call the method eat, then it will display for us eat function, but eat function is from the person, and we are calling p1, which is a player. But remember, a player is a person, so it inherits from the person the function eat, walk, and talk. So a teacher can do all of these three functions. The player can do them also, and the businessman can do these three functions. Okay. One thing I should remember you, that you should notice this open keyword before the base class or the parent class. It's important. By default, classes in Kotlin are final. If we look on the businessman class or player or teacher, by default, classes in Kotlin are final. If you are familiar with Java, you know that final classes cannot be subclassed. So you can't create a class that inherits from teacher unless you put the keyword open. By using the open annotation on a class, compiler allows you to derive new classes from it. Okay, this is a very good example about inheritance in Java. In the next videos, we will continue with these examples and exercises to understand the inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulations. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about secondary constructors. A constructor is a concise way to initialize class properties. It's a special member function that is called when an object is instantiated or created. However, how they work in Kotlin is slightly different. In Kotlin, there are two constructors, the primary constructor and the secondary constructor. The primary constructor, concise way to initialize a class, while the secondary constructor allows you to put additional initialization logic. We've seen in a previous video the primary constructor, which is a part of the class header. Like this example, we have two arguments, the name and the age. So if I need to create a person, I should pass at first the name and then the age. So we respect the type and the order of these variables. Okay? These are the two properties. Now, the initializer blocks. The primary constructor has a constrained syntax and cannot contain any code. This is a very important point. To put the initialization code, not only code to initialize properties, initializer block is used. We've seen in the previous video how we used the init. It's a prefix with init, initializer keyword. Let's modify this code. This is initializer, print ln and print ln, and I will put here ln here, and I will use we used the initializer. Okay? When we run the program, I will create a person here inside the hello world, hello Kotlin, var p1 person1 equal to person, and I will put here a Jeff, and I will put here the age, and then if I click on run without calling any method, and we look on at the logcat, we see the person name Jeff, the person age 27, and we used the initializer messages are on this logcat. So init, these are executed whenever we have created an object of this person class. Okay, so the person class has two properties, the name and the age. When person1 p1 object is created, code inside initializer block is executed. The initializer block not only initializes its properties but also print them. Okay, this is how we use the initializers and constructors in Kotlin. I should mention a very important note here for the primary constructor, that there is a default value in primary constructor. So you can provide default value to constructor parameters, similar for providing default arguments to functions. For example, if I specify here for the age, I can make like this, equal to 0. I can specify a default value for the age. I can remove the var, by the way. So if I create here, if I create here an object or an instance of the person class, and without specifying its age, I can check for it. For example, let me show you directly, p2 equal to person, and I put here a Jack. Okay, so p2 will give me that the age of Jack is 0. So the default value of the person 2 is 0 for the age. You see, we can put a default value for the parameters. Okay, now let's talk about Kotlin secondary constructors. In Kotlin, a class can also contain one or more secondary constructors. They are created using the constructor keyword. Secondary constructors are not common in Kotlin. The most common use of secondary constructor comes up when you need to extend a class that provides multiple constructors that initialize the class in different ways. Be sure to check a Kotlin inheritance before you learn it. Okay, so in order to create a secondary constructor, we start by the keyword constructor. Okay, and we should use it inside the inherited classes. So for example, we use a constructors with that secondary constructors where there is an inheritance, and you don't have the primary constructors in the superclass. Okay, like this. I will remove this. The constructor here, I will start by name. It's of type string, and age of type int. Okay, this is the constructor, and we specify here the code of this constructor. Forget about these functions, and I'm just showing you the secondary and the primary constructors. Okay, if we open the player here, I should remove these arguments. Okay, these parameters. Also, I will remove this, and I will type the constructor for the name of type string and age of type int. And here we put super, and we get the name and age from the super class. Okay, and here we put the constructor of the the secondary constructor. This is the code where we initialize, like for example, we put here that we used the secondary constructor. Secondary constructor is being used. Okay, this is the secondary constructor. You should mention it when you have the inheritance and the parent class don't have the primary constructor. But this is not common in Kotlin. I want from you to understand that we use it, this type of constructors, the secondary constructors, for when you have an inheritance and we don't have the primary constructors, okay, in the parent class. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about super keyword. If the derived class contains a primary constructor, then we need to initialize the base constructor using the parameters of the derived class. If the math teacher class doesn't have a primary constructor but a secondary constructor instead, the secondary constructor can be preceded by the super keyword. The super keyword will call the constructor of the super or parent class to initialize the properties of the parent class. In this example, we have the employee here as a super class and the math teacher as a subclass. We see that in the super class, we have a constructor which took into the parameter the string as name and name as a string and age as integer. In the subclass, we don't have here, this is a class, a derived class, it inherits from employee. We don't have a primary constructor. We have a secondary constructor. It should, for the math teacher, if it doesn't have a primary constructor, but secondary constructor instead, this is a secondary constructor, the secondary constructor can be preceded by the super keyword. You see, guys, this is the name, this is the age, and this is the salary. But the string and age are inherited from employee. So we can put here the super keyword that contains the name and age, telling that these properties are inherited from the employee, which is the super class. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about getters and setters. In programming, getters are used for getting value of the property. Similarly, setters are used for setting value of the property. In Kotlin, getters and setters are optional and are auto-generated if you don't create them in your program. How getters and setters work. Let me show you an example. If I create a new Kotlin class here, I will name it as person. Inside this class person, I will create a var name of type string, okay, equal to Jack, for example. It's equivalent to this writing. So if I write like this, please guys, write this very important note on your copybook in order to memorize them fast later on. It's equivalent to, making this note, is equivalent to get equal to field, and set, this is for the, this is the getter, let me mark it, and this is the setter, set value of the field equal to value. Okay, this is for the setters. Okay, when you instantiate an object of person class and initialize the name property, it's passed to the setter's parameter value and sets the field to value. For example, if I go to the main here, I will create a new person, p1 equal to, or var, sorry, we start by var, person p1 equal to person, and I will initialize it to Jack. Okay, here I can put the default value, or I can make like this, p1 dot name equal to Jack. I can use constructors, or I can access the field. Now, when you access the name property of the object, you will get field because of the code get equal to field. Okay, this is the field. This is how we access the field. Okay, you see how we set the value. It's passed to the setter's parameter value and set the field to value. And of course, if you want to print it, it will access this value and this field, and the name property of the object is accessed, so you will get the field because the code get equal to field. So we set the value here, and if I need to print it, we need to use this get method. Okay, so this is very similar, and these codes are auto-generated, so you can put them or you cannot because they are auto-generated. Okay, so if I run the program here, if I print p1 dot name, I run it. Here I am accessing, I am getting, I'm calling the get method. Here, when I specify and assign Jack is equal to the name of p1, then I am setting it. I am using the set value, passing Jack here, a field equal to value. Okay, so these are the getters and setters in Kotlin. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about visibility modifiers in Kotlin. Visibility modifiers are keywords that set the visibility, the accessibility of classes, objects, interfaces, constructors, functions, properties, and their setters. Let's talk about these keywords. There are 4 visibility modifiers: the public, private, internal, and protected. A package organizes a set of related functions, properties, and classes, objects, and interfaces. If we look here, there is a package. Okay, if I need to create a new, I can create a new package from here. So you can select new, I can create a package. Please bear in mind you can create packages, and I will show you later on. So we are on the app folder or a package, Java folder or package, com.mastercoding.hello-kotlin2 package or folder. So think about a package as a folder on your computer. Okay, let's see and understand these visibility modifiers. The public, When you use the public keyword or modifier, you are setting the visibility to public, which means that the declarations are visible everywhere. If you use private, visible inside the file containing the declaration. Internal, visible inside the same module, a set of Kotlin files compiled together. Protected, not available for packages, used for subclasses. Don't worry, we will see them in more details. Okay? And note that if the visibility modifier is not specified, it's public by default. So at the level of packages, public is visible everywhere. Private is visible inside the containing folder or file. The internal is visible in the same module, and protected is not available for packages. Okay? We don't use protected for packages. It's used for subclasses. We can use these for at the level or inside classes and interfaces. So when you see public, private, protected, internal keywords inside classes and interface, you can think about these as public, visible to any client who can see the declaring class. Private, visible inside the class only. Protected, visible inside the class and its subclasses. Internal, visible to any client inside the module that can see the declaring class. Note, if you override a protected member in the derived class without specifying its visibility will also be protected. Let's take an example. If I open the person here, person class that I have created in the previous video. If I specify var name, okay, I will remove these getters. If I specify here and I create an object, an attribute of var and name as its name, var a equal to Jack or var name equal to Jack, it's public by default. So this is a public, so it's visible to all the classes. Okay, so I can access it, or I can put like this. So it's similar to using this naming and using the public keyword. If I create private age, private var age equal to 2, okay, it's private. Okay, so private to base class. So if I go to here into the main, I create a var person1 equal to person, and here p1 dot, you see guys, I can only access name because name is public. I can't see age because it is private. Okay, I can use protected var hair color equal to black. So this is declared as protected. Protected is visible to the base and the derived classes. So if I create here a new class, I will name it as teacher. So if I extend it, I will create a constructor here. Let me make, I can derive from the person directly. From the person, I should make it open. Okay, so So what I will make here, I can print ln person, or I can make like this: name, age. I need to override before printing. Override, using overriding. We'll see it later on. So override, I'm taking the control to make a new change for this value. Var of name. So if I click on Control and space, or you can put NA, it will display for you. This is the parameter name that it's inherited from the parent class, which is name. Okay, so person name is inherited and overridden here. If I click on Alt plus Enter to change the typecasting to the string, because this is a string, and override, I need to make person var as open. So open class and open var in order to override it. So the name now is Johnny. Okay, you see, I can access access this variable because it's open and a public. Okay, so the public, which is the visibility modifier used here, by default, I can access it in the subclasses. Okay, so if I print now the name here, if I put here override var age, it will not appear because age is declared as private, and private is only visible inside this file. Okay, and this class only. If I put here the hair color, okay, it's of type string equal to gray, it will give me Alt plus Enter. I can make it as open. So you see, I can access the protected attributes, the protected visibility modifier, declared variables inside the class and its subclasses. If I declare internal, so it will become invisible to any client inside the module that you can see declaring class. So here I will create internal val d equal to 6. I can modify it inside other subclasses or inside the hello Kotlin. I can access it because you can see p1.d equal to 9. These are the visibility modifiers. These are how the ways that we can access and how to prevent and how to set the accessibility and how to prevent other classes or other modules or other packages from accessing our class attributes and functions and interfaces and others. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about a very important concept in Kotlin, which is abstraction. Data abstraction is the process of hiding certain details and showing only essential information to the user. Abstraction can be achieved with either abstract classes or interfaces. In this video, I'm going to talk about abstract classes, and in the next video, I'm going to talk about interfaces. Like Java, abstract keyword is used to declare abstract classes in Kotlin. An abstract class cannot be instantiated. You cannot create objects from an abstract class. This is very important note. So you can't create objects from an abstract class. However, you can inherit subclasses from them. Okay? The members, properties, and methods of an abstract class are non-abstract unless you explicitly use abstract keyword to make them abstract. Let's take an example about abstract classes. In this package, I will create a new Kotlin class. I will name it as a person. in the same example as before, I will create a class here called person. But here I will create it as an abstract. So I use the keyword abstract to say that this class person is an abstract class. Okay. So inside this class, I can create variables and other methods like a normal class, but there is a very important difference is the abstract keyword, the abstract functions that I can create in this class that force the children, the subclasses of this class to inherit and implement them. We will show everything step by step. No, don't worry, please guys follow me. Int var of age equal to 30. I will create this age, and function display age. I will display age. I will print ln my age, okay. My age is, I can make like this. I use templates, string templates here, okay. Now, the very important difference between abstract classes and the other classes is the abstract functions. So I can declare abstract functions, abstract fun display welcome or display greetings. This will not accept the body of a method. Okay, so if I hover here, a function display greetings with body cannot be abstract. So either you create a body and you remove abstract, or if you want it to become an abstract and keep it and continue as an abstract class, you need to remove these curly braces. Okay, so an abstract function is a function without a body. Okay, so this abstract class person is created. You cannot create object of this class. If I go to here, to hello Kotlin, this is our testing file. If I start to create a person or var1 var p1 equal to person, okay, so it will display for me an error telling me that cannot create an instance of an abstract class. Okay, I can't create objects of this abstract class. The class has a non-abstract property, which is the age, and non-abstract method, which is the display age function. If you need to override these members in the subclasses, you should be marked with open. So if I need to override them later on in the subclasses, I need to put open here. The class has an abstract method called display greetings. It doesn't have any implementation and must be overridden in this subclasses. Okay, in subclasses. For example, if I create a new Java class here, I create new Kotlin classes. I name it as a teacher, okay? And this teacher, it took into the parameter name and of type string, and here it will inherit from a person. So there is an error. If I hover here, it will show me this message. Class teacher is not abstract and does not implement abstract-based class member display greetings. Okay, so I need to implement this function. Implement members, click on it and click OK. And here we go. We overrided the display greetings method that it's declared as an abstract method inside this abstract class. Okay, so think about abstract as a force to implement the functions. If you are creating a big class here, and you should implement some important functions, you should declare them abstract in order not to miss them into the subclasses. Okay, so a class teacher is derived from the person abstract class, an object of here I will create it like this, var p1 equal to teacher, and I will pass the name of this teacher as Jack. p1 dot, you see it inherit the age attribute, it inherits the display greetings function and display age function. Okay, I will display greetings. If I run the program, it will display for me a hello teacher method, because it forces this abstract class, forces all of its children, all of its subclasses to override the display greetings. Here I should print hello teacher. I run the program again, and here we go. We are calling the function that it is an abstract and declared an abstract inside this abstract class. Okay, so non-abstract functions are not obligatory to implement them in the subclasses, while the abstract functions are very important, and you should and you must implement them inside the subclass, and otherwise it will be displaying an error for you. So this is the abstraction in Kotlin. In the next video, we're gonna show you a very important concept of abstraction, which is interfaces. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna talk about interfaces. Kotlin interfaces are similar to abstract classes. However, interfaces cannot store state, whereas abstract classes can. Meaning, interfaces may have property, but it needs to be abstract or has to provide accessor implementations, whereas it's not mandatory for property of an abstract class to be abstract. And we have seen this in the person abstract class. We said that these are non-abstract, and they can be like this, and you can write these codes without using the abstract. While if we use the abstract keyword, we should implement it. We are forcing the subclasses from person class to implement and override the declared functions as abstract. Okay, so let's take an example about interfaces. So abstract classes in Kotlin are similar to interface, with one important difference. It's not mandatory for properties of an abstract class to be abstract or provide accessor implementation. We will see that the interface is mandatory implementing all its functions. Okay, let's create an interface. Here I will create new Kotlin file. I will select Kotlin interface, and here I will create a vehicle. This interface vehicle will have has this variable. I will make it like this, or I will change the speed value equal to, or it's of type int, or I can make it like this. Okay. Function start engine. Okay. And function accelerate. Okay. This accelerate function will contain will increase the speed or print ln. I will display message just for demonstrating. Accelerating. Okay. So please pay attention for me. When I'm coding here, I didn't use the abstract keywords. Okay, I'm just creating two functions, and here I am using two functions without any keyword, an ordinary function. Okay, I will add this body here, starting engine, in order to display what's happening to the objects that we will create. Okay, so if I go to here and I will create a new Kotlin class, I will name it as car, and this car will implement the interface vehicle. So I specify this. I don't specify like this because it's an interface. I don't put here the parentheses. If I hover here, I have this message telling me that the class car is not abstract and does not implement abstract member speed value that it's defined inside the vehicle interface. So if I implement as constructor parameter, I will click OK and everything will work fine. Okay, so you should implement these values here and override the value speed, and here, or I can remove this and I can override it here. Okay, override val speed. Okay, I'm overriding it, int equal to 25. Okay, you can override like this. Think about the start engine and accelerate functions. If I remove these and I put 2 points string, so I'm telling that I need to return a string. So here there is an error. If I hover again and see what's the error, car class is not abstract and does not implement abstract member, which is the function start engine. If I click on implement, I will need to implement the start engine and override it in order to get everything working fine. Okay, so this override function start engine string, turning string, it will return starting the engine. Okay, so whenever you don't specify what is the function, if you don't specify the body of this function, you are forced, you are mandatory implementing this function inside the subclasses or the classes that implement this interface. So if I remove the body of this function and I don't put any returning type for it, it will display for me in the class car, which implement the vehicle interface, an error telling me that I should implement the method accelerate. So again, guys, implement the members, accelerate, and here we go. We should accelerate. We should implement the accelerate function because it doesn't have here, it doesn't has any body inside this function. Okay, so whenever you specify the body of the function and you type the code here, you are not obliged and you are not forced to implement this function inside the class car. So whenever you see these curly braces, you are not going to implement this function in the subclasses or the classes that implement this interface. Okay, this is a very important note. So I will not implement this function. I will put like this, println accelerating. Okay, so if I create a function here, or I call the function from the variable vehicle or car, c1 equal to v equal to car, I can't create an object from vehicle. c1 dot, you see guys, the accelerate function, and I will call the other function, which is start engine. Okay, let me run and see. And here we go, we are accelerating. If I go to the starting engine, return starting engine. Okay, I need to put here inside print because it will return a string and not display a string. Okay, and here we go, we are accelerating and we are starting the engine. Okay, so guys, I want from you to understand this very important concept. Whenever you see a curly braces here, block of code, so you are not forced to implement this function, to override this function in the classes that they implement this vehicle interface. Whenever you see like this, or whenever you see like this without the body of a method, you are forced to implement this function in your classes that implements this interface. Okay guys, this is the interface. Hello my friends, in this video I'm going to talk about Kotlin nested and inner classes. Similar to Java, Kotlin allows you to define a class within another class known as nested class. So for example, I will create a new Kotlin class. I will name it as outer. And this class, this is the outer class. I can create here some functions and some variables here. Okay. I can create an nested class or inner class. Okay. So I can start by class keyword nested. Okay, and now I can create here the variables and the functions of the nested class. Since nested class is a member of its enclosing class outer, this is the outer, you see, these are the curly braces. So then the class, the nested class is included inside these parentheses. You can use the dot notation to access nested classes and its mapper. For example, if I create here var age equal to 25, and inside this nested class, I will create length equal to 55. If I go to hello Kotlin and I will create a variable o1 equal to outer, I can put o1 dot age. Okay, this is how we can access an outer class. But if I need to access this length, I need to create like this: var nested equal to outer dot nested, and now I specify the constructor. Now nested dot length property will be appearing here. Okay, so I'm creating an object of the outer class to access its age, and here I'm creating an object of the nested class outer dot nested. You see, I'm using the dot in order to access the inner class, okay, or the nested class. Okay, this is how we access the elements of an inner class or the nested class inside an outer class. Hello, my friends, and welcome to Kotlin Collections section. This is a very interesting section that we are going to talk about collections. We will see the different data structures in Kotlin. So, what are collections? Collection usually contains a number of objects of the same type, and these objects in the collection are called elements or items. Kotlin's standard library provides a rich set of tools for managing collections. The types of collections. In Kotlin, collections are categorized into two forms: immutable collection and immutable collection. So, if we look on this diagram, we have here the Java collections, the collection framework, the list, the set, and the map. This is the collection on Java. While in Kotlin, collections are in the collection interface here, or the abstractions here. The framework collection contains list and set, and we have a mutable collection framework for the mutable list and the mutable set. So the collection has list and set, while the mutable collection contains mutable list and the mutable set. Okay, this is the hierarchy of the collections. We're going to talk about lists, sets, and map. Note that the map is not linked to the collection. It contains a different approach and different dealing with collections and different hierarchy. We are going to talk about it in the next videos. So I want from you to understand two things. There are different types of collections in Kotlin, and there are mutable and immutable collections in Kotlin. So, the immutable collections. What are the immutable collections in Kotlin? Immutable, it means that it supports only read-only functionalities and cannot be modified its elements. So, immutable, it's from naming, we cannot change its element. Okay? Immutable collections and their corresponding methods are for the list of, and we pass here the general type or the generic type of the collection. The set, we use set of, map of. So whenever you use list of, set of, map of, you are talking about mutable collection. Immutable collections, okay? So immutable collections, list of, set of, map of. Let's see the mutable collection. It supports both read and write functionalities. Mutable collections and their corresponding methods are list, set, and map. For the list, mutable list of, array list of, and array list. Set, mutable set of, hash set of methods. Map, mutable map of, hash map of, and hash map. We will see these in details in the next videos, and we'll talk about every collection, the list, the set, and the map, whether it's immutable and immutable. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk about lists, specifically the immutable lists. Lists are unordered collections in which we can access elements or items by using indices. Indices means an integer numbers that define a position for each element. Elements can be repeated in a list any number of times. So the elements can be repeated. We have it as an ordered collection, so we can access the elements directly by using the indices. And for immutable lists, we cannot perform add or remove operations. Okay, so immutable, we cannot add or remove things and elements from it because it's an immutable. In order to create the immutable lists, we start by val immutable list. You can name it whatever you want. I will name it immutable list, list 1, equal to list of. Here we specify, when you see list of, you can directly know that it's an immutable list. Here we can specify the generic type of this list. It can be an integer, it can be of type string, or whatever you want. I prefer starting by integers, a list of integers, 4, 5, 6. If I put string, it will give me an error because I specified the generic type, which defines the type of elements that this list should contain. Okay. Now, if I put list1 dot add, it will give me an error because it's an immutable list that will not allow the addition or removing from this list. Okay, so these elements are these elements of this list. We cannot change them. We cannot add or remove these elements. Okay, in order to print all the elements of this list, we use the for each loop. So for each item in list 1, and we've seen this for loop, this for loop in many videos before, I need to print all these items. Okay, so print ln these items. If I run the program now, I have created a list, immutable list contains 4, 23, and 1 as elements inside it. Okay, so we succeeded in accessing the elements of this list by printing each item alone. Okay, I can create here, I can remove also this generic type because we have 4, 23, and 1, and Kotlin will detect it directly as a list of integers. If I can make strings like this, a list of strings. So Jack, these are names, Jack, John, Mike. If I print it or run the program, it will give me all the elements, all the items in this list. So we cannot perform addition or removing of operations on this list. So this is how we define immutable lists in Kotlin. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the mutable lists. We've learned before that the mutable collection supports both read and write functionalities. So there are 3 types: the list, set, and map. And whenever you see mutable list of, or mutable set of, or mutable map of, think about that it's a mutable collection. Okay, now we will introduce the first mutable collection, which is the mutable lists. Mutable lists, since mutable list supports read and write operation, declared elements in the list can be either be removed or added. So, for example, if I create here a mutable list, var mute list equal to mutable list of. Okay, you see these functions, mutable list of, map, set of. I will select the mutable list of. And here you need to specify the type. So it's an int, a mutable list of strings, or whatever you want. Okay, or you can not specify here the type. You can declare directly your elements. So for example, Jack, John, and Mike. Okay, we can now modify the elements of this list, modifying the elements. So I specify here the name of the list with these square brackets, and I will specify the index. Again, it's similar to the array. We start by 0 from here, which indicates the element, and index 0, which is the first element, index 2, and index 1. John is an index 1, Mike is an index 2. Okay, so I will change Mike. I specify the index 2, which refers to the third element. Okay, I want from you to understand the numbering in Kotlin. Mutable list to equal to JSON. Okay, so I changed Mike to JSON. Okay, so if I print now the mutable list at index 2, okay, if I print it, it will give me, I will comment this before, it will give me JSON and not Mike because it's changed, it's being modified. Okay, so click run, and here we go, we have JSON and not Mike. So here in the mutable list we can modify the elements. Now if I need to adding elements, I just specify the name of my list dot. There are a bunch of methods: add, replace, add all, remove, add, size, get, and so on. I will use the add function now. Okay, I can specify either an element of index string, of type string, sorry, or an index of type int, or element and of type string. So what does this mean? I can put like this, Roy, so I can add the element of type string, or I can put here at index 2 add Roy. Okay, we will see what is the difference. So I will remove this index. If I run the program here and I print ln mutable list at index 3, which is the fourth element because we have added Roy, it will give me Roy. Okay, because I've added Roy to the end of the list. So the list now looks like this, Roy. Okay, it's very simple. If I specify the index, so I am specifying where I need to insert the new element. So this is how we add elements, how to modify elements in the mutable list. Now let's see how to fetch all the elements, how to read all elements of list. Exactly, I think you get it. We will use the for each loop. So this for each loop, every item in mutable list, I need to print this item. So print ln this item. Okay? So this is how we access all the elements, how to loop through all the elements of the mutable list. If we run the program, we get Jack, John, Jason because it's modified, and Roy is added. Okay? You see, guys, it's very simple. This is how we create a mutable list in Kotlin. It's a very good list if you have things and operations to need, like read and write, add or remove elements. Hello, my friends. Let's continue with the collection in Kotlin. Let's learn about sets. A set is a collection of unordered unique elements. Please, guys, pay attention with me and write these down on your copybook in order to memorize them fast. It's a collection of unique elements. Remember, we use sets when we don't need duplicate elements. Generally, the order of set elements doesn't have a significant effect. We cannot perform add or remove operations because it's an immutable set. We have two types, the immutable and the mutable. In this video, I'm going to talk about the immutable sets. So, in order to create an immutable set, we start by var immutable set equal set of. You see, guys, we talked in the presentation, in the introduction of to Kotlin collections, we talked about the set of. The set of, you can specify here the generic type of the elements that you are going to use, either int, either whatever you want. But I prefer not to make this. We can make the set of different types, like 5, 6, hello. And since it's a unique, so I will insert 6 and 0, 0, 1, 5. So the duplicates are zeros, 6, and 5. So we have a unique elements 5, 6, hello, 0, and 1. So we have 5 different elements, 5 unique elements. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 elements. Okay? Between these elements, we have duplicates of 5, 6, and zeros. In order to print every element in this set, we use the for loop. So for each element in immutable set, we will loop through it and we're gonna print it. Okay? So print ln item. Okay? Here we looped through all the elements of the set to print it. And this is the for each loop that we have talked about it, and we have used it inside the lists. Okay? So pay attention when we run the program. I want from you to notice that only the unique elements are being printed. You see, guys, we didn't print 2 times 5, and we didn't print 2 times 6 or 0. Okay? So we print only the unique elements. In this set, we have 8 elements, but we have 5 of these 8 elements are unique. So the sets are used when you need to print or to deal with unique elements. Okay? Another important note that I should mention, since we are dealing with immutable sets, so immutable collection didn't accept the add or remove. Okay, so I cannot put add, I cannot put remove. So this is prohibited in the immutable sets. Later on in the next video, we're going to talk about the mutable sets, and we'll see how to add and remove elements from the set. So this is all for the immutable sets in Kotlin. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we've learned about the sets, specifically the immutable sets. In this video, I'm going to talk about the mutable sets. So as a revision, a set is a collection of unordered unique elements. It's a collection of unique elements, no duplicate element. Okay? So the mutable set supports both read and write functionality. We can access, add, or remove elements from this collection easily, and it will preserve the order of elements. So let's learn how to create a mutable set. I will comment this from the previous video, and I will create here the mutable set. In order to create a mutable set, we start by the var mutable set, you can name it whatever you want, equal to mutable set of. Okay, you use mutable set of, and you can specify here what type of the generics and what type of elements you will create. So I will specify int, for example. I can put 8. If I put here a string, it will prevent me because I have specified that the general type of this set would be an int. Okay, so this is why we use these general type or the generic types. Okay, so 8, 6, 34, 6, 3, and 1. 6 is the duplicate elements. I intentionally write it because I need to show you that the set is used to store only the duplicate element, the unique elements. It will not print for me 6 2 times. It will print for me 6 1 time. Okay, so in order to access the elements inside the inset, we can do like this, or print the elements, or loop through. We can use the for loop for each item in mutable set. Here, what we are going to make, we are going to print ln this item. Okay, so if I run the program now, it will give me 8, 6, 32, 34, and 1. And 6 is written 1 time. Okay, so we have 6 elements. We print only 5 elements because 6 is duplicate, so it will only print it 1 time. Okay, in order to add elements, adding elements to set, we start by mutable set dot add. What we need to add, we need to add the 77. So if I print the I run the program, it will give me 8, 6, 34, 32, 1, and 77. You see, I have added this element to here. Now let's try to add an existing element to check if it is awake or not. So I will add number 8. Okay, 8 is presented here, and I'm adding here 8. Let me check if it will add it or not, and will not add it because 8 is found before, so it will not make a it will not make duplicate elements printing. Okay, so we use sets for storing the unique elements to to have a collection of only unique elements. Okay, it will not accept this. It will accept only the unique elements. Okay, now let me remove elements. Mutable set dot remove. Remove. What we need to remove the element 8 or 77. If I run the program, then 77 will not be presented. Here, I should specify the element. Okay, so this is the element. This is all about the mutable sets. I hope you understand well. Later on, we will see it in the applications. We will use it in applications and exactly in maps applications. Hello, my friends, and welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk about the maps. A map is an object that maps keys to values, that reference keys to values. Okay, please write these notes on your copybook in order to memorize them fast. Don't miss to write the examples also. Map keys are unique and hold only one value for each key. It's a set of key value pairs. It's a set of key value pairs. Each key refer to exactly one value. Okay? This is very important. These are very important notes. The values can be duplicates, but keys should be unique. This is a very important note. The values can be duplicates, but keys should be unique. Maps are used to store logically connections between two objects. For example, a student ID and their name. So the ID would be a unique and their name could be duplicate. Okay? As it's an immutable, its size is fixed and its method supports read-only access. I will talk in this video about the immutable maps, and the next video we're gonna talk about the mutable maps. So in order to create a immutable map, we start by var immutable map equal to map of, and here we can specify the generic type. But I need from you to understand this and pay attention for this. I specify here the unique element, which is the key. I will start by 1, 2, this is the operator, and I specify here to check. So you see this, I'm using the to operator in order to tell Android Studio or the compiler that 1 is the key that referred to check, that maps to check element, this value element. Okay, so this is the key and this is the value. I'm mapping the key to this value. In order to add more elements, I separate them by comma. To John, I can use 9 to Jackie. Okay, so this is how we create a map of an immutable map inside Kotlin. Okay, now in order to print all the elements inside this key, we start by, for each key in immutable map dot keys or values, because I specified here a naming for a key, so I'm going to print all the keys. Okay, so every key inside this immutable map, I need to print ln. What I need to print? I need to print the immutable map and here I will specify what I want from it. I need to print the keys. Okay, I will show you, don't worry. If I run the program here, it will give me the values. Okay, so here I specified the keys, and immutable map, I give it the key, it will return me a value. Okay, so this is the excellent way, this is the ideal way that we print all, that we use it to print all the elements inside the map. Okay, so don't miss it. Please write it down in order to memorize it. Later on, we will see it in many examples and many exercises and many apps. So please understand this. For each key in the immutable map.keys in the set, in this collection 1 to 9, go and print the immutable map. I give it the key, it will return me a value. For example, I give it 1, it will give me Jack. Okay, so I will comment this, print, for example, I will show you, print immutable map. I will give it the index, the key 1. If I run the program, it will give me Jack. If I give it 0, it will give me null, because 0 is not referencing to any of the values 1, 2, and 9. Okay, so I want from you to understand this. The immutable map will not work with indices, it will work with the keys. So I give it a key, it gives me a value, not an index. It's a very important, and I mentioned it in this video because many people asked me about this, and many programmers make mistakes with it. So this is how we deal with a immutable map. And of course, I can't write immutable map.add or remove, okay, because it's an immutable collection. Hello, my friends, welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna talk about the mutable map. A map is an object that maps keys to values. The map keys are unique and hold only one value for each key. And the keys should be unique, and the values can be duplicates. In this video, I'm going to talk about the mutable maps. So I will comment this, and I will start writing the code of an example for creating the mutable list, mutable map. So since it's a mutable map, so it supports functionalities like put, remove, and clear, and so on. So we can add, remove elements from this map. In order to create a map, we start by var mutable map equal to mutable map of. And I can create here and specify here the general types, the generic types, and the type expected to be. So if I want to be precise, and I can specify int for the keys and comma, the values would be strings. Okay, here I make exactly that what we have done in the immutable map. For example, 1 for or 2 Lily, comma 2 for or 2 to Pila, 3 or 6. I can make 6. I'm not making indices here, I'm just specifying the keys. So 6 to Kitty. Okay, so this is a map that we have 3 elements. The key 1 referred to Lily, 2 will refer to Pila, 6 will refer to Kitty. Okay, so in order to add elements to map, I will use the mutable map here, mutable map dot a put. So I will not use the add, I use the put. Here I specify the key and value. So I need to specify a key of type int and the value of type string. So I specify a key for as comma. I specify here the string, which is Jack. Okay, so the elements having these keys will be representing for Jack. Okay, so this element will be created. It holds the key as 4 and the value as Jack. Okay, in order to remove elements, we use mutable map dot remove, and here we specify either a key and a value, but I prefer using the key. So I can remove from here 6. Okay, so I specify 6, the key. Okay, in order to print the elements inside this mutable map, so I will loop through the elements of the map. For each item in mutable map dot values, in each of these values, I'm going to print ln the item. Here, I am not going to use the values. I'm not going to use the keys as before. I can use the values. So if I run the program, it will give me the values of this map: Lily, Pila, Kitty, and the Jack that it's added recently. Okay, so this is how we use the immutable maps and the mutable maps in Kotlin and how we create them. And by the way, we're gonna use this type of collections in complex applications. Hello, my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 1. In this exercise, we are asked to write a program that gets from the user 2 numbers and displays their division and remainder. I want from you to pause the video and think about how to write such a program in Kotlin. And by the way, I'm waiting your solutions in the comment below. So copy and paste your solutions and I can help you if there is an error or any mistake. Let's create a new project in Android Studio. I choose a new or no activity. I will name my project Kotlin exercises, and language is Kotlin. I click on finish and everything should be working fine. Waiting Android Studio to set up the project and generate the Gradle build. Then let's go to the app, Java, Kotlin exercises. I need to create a new Kotlin file here. I will name it as exercise. Okay, and inside this exercise, I'll create main function, and here we start writing our codes. I hope you pause the video and think about this exercise, how to get input from the user, how to get the division and the remainder of these 2 numbers. So I will start by creating and getting the numbers from the user. So I will create a var scan or s1 equal to scanner object. Okay, and here I will use system.in. This is how we get the input from the user. Okay, we use the scanner object. This is an object that we will use later on in the next lines, but I need to print for the user a message telling him, please enter a number. Then I will var x equal to s1 dot next int. Next int is used to get the input, the integer input of the scanner, of the input user. So the user enters x, enters 5, for example. It will be storing 5 inside this variable x. So in this case, we have introduced and learned about how to get the input from the user by using the scanner object. Okay? And var, let me print again here. Please enter second number. Var y equal to s1 dot next int. Okay, so I need to get the first two numbers, and I will divide them by creating here a var result equal to x over y, and var, this is the division, or div, I will name it as div result, and here the var of remainder equal to x modulo y. So you remember the modulo? This is the operator for display and getting the remainder of the division. So for example, if x equal to 10 and 5 is y, then 10 over 5 will give us the division result equal to 2, while the remainder will equal to 0 because there is no remainder in this case. Print the remainder or the division, the result equal to div result, and the remainder is a remainder. Okay, this is the variable remainder. So this is the program. Now let's run the program and see. I choose here exercise KT, run the program, don't miss it. Waiting for the program. And here we go. Please enter the number. I will enter 10. Please enter the second number 5. The result is equal to 2 and the remainder is 0. Congratulations, guys. We have successfully created this program, and we introduced and learned about the scanner, how to use the scanner, how to get the input from the user and display the result of the division and the remainder. Hello, my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 2. In this exercise, we are asked to write a program that gets from the user the radius and print the area and perimeter of a circle. Please pause the video and think about how to solve such a program. I want from you to paste in the comments your solution. I hope you solve it well and correctly. In order to get data from the user, we use var radius equal to scanner. I need to get an object of the scanner dot, or here I will create a scan s1 scanner dot scanner dot system dot in. Okay, this is the input string. Now I will display a message for the user telling him to enter the radius. Please enter the radius. Okay, so var radius, I will store it inside a variable called radius s1 dot next int. Okay, then I will make the calculation for this area and the perimeter. I will create a double here, var perimeter equal to, or of type double, I will specify it, double equal to 2 times 3.14, which is pi 1415, times radius. So 2 pi r. This is the perimeter. And the variable area of type double, I will make equal to radius times radius times 3.14 and 15. This is pi, the value of pi. So the perimeter 2 pi r, the area is pi r square. Okay, now let's display the area and perimeter result for the user. I will check the area and the perimeter Okay, now let's run the program and see. Here we go. Please enter the radius. I will enter it as 2. The area is 12.56 and the perimeter is 12.566. So if I open the calculator, 2 pi r will give me 12.566, which is the area. Okay, so everything is working fine, and this is how we get a radius from the user and print the area and the perimeter of this. Hello my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 3. We are asked to write a program to swap two variables. If the user enters a equal to 5 and b equal to 6, I need to display b equal to 5 and a equal to 6. I need to swipe the value of these two variables. Pause the video and think about how to solve such a program. So before we start, I'm waiting your solutions in the comment below. So please paste your solutions in the comment below so I can help you if you have any trouble. I start by a, declaring some variables var a, b, and temp. I need to create these three variables. Okay, this is of type int, this is of type int, and this is of type int. Okay, I need to separate the tokens by this. Var b of type int, var temp of type int. Okay, now I will display for the user to enter the numbers. So print, enter the two numbers. I will use the scanner var scan or s1 equal to scanner dot or system dot in, alt plus enter to import the package, java.util.all. This asterisk will import all the classes. So var x equal to s1.nextInt and var, these are variables a. So a here, a, I have declared it, and b equal to s1.nextInt. Okay, so these are the two variables. I am storing them here. Or I can directly remove these and start by typing like this, var b. Okay, now in order to swap the variables, I need to use the temp, the help of temp variable. So temp now equal to a, and a equal to b, and now b equal to temp. Okay, I'm using a temporary variable in order to store temporarily the value of a, then assign a equal to b equal to temp, and this will result in swapping the variables. Print the value of a is a and b is b. Okay, let's run the program and see if this is working. Please enter the two numbers. For a is 5 and the variable b is equal to 6. Now a is equal to 6 and b equal to 5. So this is a, this is b. I swapped them, so a becomes 6 and b equal to 5. Congratulations, guys. I tried to put this example in order to teach you how to think. We used a temporary variable in order to solve such a program and this problem. Hello, my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 4. We are asked to write a program to count the letters, spaces, numbers, and other characters of an input string. So the user enters a string. We are going to create a program that examines this string and count the spaces, letters, numbers, and other characters like exclamation mark, question mark, and so on. So pause the video, think about it, how to solve such a program and such a problem, and I want from you to paste in the comments below your solutions in order to help you if you have any mistake, or I can advise you to for better implementation and better solving of the exercises. So back to our IDE. I hope you understand what we need from this program and you solve it well. Waiting your solutions in the comment below. We start by creating a var scanner s1 equal to scanner object to get the data from the user. System.in. Okay, then I will store it inside a var. I will name it as text equal to s1.next line. We use next line method with the from the scanner object in order to get the text. So we get the text from the user by doing this. Now let's create another function here called count. So fun count, and it took into the parameters a string, this the text of type string. Okay, and here we go. And don't miss to call this method count, and we pass the text for it as an argument. Okay, so we get for the data from the user. It will call the function count, and this count will return for us the result of and display for us the result of how many letters, digits, spaces, and other characters in this string. Okay, this function count. Let me start examining this string. I will create the trick here. Just I want from you to concentrate with me. In order to examine the strings in Kotlin, we need to step by step and letter by letter and digit by digit, we need to convert it into character arrays. So we start by creating a character array. So for that, I need to create variable ch equal to text dot to char array. I'm using this function to char array or char array in order to convert the string into a character arrays. Okay, so I will create these variables letter equal to 0, var space equal to 0, var num equal to 0, and var others equal to 0. Okay, These are the counters. Then we start by using the for loop. Since we are dealing with a character array, we need to use the for loops in order to loop through every element, every digit, every letter inside the string, and every character in this string in order to determine if it is digit or a letter or space or others. So I create here for int I equal to 0, or the var I equal to 0, I less than, oops, I'm missing that, I'm solving them in Java. So for every character inside ch array, so every character in ch array, I need to examine whether this C is a character or a letter, or a digit or a space, and increase the corresponding counters by 1. So if C or character is letter, I'm using the character class, I'm using isLetter method inside this class in order to check this character. But if you are using this for loop, you will not get anything because I need to pass a parameter here, which is the value of the index of C. So for that, I'm going to use with index method here from this character array in order to tell Kotlin that, hey, I'm going to pass C, the index of C, okay? It's actually in Java, it's similar to this at index I, okay? But here in Kotlin, we don't have index, we have this for loop. If we use the method with index, we can get the index of character. So if it is true, if it is a letter, increase letter by 1, okay? Else, or else if the character dot is digit, then we need to pass C dot index. Again, I need to check and increase the digit, which is the num, by 1. Okay, so the numbers will be increased by 1 if it is a digit. If it's a letter, it will be increasing the letter count. Else if I am going to check for spaces. So character dot spaces is space character, C dot index. I'm going to check for and increase for the space counter. Else it would be others. So I will be increasing the others variable and others counter by 1. Now let's display the result here. So print outside this loop, print spaces, or let's start by letters, letter, this escaping character. I'm going to next line, letters, spaces, going to next line, numbers, and others, it would be the others variable. Okay, now let's run and see this program. Here we go. We need to display a message here. Text array, character array. Oh, okay, so it's waiting our text to be entered. Okay. Hello, my friends. Please rate us 5 stars on Udemy to support us and make new videos and courses. Hit enter. It will give me 26 letters. 1 spaces? No, it would be, there is something, letter, increased letter, if there is a letter, number, digits. If I run the numbers, 5, and let me check again the others. I think I have missed this. I am checking for the index. I'm going to check c.value at this. So I need to pass the value of character, not the index. Okay, so please guys, accept my apologies. Run the program again, and hello my friends, please rate us 5 stars to push us forward to make new courses. Hit enter. There is 26 letters, spaces 15, numbers 1 and others 1. Others, this comma, numbers is 5. If you count the spaces, it would be 15, and the letters is 62. So congratulations guys, we have solved this problem and this exercise. Hello my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 5. We're gonna create a program to reverse a string. So if the user enters XYZ, then the program will reverse it and gives and print a message and the output for Z, Y, X. It reverses the string. Pause the video and think about how to solve this problem. These exercises are very important to advance your skills and to test your knowledge. So please guys, solve them and try hard to solve them. Let's start solving. We start by creating a var, here the variable s1, which is for the scanner. It's a scanner object, and we call system.in. Okay, this is for input string. Now I will print for the user to enter a string. Then when dealing with strings and we need to reverse it, we need to pay attention for a very important trick, which is converting the string to a character array, and then we reverse this array, and later on we display this array, so it will be printing the reversed string. Okay, so character array var letters equal to s1 dot next line dot to car array. I am converting directly the entered text by the user into a car array and storing it inside a variable called letters. Okay, so print the reversed string I need to display this character array. Now this array contains the string x, y, z. X at index 0, y is at index 1, z at index 2. So I need to reverse this string. I will start by int I equal to letters dot length, letters dot size, and this is the for loop. But we don't start by this because we are in Kotlin. So we need to. So I will start by the string, the letters dot indices dot for each. I'm using this for each loop in order to reverse every letter. So there are many ways to reverse a string. So in Kotlin, you can use for each. You can use the for loop. I will show you at first the for loop, and then how to start by the indices and how to go down from the end and go back to the start. Okay, so I'm reversing it. So for I in letters dot size -1 down to, this is a keyword that we use it in the for loops in order to count down from the end to the start, going back from the end to the start, to 0. Okay, so we use the reverse. I will create here var reverse equal to empty spaces, reverse plus equal to I, or letters, at index I. Okay, then I need to display the reverse. Okay, let's run and see. Enter a string, hello. The reverse string is OLLEH. Okay, we have reversed the string correctly. I can enter XYZ. Again, XYZ, ZYX. Okay, this is the first method we can use it. We use the for loop and use down to keyword in order to get and start from the end till ending at the start. And this is a very complex thing and complex way. But thanks for Kotlin, we can remove all of these. I can get like this. I can write like this. I can get the letters. I can write reverse here, var reverse equal to letters dot reversed. This is a method inside the strings object. I can use it in order to reverse a string. So enter as string XYZ, it will give me ZYX. Okay, so congratulations guys, we have solved this problem correctly. Hello my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 6. We are asked to write a program to multiply corresponding elements of two arrays of integers. For example, if we have these two arrays, the first array contains these elements 1, 3, -5, and 4. The second array contains these elements 1, 4, -5, -2. If we multiply the first element by the first element of the second array, it will give me 1. 3 times 4, 12. -5 times -5 is 25. And 4 times -2, it will give me -8. So pause the video and think about how to solve this exercise. I hope you solve it well. I'm waiting your comments below and for your solutions, okay? So I will start by creating the var left array, or array number 1, equal to array of 1 3 1 3 5 or -5 and 4. This is the example that we've taken in the presentation. Array 2 equal to array of 1 4 -5 -2. Okay, I need now to multiply the first element of this array with the first element of the second array. How to do that? I need a for loop. So for each loop, yes, for every element I in array 1 dot with index, I need the index. I will show you how to get the values. I need to create here a variable var result equal to 0, and this result array, the result is equal to the previous result, and the result I will make it as a string. Okay, so this result is equal to the old result, which is the space here, empty space or empty string, array 1 at index I dot index, because that I used with index, plus array, I will add this in the bracket, array 2 at index I dot index. Okay, let me run and see, but first I will print the result. Let's run and see. And here we go. We have multiplied this, but let me check. Oops, I have added them. I need to multiply them. Okay. Array plus, I need to add some spaces. Okay. So here I need to plus spaces. The result will equal to result. So I add this multiply and I will add the space. So if I run the program now, it will give me 1 times 1, 1, 3 times 4, 12, 5 minus 5 times minus 5, 25, 4 times minus 2 will equal to minus 8. Here I can print space. So every iteration will give me a space for the result. And exactly, I need to use the result plus equal to space. Okay, I will add the result as space. And here we go. This is better. 1 times 1, 1, 3 times 4, 12, 25, and minus 8. Okay, for the corresponding arrays. This is how we solve this problem. I hope you solve it well. I'm waiting your comments below in order to support us, in order to solve your problems, in order to support you in your coding journey. Hello, my friends, and welcome to coding exercise number 7. We are asked to write a program to count the number of even and odd elements in a given array of integers. For example, this is an array of integers 5, 7, 2, 4, and 9. The odd elements are 5, 7, 9, and the even elements are 2 and 4. So the program will display for us a number of even elements is 2, and the number of odd elements is 3. So The goal of this exercise is to ensure that you understand the decision making and work with arrays and the conditional statements. So I want from you to pause the video, think about how to solve this problem and how to create a code that accepts an array of integers and give the result of even and odd elements. I'm waiting your solutions in the comments below. So work on it, work on your IDE, and please write in the comments below your solution. So I hope you solve it well and understand what's required. I will create a var nums equal array of, I will create the array of 5, 3, 2, 6, and 8, and 1. Okay, this is an array of numbers that I want to check. Okay, now I will create two counters, var even underscore counter and equal to 0, and var odd counter equal to 0. I will start checking each element in this array, even if there's an even it's or odd. Okay, so I will check here, start for each loop, for each I in nums, check whether if nums at index, or if I modulo 2 equal to 0, then it's even. So increase the even counter by 1. The modulo, again, you remembered, the modulo will give you the remainder, the value of the remainder of this division. So if it is 5 over 2 will give you 0.5 as a remainder. Okay, times 2, it will give you 1. So 5 modulo 2 will give you 1. Okay, because 5 contains 2 2's and only 1 will be remained. So 2 times 2 plus 1, actually 5 is equal to this. Okay, so this is a whole number, this is integer, even integer, and this is the remainder. Okay, so it will give you 1. It will not increase the even counter, it will increase the odd counter. So odd counter plus plus. Okay, then I need to display these counters. Print number of even counter and number of odd is odd. Okay, guys, this is very simple. Okay, now let's run the program and see. This is our array. We have 2, 6, and 8, 3 odd and 3 even. And here we go. Number of even 3 and number of odd is 3. Okay, so congratulations guys, we have solved it. I hope you understand well and understand how the for loops and the decision making and the conditional statements works and how this algorithm works. Hello my friends and welcome to coding exercise number 8. In this exercise we are asked to write a program that takes 3 numbers from the user and prints the greatest number among these 3 numbers. please pause the video and think about how to solve such an exercise. I want from you to paste in the comments below your solution in order to help you solve any error or understand everything and every concept. Make sure you are understanding well from this exercises and from this course. I hope you solve it well and find the solution. I'm waiting your solutions in the comment below, okay? Don't be shy. Please, guys, if you write one line of code, please paste it in the comments below in order to help you. In order to get data from the user, we need to use the help of scanner. So I will create a var s1 equal to scanner, and I will use system.in. Don't miss to import java.util.this asterisk. This means that we are importing everything from the util package. Print, enter the first number, var x equal to s1 dot next int. In this case, I'm listening to the user input. If the user enters the first number and click enter, it will be stored inside a variable called x. Again, I will create this 3 times because I need to get 3 variables, variable y and variable z. Please enter the second number and the third number. Okay, so here we will start the comparison. If num1 or x greater than y, and if x greater than z, then we are having x as the greatest variable. Okay, so x is the greatest. Okay, this is the first case. I compared it with y. If it is greater than y, I will continue to compare it with that. So if it is greater than y and greater than z, so x is the greatest. Again, I will copy this and paste it here. If y is greater than x and x here, sorry, y is greater than z, then y is the greatest. Again, I will copy and paste it. If z, I compare it with x at first, and then I compare it with y. Z greater than y, then z is the greatest. Okay, this is the 3 comparisons, and actually they are 6 because I'm comparing x, comparing z together. 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2, 2 here. So 6 comparisons. Click run and let's see how the program will behave. Enter the first number. I will enter 14. Enter the second number 5. Enter the third number will be 8. Click enter. 14 is the greatest. If I run the program again, 5, 6, and 88, it will give you 88 is the greatest. Okay, so in this case, we have learned how we compare the numbers, how we divide the algorithm in order to detect the greatest number among these 3 elements. Later on, we can use the math.maximum function in order to detect the maximum between the numbers. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna talk about views. A view is a simple building block of a user interface. It's a small rectangular box that can be text view, edit text, or even a button. It occupies the area on the screen in a rectangular area, and it's responsible for drawing and event handling, exactly like this image. So, view, all the Android GUI elements are subclasses of the view object. User interfaces are composed of a combination of views. A view is a Java class or a Kotlin class that inherits directly from the Java object class, the root of the Java class hierarchy. Views are the basic building block for all Android GUI elements and serve as the base class for all GUI widgets. So, for example, what this complicated image and hierarchy displaying for me? I need from you to understand one thing, that the view is the parent class. We have text view, we have analog clock, image view, progress bar, and other view groups. I will talk about it in the next slides, but I want from you now to concentrate with me with these widgets. The text view, edit text, button, text clock, digital clock, chronometer, image button, and checkbox, radio button, switch, toggle button. I don't want from you to understand and memorize this hierarchy. You can write it down on your copybook, but I want from you to understand that the edit text is a view, button is a view, text view is a view, image view is a view. These widgets, these views, we're gonna talk about them in details in the next videos. Okay, so this is the hierarchy of the view. Now let's talk about the view group. View group is a special subclass of the view class that serves as a container for multiple views. It's very important. Please write it down on your copybook. This note, it's a container for multiple views. There are several useful widgets that extend the view group class. Most are actually subclasses of another view group known as layouts. So the layouts that we have seen them here, the absolute layout, linear, grid layout, relative, framework, and the constraint layouts and other layouts that we'll see them in the next videos are extending from the view group that in turns extends from the view. Okay, I want to from you to understand these concepts. So view group layouts are special type of view group that serve as the framework for organizing an app's multiple views on the device screen. So the layout is responsible for organizing the views, the multiple views on the screen. There are several layout types, each having its own properties and or parameters. We'll talk about layouts in more details in another lesson. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the view attributes. Defining view components within a layout is a critical part of Android development. Let's look at common views as well as common attributes of views. The common views that we'll talk about them in this section and in this course, the text view, image view, button, edit text, and list view. Text view displays a formatted text label. Image view displays an image resource. Button can be clicked to perform an action. Edit text is an editable text view and field for user input. List view is a scrollable list of items containing other views. And there are many views that we'll talk about them in the advanced views section and other sections. Okay, so later we'll talk about many views, not only these 5 views, but I should mention them, the most common views in Android. Let's talk about view identifiers. Any view, these are from the attributes. So we have the common views. Now let's talk about the view attributes. Let's start with the view identifiers. Any view can have an identifier attached that uniquely names that view for later access. You can assign a view by an ID within the XML layout. For example, here we have a button. Later on, we'll see how to define a button. And now I'm using this attribute Android, the column, and ID. You see ID? This is the ID. This is the view attribute. This is the button attribute ID. Okay, so every widget, every view here will contain the ID attribute. So we define the ID, the view with the ID attribute. We use equal assignment and then the two quotes, double quotes, and we put at plus ID slash, and this is the ID of the button. This will be generated by Android Studio. Don't worry if it is complicated, it looks complicated. Don't worry, Android Studio will generate it for you. Just type ID, it will give you this. Later on, we will see how Android Studio will help us defining the attributes fast. This ID can be then accessed within the Java code for corresponding activity in onCreateOfActivity method. Okay, so we define a button here in the XML. We need to use it in the Java code. So for Java, I use button class. I create an instance from it, my button, equal find view by ID. We use this method, find view by ID, to find views according to their ID. So we define this ID here, my button. I need to use it here, and I define it by using R, which is the resources, ID, which is the ID of all resources, dot my button. Okay, so I use this for defining widgets in the XML, and I use this line in Java in order to connect widgets by using the find view by ID, connecting Java codes with the XML code. Also, it's similar for the Kotlin. We start by val, my button, we define it as a button, find view by ID, r.id.my button. Let's talk about other view attributes, the view height and width. Every view has height and width properties, controlling the size of the view. Height and width have to be defined in the XML for every view. With the Android, you see, Android layout width, and you specify the width, Android layout underscore height, and here equal assignment, the assignment operator equal, and wrap content. This can take the form of wrap content. Okay, we can specify the wrap content or match parent, or you can put a direct dimensions. So the wrap content and just height and width to the content size. Match parent adjust the height and width to full size of parent container, and a dimension value such as 165 or 120 dp, you can identify its dimension in density pixels, in and other forms, but we prefer using the dp. Okay, please write these notes on your copybook in order to memorize them fast. The views, margin, and padding. These are some attributes for the views. So, margins and paddings values for views allows us to position and displace elements in a layout. Layout margin defines the amount of space around the outside of a view. Padding defines the amount of space around the content or children of a view. Later on, we will see them in action. Don't worry, we will concentrate on these two topics and these attributes in the later videos. Other view attributes. Every view has many different attributes which can be applied to manage various properties. We have talked about the common attributes, or certain properties are shared across many views, such as Android layout width. So we can see them among this attribute, the layout width, among all the views. Other properties are based on the views function, such as the text color. The text color, for example, is for the text view. You can see it in the text view and the button, but you can't find it in the list view, for example, or other advanced views. Okay, so you can think about there are common attributes for and shared among all the views, and there are other properties. Every view every view contains its own property. Okay, we can see the attribute the background, which makes the background of the view. You can use like this, for example. This is for the black. And on click, for example, method to invoke when clicked. Visibility controls how view appears. Android hint text to display when empty. Android text display text in the view. Text color of the text. Text size of the text. Text style of the text formatting, for example, bold. Okay, so these are the view attributes. In the next videos, we're gonna talk about the views. We will see the views, how to create them, and how to use these attributes in these. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna talk about the text view. Text view is a simple widget that is seen in every Android application. This widget is used to display simple text within the Android application. We can add custom styling to the text that we have to show. In this diagram, we see that the text view inherits from the view, and text view has many children. So let's jump into Android Studio and start learning how to create and edit and manage the Android text view. Open your Android Studio and create a new project, empty activity, and then click on Next. Let's name it as Views app. This app will allow us to create the widgets and the views and deal with them. So this app will allow us for the next few videos to deal with the views. The package name as you want, the save location as you want, select the language Kotlin, minimum SDK 21, and click on finish and wait for Android Studio to finish building and the Gradle to finish its build. So we can see that there are two files, the main activity.kt and the activity_main.xml. Okay, so let's start working on this main activity, the layout, and then we will move to the main activity to start linking the widgets and the views that we have created. Okay, now let's hide the project. Now go to the palette here and search for text view. You can see this text view. You can click on the left mouse, drag and drop it to your application. Okay? By the way, I can click on this and click on delete, so I delete the widget. Okay? Call Ctrl Z to undo. Or you can go to here to the hello world and we click on the component tree, click on delete. You can delete it like this. Okay, now this is the text view that we've added. Later on we will talk about the constraints. You can click on this circle when it's appeared, this bold circle. You can click on it and keep dragging it to add the constraints, and also in the same way I'm adding the constraints. Okay, or you can click on this. I will show you. You can click on this button, infer constraints, in order to add the constraints and anchor this widget on your view. So you can drag it and drop it in order to change its position and its display position. Okay, later on we'll talk about the constraint layout. Don't worry, we will see it in fully detailed. Okay, now if we click on the text view, we can see here on the right section that there are attributes. Every view, this is a very important point, guys. Please concentrate with me. Every view has many different attributes which can be applied to manage various properties. Certain properties are shared across many views, such as Android layout width, and other properties are based on the views function, such as the text color for the text view, the on-click for the buttons, and so on. Okay? We see on the right here that there are many attributes. If I click on this triangle, this arrow, I will collapse them, and later on I will expand them to discuss them. There is a very important ID attribute that we cannot skip it, because we need to give this text view an ID, and the ID will give a unique identifier for this widget in order to detect it and find it when we call find view by ID method. I will name it as text view. You can add whatever you want, the ID. You can name it whatever you want. The declared attributes section will give you the attributes that are declared till now. So if you add new attributes to this text view, it will appear here. Okay, this is the width, this is the height. The width will give you the width of this view. So if I click on it, I use the match constraint, you can see the width of the text view is changed. If I click on the height match constraint, it will give you that it is it's hiding with the constraint. So if I click on this and drag it till here, so I can see that the text view is on the full screen. Okay, but for the text views, I used to use the wrap content attributes. Okay, it's better. You can drag it and drop it wherever you want. Okay, let's go to the layout. These are the layout attributes. Later on, when we talk about the constraint layouts, we will see this wrap content, match parent, and fixed size. Okay, you can see that this depends on the constraints. Okay, but till now, don't make anything with these. Later on, when we talk about the constraint layouts, we will deep dive into them. Transforms, also you are not going to use this transforms section a lot in the coding and the designing of your layout, but it's good to know it. You can change the text view X, Y, and Z. You can see that the text view here is changed, so you can make its transformation 3D transformation. Okay, but I don't think that you are going to make this transformation for your text view, and I didn't use it in any of my apps. The common attributes, the minimum width, height, alpha, but I don't also use this. I don't use it many. All attributes. This is the very important thing that I should mention here. The all attributes. This is a big section for all the attributes that this text view will contain and can edit the text view attributes. You can see the alpha, you can see the auto text, background, and other properties. So if I need to change the background of the text view, I can go to here, pick a resources, I can check for the teal, I click OK, and I can see that the text view background is changed. Also, there are a lot of properties you can see and edit them. But for mentioning it, there are common things, common attributes that you will use it many in Android. You can see this gravity, this for detecting the text position. You can see that if you scroll down for the text here, a lot of useful properties. Text size, you can change it for 34 SP. You can see that the size of the text view increase, so it detects and the size of the text view. Text alignment, we can make it a center inside the layout and inside the borders. The text style could be bold. If I check on this, you can see that the text is changed to bold, and a lot of useful things. Okay, so this is all about the text view attributes and the attributes of this amazing view. Okay, I can change the color of the text view, you can see, and so on. Okay, this is if you are using, this is the way if you are using the visual UI editor. You can go to the code tab here or the split mode. If I go to the code or I split the split mode, I can see the XML code. So this is the constraint layout. This is the big container. Think about layouts as a container. The text view, this is the attribute that we have created. This is the view with its attributes that we have defined before. Okay, so if I change the text view, you can see there are a lot of things will be changed. Okay, you can see it's changing. Okay, now I should mention one important thing. You can write the attributes here. Like, for example, if I remove this, the text view will be reset to its default. So I can write Android. I can select here, if I put these two dots, I can select Control and space, I can select the attributes here. So these are the whole attributes, all attributes that we've seen in the layout editor, the visual UI editor. Okay, so I can say text size equal to 72 sp. Okay, you can see that we have created a text view with 72 sp, and also the text style, text color, alignment, text. Hello, my friends. Okay, you can see that I'm changing the text view attributes directly in the XML, or you can go to the design tab and change it from here, from the attributes panel. Okay, this is how we deal with views in Android Studio. I apologize for making this video lengthy, but I should mention all things in order not to repeat these attributes and repeat these steps in the next videos and make it redundant topics. So please guys, pay attention with me and for every step, because we are going to repeat all these steps in the next videos and in all our apps. Okay, so when defining the text view, if you finished creating and adding the attributes for this text view or any widget, we need to declare it in the main activity or in the corresponding activity that we've created for it. So we go to here to the main activity and we can see the onCreate method. Okay, so in order to declare and initialize the widgets in Android Kotlin, we need to specify the variable or the object of which view we've created an instance from it. Also, we need to add some listeners, some actions to it in later videos. But for text view, we don't need to add clicks or touch events. The buttons are having the listeners, the click listeners, and so on. So we add functionality to such a view. But for the text view, we need to declare it. Let's go to the main activity here, onCreate method. So if you see here, we can notice that we are on the onCreate method working. Okay, this is the navigation. We start by typing val. This is the instance of this button or text view or any view. I will name it as text view, and this text view is an instance from text view equal to find the view by ID r.id.textView. Okay, this is how we declare and initialize the widgets and the views in Android Studio. We start by val, the name of this text view, the corresponding class of the text view. So we are inheriting from, or it's an instance from the text view. This is the class, the parent class. So we are creating an instance of it called text view. I will name it as text view or TV, text view. So text view TV instance is equal to find view by ID. This is the method that it's used to find and locate the views corresponded to the text view and link it with the ID, which is in the XML. If we go to here and click on it, we can see that the ID here is called text view. So I will name it as text view 100. I click OK and refactor. If I go back to the main activity and click here to the text view 100. So I need from you to differentiate the concepts. Okay, guys. So the TV, the name of the text view, I am making it as a text view instance. Find the view by ID to find it from the layout, widgets, and the view declared views. R, which is the resources, ID using the IDs because I'm finding it by the ID, and the ID that I'm going to search for is called text view 100. So I'm linking this text view to the main activity using this declaration. Now I can see that tv.id layout, I can change some attributes here. Okay, I will use a very important thing called set text attribute. I will name it as hey, rate us 5 stars on Udemy. Okay, if you design this in the before running and in the initial state, it will display hello my friends, but when acting and when running the application, it will change the text to this. Let's see. If I run the program here, if I click on Nexus 6 and run the program, the emulator here, I can see this is the initial state. It will be changed to the main activity.kt. Okay. And here we go. It's the app is launching. Now we've changed that the initial text, the hello my friends, to hey, rate us 5 stars on Udemy. This is our application. This is the first application having the text view with a custom attributes. So congratulations guys, we've succeeded in creating this view and play with its attributes in Android Studio using Kotlin. Okay, the next videos we're gonna make it fast because we've learned about the text view and how to edit some attributes. Hello my friends, in this video I'm gonna talk about the edit text. Edit text is a subclass of text view with the text editing operations. We often use edit text in our applications in order to provide an input or text field, especially in forms. The simplest example of edit text is login or sign in form. We see that the edit text inherits from the text view, which in turn inherits from the view. So the attributes of the edit text is the same as the text view. So I will not go deep in the attributes of edit text because we've lectured before on these attributes in the text view lesson. Let's jump into Android Studio and go to the main activity, XML. I will show you how to search for edit text here. We can see edit text. We can see a bunch of options. We can select a plain text, a password, email, phone. If you are adding only numbers or allowing the user to enter only numbers, you can select number, and you can drag and drop in the same way before. So I prefer using the plain text. If you are using the sign in form or login form, you can drag and drop it here in order to add it into your layout. Also, you can infer the constraints, so your app is displaying this edit text in the current position. But I will go to the split mode. I will remove everything and I will show you in XML how to define the edit text. So in the previous video, I showed you how to drag and drop. In this video, I will show you the XML editing. So I will start by the edit text. I will create edit text match parent for the width and wrap content for the height. You can see that there is a text view created. I will give it an ID. If you type ID, you can select ID from here and you can select an @ plus ID. This is the form. This is the constant form in order to identify things in Android XML. So ID, I will name it as edit text 1. Okay, now this text view or edit text is adding these attributes. I can use hint, Android hint, this for display a small text without input. This is a hint. This is like a remark to what you need to enter. Please enter your name. Okay, you can see that the text view is displaying now, please enter your name as a hint. So whenever the user click on this text view or edit text, it will remove this hint. Okay, this is just a hint. Now I will add some constraints. I will drag this circle to the border and drag this circle to the border and drag it down and drag this circle and go down to add some constraints. Or you can add the constraints here, okay, like this. These are the constraint attributes. I prefer adding the constraints visually because it's simple, okay? And these are complex if you are going to write them. Please, guys, follow me, follow my advice in order to make it fast for your development and your UI creation process, okay? This is the ID, this is the hint. You can display, you can see the text size, style, color, alignment, and so on. All of these are inherited from the text view class, because the edit text is a subclass of edit from the text view, okay? So I will not talk about the attributes much more. We've talked about before, and we've seen them in deep in the text view. Now let's jump into the main activity, and I will concentrate on the functionality more and more because we are using these widgets to make actions, to get the data, to get input from the user and make some actions. Okay? So I will start defining and linking the edit text. In order to get it, we need to get and modify the content of edit text defined in the XML layout in Kotlin. We start by val edit text edit text equal to. I can put like this edit text. It's an edit text. Well, find view by ID r.id.edit text1, or I can use like this edit text equal to find view by ID So I should mention what is the type of this variable. It's of edit text. Okay, r.id.edit text1. Okay, this is similar to this. Okay, these are two different but similar in action and job. Okay, we need to find the edit text by using its ID. Either you can write this or you can write this. Okay, I prefer writing like this. This edit text ET. Okay, now when the user enters some input, we need to get this input, this data from the user, from the edit text. Okay, so getting the data from or input from edit text. I'm writing this note in order to allow you to write it down on your copybook because it's very important, and make sure that you save it. et.text. Okay, this is how we access the edit text. Okay, but this will return, if I click on text, if it will give me an editable. So I need to store it as val edit text input equal to edit text.text. This is a variable. This is of type string. You can make it like this. It's of type string getting et.toString. You can get data from edit text like this, or you can simply putting like this, et.text. Okay, this is how we get the variable, how we get the input from the edit text in Android Studio. So this is the edit text. I will not run the program now because we are not going to get anything because the input is empty. When we talk about the button in the next video, then we will be able to get the data from the edit text when the user is clicking on the button. Okay? Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the buttons. A button is a view that it's used to perform some action when clicked or tapped. It's a very common widget in Android, and developers often use it. The button inherits from the text view, which in turn inherits from the view. So the button inherits the attributes of the text view, the ID, text color, size, and so on. Okay, so I want from you to concentrate with me in order to get the goal of making this video, which is handling the click events on the button, not dealing with the attributes. So back to Android Studio, I will jump directly to the activity_main. I will keep this edit text from the previous video because I will show you later on what is the use. In order to create a button, we start by this tag button. We start by wrap content. You can see that there is a button created. I will drag it and drop it here, and I will click on infer constraint, so it will give me these constraints. Okay, and these are the attributes of this constraint. Now, if I go to here and write Android column, I can see these are the attributes that we've seen in the text view. So the button, since the button is a text view, which is an inheritance relation, we can use these attributes here. So I can put the text like exactly like the text view. Click me. Okay, you can see this directly into here. Okay, that's the text view attribute. Okay, I can make Android text style. I can make it as bold. You can see it's changing to bold. Okay, I can use on click, but this is I don't prefer this way, and you can specify here the on click method. So when the user click on it, it will directly go and execute the name of the function here. But I don't prefer this way. I will show you a very simple way. You can play with attributes. So if I want from you to create buttons and start playing with and discover the attributes of it. Okay, but till now I'm good. I need this for our tutorials, and this is the lesson of the attributes of this lesson. Okay, the most important part of learning buttons and this video also, the most important part of it is handling the click events. Okay, so I will make here the button. In order to declare a button variable, I am going to make val btn, or whatever you want, button equal to find view by id r.id.button. Then here we are going to handle the click event on the button. Okay, button btn dot set on click listener. I'm making a set on click listener. What we are going to make, we are going to display a toast message. So here there is an anonymous class that's passed in the onset on click listener and an interface, but I want from you to concentrate with this btn.set on click listener. I need to display a message, or here we can make the code to be executed. Execute this code when the button is clicked. Okay, guys, so btn.set on click listener, I'm waiting for the user to click on it. If the user click on it, I'm going to execute this block of code included in between these two curly braces. Okay, so I will create a toast message. We will learn about toast messages in the next video. So make text, I will pass 3 parameters: the context, the message, and the duration. So first I will use this at main activity r dot string, or I can make the text like the button. I will click on enter to go down. The button is clicked, and the third parameter is the length. So I will use there are 2 options, the length short and the length long. So toast dot long or short, I will make it long. Okay, and I will click on show. I will call the show method again. Okay, so this is toast, this is the make text, and I will pass the 3 parameters, and then I will click on I will call the show method in order to show the toast. So I will run the program now, and I will show how the handling takes place. So if I go to here, if I click on the button, there is a toast message. This is the toast message. The button is clicked. The button is clicked. Okay, so this is the text that it's passed. This is the message that I'm going to make. So did you notice that when I click on this, it will give me the message? So the app is waiting the user in order to click on this button to display the message containing the button is clicked message. Okay, this is how we handle the click event, how to wait for the user click on the button. Okay, so congratulations, guys. We've handled the click events and we have created the button directly and handle the click events of this button. One important note, I kept this text view and this edit text, sorry, in order to get the text. So I will cut this line and I will paste it here in the on-click set on click, in order to, when the user click on it, it will get the text and display it in the message. So here I will make plus edit text input. When the user enters here his name and click on the button, it will display his name in a toast message. Okay, so if I run the program now, okay, please enter your name. I will name it as Jack. And I click on this button, it will display for me a toast message telling Jack. Again, And here we go. So in this exercise and this video, we've learned how to create a button and how to create the handling and how to handle the click events, and how to create a listener for listening for the users click on this button. So we used the previously created edit text in order to get the text from it using the et.text and display it into a toast message. Okay, so congratulations guys. We've made many things in this video, and I hope I see you in the next video in order to talk about more. Hello my friends, and welcome into this tutorial. In this video, I'm going to talk about the image view. Image view displays image resources, for example, bitmap or drawable resources. Image view is also commonly used to apply tints to an image and handle image scaling. Whenever image view is added to an activity, it means there is a requirement for an image resource. Thus, it's obvious to provide an image file to that image view class. It can be done by adding an image file that it's present in the Android Studio itself, or we can add our own image file. We can see that the image view in this hierarchy inherits from the view. So, an image view is a view. Let's jump into Android Studio and see how to create image views and display images in Android. So I will jump directly into the main activity, XML, and I will create an image view tag. Click enter. I will make wrap content. I will give it an ID, image, or img. Okay, and there is an attribute that this image view should mention. This is the source. Okay, so resource or src Android src. Okay, this is the resource of the image from where we are going to display a resource this images. Okay, you can see that there are a lot of things included inside the Android Studio. I will use drawable.ic foreground. You can see it here. IC. This is the image. You can see it. I will infer its constraints. And this is included in Android Studio. If you double click on it, you can see a bunch of things here in order to change the image. So if I select this, it will be changing. If I select this, it will be changing to this icon. Okay, but I prefer using things like if you are going to display images, I prefer using the PNG format. So this is included. This image is included in Android Studio, in every project of Android Studio. But if you need to display your own logo or your own image or anything, you need to do like this. You need to drag and drop your resources into the drawable folder. So for example, if I'm going to add this PNG, I will copy it and I will paste it into the drawable folder inside the resources. Here, I will paste it in the drawable, and here we go. Don't miss, all the letters should be small letters and no numbers at the beginning of the naming. So always use small letters and no numbers. Master coding logo. If I click on it, this is my image. This is the logo of my official app. By the way, you can download it from the Play Store, and it's around 1 million user, rating 4.7. Yes, it's very important and very amazing application to teach you the coding in and many coding languages. Now, Let's go back to the main activity, XML, and let's go down. The resource, the SRC, I will change it. I will click on Control and Space in order to get this menu and choose Master Coding Logo. And here we go. This is our logo. So if I run the program now, I can see that here is the image that should be displayed and in the same position because we are using the constraint layout. And this is the image. You can resize it, of course, by using the width like 80 dp, and 80 dp you can directly add these hard-coded numbers. So if I run the program now, you can see that the image is becoming smaller and resized to 80 dp by 80 dp. Now let's go back to the main activity. In order to declare the variable of image view, I will name it as image. It's of type image view equal find view by id r.id.img. This is the ID of my image. You can make it the same naming, don't worry. Now, there is a very important thing that we will see it later on, which is the img dot set image resource, which will change the image resource to another image. Okay, later on we will talk about it, but this is a very important method that we will use it in the next applications and when we build big applications. Okay, so this is how we use it. We can pass an int, which is an r.drawable. The drawables are integer in Android Studio. I can set like this. So I can remove this. I can make it empty image view. When I run the program, this Kotlin code will get the set image resource and get the image and set it to this. Okay, we can get the image or set the image using this set image resource method or using the SRC attribute in. Hello my friends, and welcome to the Greetings application. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to create a greetings application that welcomes the user. So the first step, we will start by layout design. So create the layout of this application using the layout editor in Android Studio. Then we'll move to the next step, which is declaring the views that we've created in the XML. The third step is adding the functionalities, creating functions, handling click events, getting user input, and so on. And the fourth step is running and testing the application, correcting the errors, the layout mistakes, and so on. I want from you to write these steps down on your copybook because these steps will follow in all of our applications. Okay, so let's start. Let's move to Android Studio and start creating this layout, then declaring the views and adding functionalities. So the first step, I'll create the views app, or you can make it like a greetings application project. You can make a new project, or you can write on the views application. Okay, don't worry, the same. We will start designing the layout. So the first thing I needed is the edit text. I need an edit text that allows the user to enter his name. So the functionality of this app is the user enters his name in an edit text. When the user click on the button, it will display a toast message telling him that welcome Jack, welcome John, or whatever the name is. This depends on the entered name in the edit text. Okay, so the width would be match parent, the height would be wrap content, the ID would be edit text, edt, and the hint, I will use the hint, please or enter your name. Okay, and I will close it by this forward slash and this arrow. Now I will add some constraints. I will drag and drop it here. I will drag this circle and this circle. So these are the attributes of the constraints. Okay, this is the constraint layout attributes for the edit text. Now I need a button. So I will create a button. Wrap content ID is btn, and the text inside it is called say hello. The background color, I prefer using the teal 700. I will drag and drop it, or you can click on this infer constraint buttons. So you can see these are the constraints that are added directly. Okay, when I click on this infer constraint. Okay, this is the simple app. I will use here another, I will change the background, so Android background, and I will specify it from the drawable. And now I will add the gradient background. This is the wallpaper. I will copy it. I will go to the drawables. I will paste it here, wallpaper 1. And now if I type the drawable / wallpaper 1, it would be applying this wallpaper to the background of this constraint layout. Okay, now it becomes better. In the main activity, this is the most important thing, which is handling the functionalities. So step number 1 is creating the layout. Step number 2, declaring the widgets, declaring the views, or initializing the widgets, the same. We have 2 widgets, the edit text, the val, edit text, edt, I will name it as edt, it's of type edit text equal to find a view by id r.id.edt, and val btn. I will not make it a button in order to show you the different types. So find a view by id. Here I should pass the type parameter, which is a button. Okay, the same as before. Okay, so these are 2 different ways to find a view by ID in Android Studio using Kotlin. Okay, now when the user click on the button, so I need to handle the click events. So the step number 3, which is handling the click events and adding functionalities, btn.set on click listener. Set on click listener, I will add here the code that will be executed when the user click on it. So I need to get and store inside a val or inside a var, the same, var entered text equal to edit text dot adt.text. Okay, then I will display a toast message, create a toast message dot make text, and I will pass the context as this. The second parameter is hello, and we need to use the enter text. I am making a concatenation here between the hello string and the variable that we've created and get it from the entered text. And the third parameter is the toast dot length long. Okay, and we call the message the show method here. Okay, the three parameters are the context, the text, and the length of the toast. Okay, and don't miss to call the show message. Okay, now let's move to the fourth step. I will run the program now in the emulator. And here we go. This is our application. If we enter the name Jack, if we click on say hello, the message hello Jack will appear. Okay, so hello Jack. If I change it to John, if I click on say hello, it will give me hello John. So congratulations guys, we've created the very first application, the functional and functioning application, which is the greetings application in Kotlin. So we've learned about the buttons, the image view, text views, and edit text, and how. Hello my friends, and welcome to the counter application. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to create an app that counts the click of the user on a button. So we will start by step number 1, designing the layout. So we will create the layout of this app using the layout editor in Android Studio and XML. Step number 2 is declaring the views. So declaring the widgets and the views created in the XML. The third step is adding the functionalities, creating functions, handling click events, getting user input, and so on. And the fourth step is running and testing the application, correcting the errors in the layout and the mistakes in the codes if presented. Okay, so these are the four steps that will follow in all of our applications. So let's jump into Android Studio and start building this counter application. Let's create a new project or delete the previous widgets and the views from the previous greetings app. You can use the same project. I will copy this wallpaper called wallpaper 2. I will paste it in the drawable folder, paste, and now I can use it as a background here, drawable wallpaper 2. Okay, now I need a text view for wrapping the content for displaying the counter and the result of how many clicks that the user clicks on this button. I will give it an ID result text, and I will give it text size like 48 SP. Always use SP as a unit for the text. Text, I will add 0. Okay, you can see that this is the text view. I will add infer constraints. I will click on infer constraints, and these are the constraints attributes. Now I need a button here, so the user will click on it. Wrap content, ID, it's btn, text as click me, and I will drag and drop it here and click on infer constraints. Okay, I will increase the size of this as 72. It's good. Now let's go to the main activity. Start by step number 2, declaring the widgets, val button btn, it's of type button, equal find view by id r.id.btn, val the text view or I will name it as result txt. It's of type text view equal find view by id r.id dot result text, and this is the step number 2. Let's move to step number 3, which is adding the functionality. So btn.set on click listener, I will add here the block of code that would be executed when the user click on this button. So I will create a variable here, var counter equal to 0. Okay, or I can move this variable, I will make it as global. So var counter, it's of type int. You can make it like this, or you can write like this, okay? Because Kotlin is smart enough to detect what is the type of this edit text, or what it is the type of this variable, sorry. Now I will create a function here outside the onCreate method. So if I click on this curly braces, it will give me this. This is the end, the closing curly braces. I will create here a function called increase counter. Okay, it will increase the counter by 1, and its returning type as int. Okay, so it's returning type as int, and we return counter, or I can like write like this, increase the counter by 1 and then return the counter. Okay, I'm increasing the counter by 1, and when the user click on it, it will increase the counter by 1, and this is returning an int. So I need to set the text view, which is the result text dot set text. I'm using this text view dot set text. I'm setting the text to, I need to add the empty quotes, double quotes, because I'm calling a function that it will directly return an int, and I will call the function increase counter. So you can see, guys, that I have called the method increase counter inside the set text method. Okay, let's run and see how this program will behave. Okay, click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and so on. So you can see, guys, how we have succeeded in creating this functional app that will depends on a function called increase counter and set the result text, which is the edit text, after calling this function. I intentionally created this function in order to allow you to think about separating the codes and make functions. Not all the codes should be it will be written inside the onCreate method. Okay, guys, please start thinking about separating the codes in the functions. Okay, so it's very simple to write these like this: counter, increase it by 1, and set text to the counter. Okay, this is a simple way, but no need for the function. If I click on run, it's the same result. Okay, but I intentionally write this in a function in order to practice you and creating functions and call them. Hello, my friends, and welcome to the unit converter application. We're gonna create an application that converts the kilos that entered by the user to pounds. So The user enters a value and a number that represents the kilos. When the user click on Convert Now button, it will display for the user the result in pounds. And every 1 kilo is 2.2 pounds. So what are the steps that we will follow? Step number 1 is layout design, creating the layout of this app using the layout editor in Android Studio. The second step is declaring views, which declaring the widgets and the views created in the XML and initializing them. Step number 3, adding functionalities, creating functions, handling click events, getting users input, and so on. And in this case is the conversion of making the conversion between kilos and pounds. And the step number 4 is running and testing the application and correcting the errors and handle the possible errors that would encounter. So let's start building our application and jump into Android Studio. Open Android Studio and click on New Project, select Empty Activity, and here we'll name it as Unit Converter. The package is com.mastercoding.unitconverter. You can name it whatever you want. The save location also whatever you want. Language is Kotlin. API is 21. Click on Finish and wait for Android Studio to finish loading and the build and the Gradle to finish its building progress. And here we go. Our project is ready. Let's start with the first step. This is the layout. I will remove this text view. I will go to the split mode, and here we go. This is the constraint layout. Don't miss to add this line of code if it is missing, okay? Now, this is the ending block and the ending tag of the constraint layout. Now let's change the background of this Android background, this layout. I will drag and drop this wallpaper or copy it into my drawable folder. Go to the project, resources folder, drawable, and click on paste. Click on OK. It's named as wallpaper. Always use small letters when naming the resources. Okay, the background I will specify it as drawable and select the wallpaper. And this is our application, wallpaper. This is the background of our application, wallpaper. Okay, it's pretty good. Now, I will create here an edit text for the user to enter the kilos values. Match parent for the width, the wrap content as height, ID would be kilo edit text, and I will use a hint telling the user please enter the kilos. Okay, this is good. I will infer the constraints, click on infer constraints and drag it down. Okay, now I will use another widget and view called button. This is a button, wrap content. The text of this button is convert now. The ID is btn, and I will drag it and drop it below the edit text. Okay, I will click on infer constraints, and here the constraints are added successfully. Or you can write these constraints attributes directly. Okay, I prefer using the constraints and deal with constraints visually by using the infer constraints and drag and dropping the widgets position. Now I need the result text. For that, I will use a text view, wrap content, and I will add the ID result text, and here. In the previous step, we've created our layout. Now let's initialize and declare these widgets. We've created 3 widgets: button, edit text, and text view. Now let's start declaring them. Val edit text, it's of type edit text, equal find view by ID r.id.edit text. Val btn, it's an instance of a button, equal to find view by ID Alt plus enter to import the package here. So I'm importing android.widget button and android.edit text, r.id.button, and val result text equal, or it's of type text view, find view by ID r.id.result text. Okay, this is how we declare the widgets, and don't miss to import these packages and the classes, the package widget and the class button, edit text, and text view from Android package. Okay, this is how we declare the widgets. The third step is adding the functionality. So we're going to make the conversion between the entered text, which is in kilos, and displaying the result text, which is in pounds. So I will add the btn.setOnClickListener. This will call a function that it's called fun make conversion, make or convert to pounds. Okay, it will took an int as I will make it as doubles, so it will convert to pounds the entered kilos. Okay, so kilos, it's of type double, it's of type double. Okay, and it will return, oops, it's of type double, and it will return a double. Okay, so it will multiply the kilos by 2.2. So you can search for Google on Google how to convert kilos to pounds. It will give you this ratio. 1 kilogram is equal to 0.2 pounds. Okay, so we will return, or I will make it as a double, a var pounds equal to kilos times 2.2. Okay, now I will return pounds. It's very simple. Okay, now the button, when I click it, I will get the edit text from the edit text val kilos equal to edit text dot text, but I need to change this text to double. So double dot parse, or I can make it like this, keep it like this, and I will show you later on what is the error. Then the result text dot set text to, I will call the function convert, always like you do like this, convert to pounds, and I will pass the kilos that it's get it from the edit text. Change the parameters to function to convert editable, or create this. Convert to pounds, this is a double. It should be a double. Okay, So I would change it like this. In order to transform this string, this edit text.text, the returning input, which is a string, to a double, it's simple to use toString and then dot to double. So I'm transforming this text to a string, and then I'm using toDouble method in order to transform this whole edit text input into a double. Now it's simple and it's obvious that we can pass the kilos, which is a double, into the parameter of the convert to pounds function, and we can make the conversion. Now let's run the application and see it. Hello my friends, and welcome to step number 4. After we click on run application, it will give us this screen. So here, please enter the kilos. By the way, this screen is from my computer because it's running multi-threading things, so don't worry. I need to enter 10 kilos. If I click on convert now, it will give me this 22.0462, which is the exact conversion of 10 kilos into pounds. Okay, so again, if I enter 15, convert now, it will give me this number. And amazing, guys, this is what we need. This is exactly what we need. I need to add also here pounds on a new line. So I will use this skipping character, pounds. Now let me run the application again. If I put here 10, if I click on convert now, it will give me this. But there is an error that the layout, the text view is under the convert now button. How to solve it? We go to the main activity. We see that our error is in the layout. It's displaying under this. So when the size of this text view increased in a way that it exceeds its number, its size number, it will go up because I have added this constraint to the button. The solution is to click on Control and the red delete like notification, and this X and red circle will be appearing here, will appears here, or will appear. Now we drag it up and then we remove like about and move it about 36. Now let me run and see. When using testing and the testing phase and running application phase, you need to pay attention for all the errors they may encounter. And here we go. This is the good layout because it will display everything in its place and with no overlays like before. Okay? This is how we improve our UI. How to improve the layouts. Okay, so congratulations guys, we have created our unit conversion application, and it's best practice to start solving applications and the application algorithms and problems. Okay, in this video I'm going to talk about the layouts. A layout defines the structure for a user interface in your application, such as in an activity. All elements in the layout are built using a hierarchy of view and view group objects. A view, just to remember a view usually draws something the user can see and interact with, whereas a view group is an invisible container that defines the layout structure for view and other view group objects. We see in this hierarchy that this view group is containing relative layout, grid layout, absolute layout, linear layout, frame layout, and other inherited children. So the view objects are usually called widgets and can be one of many subclasses such as button or text view. And we have seen the buttons and the text views in the previous videos. So the view is a button or text view or image view and so on. While the view group objects are usually called layouts, can be one of many types that provide a different layout structure such as linear layout, constraint layout, relative layout, and so on. I want from you to write these notes on your copybook in order to memorize them later on. Declaring your UI in XML allows you to separate the presentation of your application from the code that controls its behavior. Using XML files also makes it easy to provide different layouts for different screen sizes and orientations. Later on, we will see how to create a responsive layouts using the constraint layouts. How to create layouts. Each layout file must contain exactly one root element, which must be a view or a view group object. Once you've defined the root element, you can add additional layout objects or widgets such as child elements like in this exercise or this image and this code, the text view and the button. These are the children of the root element, which is the linear layout. So for example, here's an XML layout that uses a vertical linear layout to hold a text view and a button. So you can add additional layout objects or widgets such as child elements to gradually build a view hierarchy that defines your layout. After you've declared your layout in XML, save the file with .xml extension in your Android projects resources /layout/directory. So it's slash with the name of your layout.xml directory, so it will be properly compiled. Okay, so we save the layouts in the resources/layout folder. Layout attributes. Every view and a view group object supports their own variety of XML attributes. Some attributes are specific to a view object. For example, text view supports the text size attribute, but these attributes are also inherited by any view object that may extend this class. Some attributes are common to all view objects because they are inherited from the root view class, like the ID attribute. And other attributes are considered layout parameters, which are attributes that describe certain layout orientations of the view object as defined by the object's parent view group object. I know it may be complex and confusing, but don't worry, we will clarify everything in the next videos and we will see the layouts in action. I want from you to understand that there are common attributes between the layout and the view because they inherit all from the view class. And there are layout parameters that we will see in the next couple of minutes, and we will define them like the width, the height, and so on. Let's start with the ID. ID is an attribute that it's common between all the views. Any view object may have an integer ID associated with it to uniquely identify the view within the tree. When the app is compiled, this ID is referenced as an integer, but the ID is typically assigned in the layout XML file as a string in the ID attribute. This is an XML attribute common to all view objects. defined by the view class, and you will use it very often. And we've used it in the previous widgets, the text view, the button, image view, and so on. So I don't think that there is any problem with the ID attribute. Now let's move to the layout parameters. XML layout attributes named layout underscore something define layout parameters for the view that are appropriate for the view group in which it resides. For example, in this linear layout, we have the view. These are linear layouts with the layout parameters. And we can also see that there is a constraint layout containing also other views that are from the constraint layout passing the layout parameters. Every view group class implements a nested class that extends the view group.layout parameters. Okay, params mean parameters. This subclass contains property types that define the size and position for each child view as appropriate for the view group. Note that every layout parameters class has its own syntax for setting values. Each child element must define layout params that are appropriate to its parent, though it may also define different layout parameters for its own children. Okay? Later on, we will see these in action. Don't worry. The layout underscore width and layout underscore height. These are layout attributes. Layout underscore something. The something here is the width and a height. All view groups include a width and height property, and each view is required to define them. It's required. Very important point, guys. It's required to define them. Many layout parameters also include optional margins and borders. You can specify width and height with the exact measurement, though you probably won't want to do this often. Okay, this is a very important thing that I should mention, that you should include in your layout parameters the layout width and the layout height. You can set the wrap content tells that your view to size itself to the dimensions required by its content, and the match parent tells your view to become as big as its parent view group will allow. The layout position, which is an attribute that the geometry of a view is that of a rectangle. A view has a location expressed as a pair of left and top coordinates and two dimensions expressed as width and height. The unit for a location and dimension is the pixel. Loading the XML resource. In the next video, we're gonna talk about this in details, and we will see that. Hello, my friends. When you compile your app, each XML layout file is compiled into a view resource. You should load the layout resource from your app code in your activity.onCreate method callback implementation. Do so by calling setContentView method, passing it the reference to your layout resource in the form of r.layout.layout file name. So, for example, if your XML layout is saved as main._layout.xml, you would load it for your activity like in Kotlin. We use in the onCreate method, we set the content view r.layout.main_layout, and in Java, set content view in the same way r.layout.main_layout. So we set the content view method to the layout that we've created in the layout resources folder inside the onCreate function in Java and Kotlin. After you've declared your layout in XML, save the file with the .xml extension in your Android project's res and layout directory so it will properly compile. The onCreate method. The onCreate method, callback method in your activity is called by the Android framework when your activity is launched. We will see this method later on when we talk about the app lifecycle. The common layouts in Android. Each subclass of the view group class provides a unique way to display the views you nest within, like the linear layout, relative layout, web view, list view, and the grid view, and the constraint layout. So the linear layout, a linear layout that recognize or organize its children into a single horizontal or vertical row. Either you put children in a vertical or horizontal row. It creates a scroll bar if the length of the window exceeds the length of the screen. The relative layout enables you to specify the location of child object relative to each other. Child A to the left of child B, or to the parent, aligned to the top of the parent, and so on. The web view is used to display the web pages. The constraint layouts, as we see in this figure ABC, we see the constraints. Constraint layout allows you to create large and complex layouts with a flat view hierarchy, no nested view groups. It's similar to relative layout in that all views are laid out according to the relationships between sibling views and the parent layout, but it's more flexible than relative layout and easier to use with Android Studio's layout editor. And mainly, this is the most important layout that we will use it through this course and through developing our applications. And it's very important and powerful layout. Other layouts with adapters. Common layouts backed by an adapter include list view that displays a scrolling single column list. The grid view displays a scrolling grid of columns and rows. Later on, we will see this in advanced views, the list view, grid view, and other advanced widgets in the advanced views section. But till now, we are going to concentrate on these layouts and mainly on the linear layout is a view group that aligns all children in a single direction, vertically or horizontally. You can specify the layout direction with the orientation attribute. All children of a linear layout are stacked one after the other, so a vertical list will only have one child per row, no matter how wide they are. And the horizontal list will only be one row high. The height of the tallest child plus padding. Later on, we'll see padding and the other hand how to set the height of the children. The linear layout respects margins between children and the gravity, right, center, or left alignment of each child. We will see this attribute in the next couple of minutes. So, using the linear layout will allow us to use many attributes, such as layout height, layout width, layout weight. This attribute, the layout weight, assigns an importance value to a view in terms of how much space it should occupy on the screen. A larger weight values allows it to expand to fill any remaining space in the parent view. Child views can specify a weight value and then Any remaining space in the view group is assigned to children in the proportion of their declared weight. Default weight is 0. Don't worry, we will see these attributes in action in the next video. The layout gravity. This specifies how an object should position its content on both the X and Y axes. Possible values are top, bottom, left, right, center, center vertical, center horizontal, and etc. The layout orientation. This specifies the direction of arrangement, and you will use horizontal for row, vertical for column. The default is horizontal. These are the most important attributes for the linear layout. In the next video, we are going to create a linear layout in an app, and we will play and change with some attributes in order to see that. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna create a new app with an empty activity, and I will name it as Layouts App. I will choose Kotlin and the API 21. Click on Finish and wait for Android Studio to configure the project. If we look closer on this code, we see the set content view r.layout activity underscore main. This is what we have talked about in the previous videos, that we used this layout in order to set the content of this activity, in order to display the content for this activity as this layout. Okay, so let's go to the split mode here, and we see this code of the constraint layout containing the text view widget. One thing I should mention here, if we go to the design and we look at the component tree here, we see that the root is a constraint layout containing the text view. So if I want to add the layout, linear layout, okay, either horizontal or vertical, I will use a horizontal. I drag it and drop it under the constraint layout. We can see that the linear layout is a child of included inside the constraint layout, and the text view is included into the constraint layout. I can move the text view and drag and drop it under the linear layout. So the linear layout becomes the included a widget, or the widget that are included inside the constraint layouts are the linear layout, which is the parent, and the text view, which is included into the linear layout itself. Don't worry, we will see this in action. So, and in deep presentation, I will remove everything from here. Keep this line. This is as a mandatory for defining the XML version. We start by to create the linear layout. Our lesson now is about the linear layout. Later on, we'll talk about the constraint layouts. You see that the width and the height are obligatory. Okay, so I will define match or we can see that these are the mandatory attributes, but there is a very important thing that I need to write before defining the attribute, which is X, M, L, and S. I will choose it, and here we go. This is for loading the resources and the XML in the schema.android.com. Okay, so I need to add this line at first, and then we can add the attributes. I will delete it Click Alt plus Enter to insert the required attributes, which are Android here. Oops. Alt plus Enter, define layout width and height. You see that Android keyword is added because we used this line. So always add this line when you define a new layout as a root layout. Okay? And Android, we start by Android and layout underscore height, which is required. You see, this is the annotation of required. We use match parent and match parent because this is a linear layout, so it defines the height and the width as long and as the width of the parent, and which is the full screen. Okay, this is the linear layout. This is how we create a linear layout. You can specify an ID, linear 1. You can specify the background, which can be, for example, like black and other colors. And we've seen how to add in the previous exercises and videos how to add images inside the drawable folder and set it as a background for this linear layout. We can see the Android column weight, layout weight, which is, for example, 40 or 4. Okay, this is how much space, but I don't prefer using the weight. Later on we will see it in the constraint layout, how it will define the layouts responsively. Okay, now I can specify the orientation, which is the most important attribute for the linear layout. I will set it as a horizontal, and by default, if we don't specify it, it will understand that this linear layout will be horizontal by default. Okay? In order to close the linear layout, we put this greater than sign, and this is a closing tag. So till now we have created a linear layout that it's of horizontal orientation. Inside the horizontal or this horizontal linear layout, I need to create the widgets. So we start by the views. Again, a linear layout is a view group that contains other view groups or views. Okay, so either you can put views, view groups, or both. Later on, when we create complex application, we will see that we are inserting and we are adding complex layouts to layouts and widgets and views to the same layout. We will start by a text view. A text view, it needs the wrap content, for the width and the wrap content for the height. I will put text. This is the attribute. Hello, we are in linear layout. Okay, now I will use the size of the text, which is 32 dp, which is good. Okay, I know you can create this, but the target of this video is to show you the linear layout and its powerful management and ordering of the widgets. Consider if I have another text view. Wrap content, text is text number 2, and size would be 32 dp. You can see that we are aligning them into a horizontal. So again, I will make it as 20 dp in order to be good. You can see that these texts are aligned horizontally. If I create another one, another text view, wrap content, text would be text 3, text size, would be 10 or 24 dp, and text would be text 3. You can see that these text views are aligned horizontally in this application. If I change the orientation from horizontal to vertical, you can see that the text views are changed in order to become a vertical, aligned in vertical way. You can see this is the first text, this is the second text, and this is the third text. Okay? This is the usage or how to use the linear layout. If we go to the design, we can see that this linear layout in the component tree, text view 1, 2, and 3. If I need to change the order of these, I can drag text 3 to up, and you can see the text 3 is above text 1. Or simply, we can go to the code. I can cut the text number 2 and paste it above at the root of at the top of the widgets included inside the linear layout. You can see text 2 is now above text 3 and then text 1. This is how we create and use the linear layout. Later on, we will see this linear layout in many projects. Okay, I can create a nested linear layout. So inside this linear layout, I can create another linear layout. Wrap content, and I will give it an ID linear 2. And inside this linear layout, I will create, don't miss the closing tag. I need to set the orientation to vertical, and inside this I will add buttons. Wrap content, text of the button would be button number 1, and I will close it. If I add another button here, it will be in a vertical way. Third button, and so on. If I change the vertical to horizontal, it will give me these buttons. Okay? If I need to add some spaces between these buttons in the vertical and horizontal way, I can use the padding attribute, which is I prefer using 4dp. This for the padding. And if I need to add spaces between the buttons itself, I will use margin, so it will be 4dp. The spaces, this attribute I should make, this is for the linear layout itself. Okay, if I copy this inside this button, it will be good. And the second button also would be good, and the third button would be margin and padding. You can see that we have added some margins and padding for the first button, the second button, and the third button, and we have added for the whole layout the margins from above and the padding from inside it. Okay, this is how we style the applications using the linear layout. Relative layout is a view group that displays child views in relative positions. The position of each view can be specified as relative to sibling elements, such as to the left of or below another view, to the right of another view, and so on. Or in positions relative to the parent relative layout area, such as the align to the bottom, left, or center. A relative layout is a very powerful utility for designing a user interface because it can eliminate nested view groups and keep your layout hierarchy flat, which improves performance. If you find yourself using several nested linear layout groups, you may be able to replace them with a single relative layout. Let's see some properties of this relative layout. For positioning views, relative layout lets child views specify their position relative to the parent view or to each other, specified by ID. This is a very important note that we should specify the ID if we are replacing and positioning the elements relative to each other, so we use the ID. So you can align two elements by right border or make one below another, centered in the screen, centered left, and so on. By default, all child views are drawn at the top left of the layout. So you must define the position of each view using the various layout properties available from layout, relative layout.layout params. Some of the properties of the relative layout: the Android layout align parent top. If true, this is an attribute. If its value is equal to true, makes the top edge of this view match the top edge of the parent. Android layout underscore below, the layout below attribute will position the top edge of this view below the view specified with a resource ID. This is very important attribute, and we will use it later on in many videos and in many apps using and specifying a resource ID. The layout to right of attribute will position the left edge of this view to the right of the view specified with a resource ID. And layout center vertical, if it is true, it will center this child vertically within its parent. So this is some of the main attributes of the relative layout. In the next video, we will see the relative layout in Android Studio and deep dive and use these attributes to see this action and the action on the nested or the sibling views inside this. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to use the relative layout in Android Studio. I will remove all these linear layout and view groups elements, and in the main activity.xml, I will show you how to create and use the relative layout in Android Studio. We start by relative layout, or you can simply drag and drop from here a relative layout to your view. Okay, but there is an error here because I didn't specify some attributes to this relative layout. The first thing I need to add is XMLNS. This is for the resources for the relative layout. I will go to split mode, and here Alt plus Enter to define layout height attribute. So Android, the layout underscore height, this is the layout parameters, params that we've talked about it. And I need to add another required attribute, which is the layout underscore width. You see that it's required. I will make it as match parent and match parent. You see that the view is updated, and this is the relative layout, which fills the screen by getting the height and the width as match parent attribute values. Okay, now I will add the greater than sign, so I will get this closing tag. This will define the relative layout in Android Studio. Don't miss this line, it's very important. Okay, now ID, I will give it an ID, relative 1, and this is a root layout. This is the root element. Inside this, between this sign, this capital, this greater than sign, till this closing sign and this closing tag, we can add the elements and position the elements in a relative way. Okay, so for example, text view. Let me create this first widget, wrap content. ID will be text 1, and the text inside it, it will be text 1. Okay, the size would be 32 in order to see it well in the screen. Text size. Okay, this is the attribute. The text size is equal to 32, and this is the widget, the view that we are using it inside and placing it inside the relative layout. Till now, everything is working fine. Now, use this sign for the widgets also. Now, let me add another widget, which is a button. Wrap content, text size, or text, click me, and the ID would be BTN. Okay, till now everything is working fine, but if we look closer to here, that the text is under the button, and by default, as we see in the presentation, that every widget is when it's added to this relative layout, it will be added to the left upper left corner of the screen. So how to move this button, how to move it, and how to keep it away from this text. We use the attributes for that we've seen that are related to the relative layout. So pay attention with me, guys. If I need to place this button under the text, I put Android. I use this layout attribute or the view attribute, layout below or underscore below. And this is the trick that I've talked about it. I need to specify the ID of the view that I should position this attribute or this view in relative to it. So this button is below the text view. Which a text view? The text view that have the ID text 1. So if I put text 1 here, it will give me the button is below the text view having an ID text 1. Okay, it's very simple. If I create another view now, let me create another view called button, wrap content, text would be button 2, and ID will be btn2. I need to place it under the button 1. So I used below ID btn. So you can see that button 2 is placed under the button 1. I can also use layout, and these attributes, I can use many attributes: above, align base, button, and align left. So I use align left, or I will align right to the ID btn. Okay, this is how we align to the right. Okay, if I use left, you can, this is according to the attribute of the layout. Okay, I can, this is left, I can use also here layout, align and left, parent left. If I put parent left or parent right here, it will give me like this. So what are the parent right? I can put like this. And use the parent that we need to that we should align it for it. Okay, I can also use these other attributes: center vertical, center horizontal. You can see that we should, so I will use true here, so you can see that we've centered it horizontally. Okay, I can use align parent for left true. Okay, or I can make align parent right, you can see it, or I can remove this. I will give it to the button here, to the button number 1. Okay, so button number 1 is aligned parent right. This will be as a center horizontal, and so on. This is how we specify the attributes for this layout, how to place elements relative to each other inside the relative. So the constraint layout is a view group that allows you to position and size widgets in a flexible way. It's similar to relative layout in that all views are laid out according to relationships between sibling views and the parent layout. But it's more flexible than relative layout and easier to use with Android Studio's layout editor. All the power of constraint layout is available directly from the layout visual tools, the layout editor visual tools, because the layout API and the layout editor were specially built for each other. So you can build your own layout with constraint layout entirely by drag and dropping instead of editing the XML. This is a very important and very powerful feature that was introduced in Android Studio. The constraint layout, I consider it is a very big very big step in advancing the coding career and the coding process of developers. It facilitates more and more in coding and especially in UI design. Constraints. To define a view's position in constraint layout, you must at least add one horizontal and one vertical constraint for the view. This is very important point. Again, guys, you must add at least one horizontal and one vertical constraint for each view. Each constraint represents a connection or alignment to another view, the parent view, or an invisible guideline. As this image shows, we are adding a constraint to the image view. Although a missing constraint won't cause a compilation error, the layout editor indicates missing constraints as an error in the toolbar. Drag a view from the polite window into the editor. Click a constraint handle and drag it to the available anchor point, exactly like this image, and click one of the Create Connection plus sign buttons in the layout selection or section of the attributes. Don't worry, we're going to practice it many in the next videos, and we will see it in all of our applications. So don't worry if you don't understand it. I'm just making the steps, I'm making the lecture and this presentation in order to be a document available for you in order to go back later on and return back later on if you missed anything. Okay? This is the plus sign that I am talking about. Deleting the constraints. Click on a constraint to select it and then press delete. Press and hold Ctrl and the command on Mac OS. So Ctrl in Windows, on Windows, and Mac OS, we use the command. And then click on the constraint anchor. Note that the constraint turns red to indicate that you can click to delete it. Okay? We have seen this in the previous videos, but don't worry, we will go through all of these steps, all of these adding, deleting, and drag and drop operations in next videos. Opposing constraints. If you add opposing constraints on a view, the constraint lines become squiggly like a spring to indicate the opposing forces, exactly like this. So you can see the spring when we add, drag and drop this circle, this opposing constraint, so becomes a spring. Okay? In the next video, we'll continue with the constraint layout. Hello, my friends. Let's continue with the constraint layout. You can use constraints to achieve different types of layout behavior. The first behavior is the parent position. Constraint the size of a view to the corresponding edge of the layout. In this figure, the left side of the view is connected to the left edge of the parent layout. You can define the distance from the edge with margin. The second behavior is the order position. We can define the order of appearance of two views either vertically or horizontally. In this figure, B is constrained to always be to the right of A, and C is constrained below A. However, these constraints do not imply alignment, so B can still move up and down. The third behavior is the alignment. Align the edge of a view to the same edge of another view. In this figure, the left side of B is aligned to the left side of A. If you want to align the view centers, create a constraint on both sides. You can offset the alignment by dragging the view inward from the constraint. For example, if you see the image on the right, it shows you that B shows B with a 24 dp offset alignment. The offset is defined by the constraint view's margin. You can also set all the views you want to align and then click Align in the toolbar to select the alignment type. The fourth behavior is the baseline alignment. Align the text baseline of a view to the text baseline of another view. Okay? So in this figure, we can see that the first line of B is aligned with the text in A. To create a baseline constraint, right-click on the text view you want to constrain, and then click Show Baseline. Then click on the text baseline and drag the line to another baseline. Don't worry, we will see these behaviors in the next videos. So I want from you to focus on this behavior, take notes, and we will see it later on. Constraint to guideline. You can add a vertical or horizontal guideline to which you can constrain views, and the guideline will be invisible to app users. You can position the guideline with the layout based on either DP units or percents relative to the layout's edge. To create a guideline, you can click Guidelines in the toolbar and then click Add Vertical or Add Horizontal Guideline option. Constraint to barrier. Similar to guideline, a barrier is an invisible line that you can constrain views to it. Except a barrier does not define its own position. Instead, the barrier position moves based on the position of views contained within. This is useful when you want to constrain a view to the set of views rather than to one specific view. Again, please guys, don't be frustrated if you don't understand anything. Please take the notes for the layout behavior on your copybook, and we will see these behaviors later on through the applications and through the next videos. Don't worry. The constraint bias. When you add a constraint to both sides of a view and the view size for the same dimension is either fixed or wrap content, the view becomes centered between the two constraints with a bias of 50% by default. You can adjust the bias by dragging the bias slider in the attributes window or by dragging the view. The view size. You can use the corner handles to resize a view, but this hard codes the size. This hard code the size, and so the view will not resize for different content or size of the screen. To select a different sizing mode, click a view and open the attributes window on the right side of the editor. You will get this for the layout panel and the layout attributes. When selecting a view, the attributes window includes controls for 1 for the size ratio. This is the triangle 1 1, 1 to 1, 1 to 9, 9 to 16, 16 to 9, and so on. Number 2, deleting constraints. 3, the height width mode. 4, the margins. 5, the constraint bias. You can also highlight individual constraints in the layout editor by clicking on them in the 6 constraint list. You can change the way the height and width are calculated by clicking the symbols indicated with callout 3. Let's see these symbols. You can see the fixed. You specify a specific dimension in the text box below or by resizing the view in the editor. These 3 arrows for wrapping content, the view expands only as much as needed to fit its content. This spring is match constraint. The view expands as much as possible to meet the constraints on each side, after accounting for the view's margin. However, you can modify the behavior with the following attributes and values. So, congratulations guys, you are ready now to start using the constraint layout, and you can refer to these videos, this video and the previous video, as a documentation for defining and reviewing some concepts in the constraint layout. So let's start working with this amazing feature. Hello my friends. In this video I'm gonna show you how to create and how to work with Android Studio constraints layout. This type of layouts is a very important type, and it facilitates the designing process for the developers. If you create a new project in Android Studio, you will find that the constraint layout is used in the activity_main.xml or all the layouts you will create. This is from the previous video, so I will change this relative to layout to a constraint layout. There are two ways to do that. If you go to design mode in the layout editor, and again you can see the component tree it contains a relative layout that contains a text, button, and other button. You can see if you click on the right button, the right mouse, convert relative layout to constraint layout. Click on yes, include custom views, and click OK. And we are waiting for Android Studio to change the codes. And here we go. If we go to the split mode here, we can see that the layout is changed to constraint layout. Congratulations guys, you've done changing this relative layout to constraint layout. Or you can delete all the text from here, and you can start by constraint layout, this is the tag, and Alt plus enter or XMLNS to add this feature for this layout. And then we type here Android, and here Android.com. Okay, match parent, and here match parent, and you can see that the error is solved. Sometimes you will face some unexplained errors in Android Studio, but don't worry, I am here to help you. So please guys, don't be shy, don't hesitate to send me any code, any screenshot of your errors, and if you face any problem. Okay, so this is how we create a constraint layout. We close the tag here and use this this greater than, and you can see this is the closing. Now we are ready to add the widgets here, but first I need to add some IDs, constraint 1, whatever you want. You can see the background for black, for example, and so on. Okay, now let's see the constraints overview. Let's define a text view here. Match parent, or the width is wrap content and the height is wrap content, and I will use this. Oops. Okay, and the text for this, welcome to our course. Okay, I will make the size is equal, text size is equal to 22 dp or 32. It's good. Okay, in order to be obvious. To define a view's position in constraint layout, you must add at least one horizontal and one vertical constraint for the view. Each constraint represents a connection or alignment to another view, or for the parent layout, or for an invisible guideline. Each constraint defines the view's position along either a vertical or horizontal axis. So each view must have a minimum of one constraint for each axis, but often more are necessary. So we need to define one for the vertical and one for the horizontal. Okay? So how to do that? We drag this circle, we hover the mouse in order to get a bigger circle, this bigger circle, and I click on the left mouse and this arrow will appear. And as I drag and drop, I need this arrow, I need to put it to the anchor, or to the edge, or to the guideline. If I release it, I can see that this attribute is being added. Layout underscore constraint button to button off. These are hard to remember, so I advise you to start using the constraint layouts with the visual editor, exactly like what I'm doing. So if I need this text to view and be displayed here, exactly like here, not in the middle, I need exactly here, not in the middle. So I need to add the horizontal and the vertical constraints. So we succeeded in adding the vertical one. Now, in order to add the other attribute or other constraint, I add this, drag and drop this to the right. So I'm going to change it to here. So it's center according to the vertical and according to the horizontal line, but in vertical it's not centered. It's about 228 dp from this button, or you can drag it below like this. Okay, so if you run the application now, you will get this constraint. The view is constrained exactly in the same position where we define it inside this constraint layout. And if you look at the text view XML code, you can see that these attributes are added. The constraint button to button off, the constraint end to end off, and you see that the layout margin end and margin button are added. Whenever you see these numbers, these are added as margins. Okay? This is how we drag and drop, how to use, how to define the constraints. If we go to the attributes section here, if I click it and I can see it here, okay, I can click on the layout and I can see, if I click on this view, that the constraint widget is having these attributes: 164 for the bottom margin and 36 for the right margin. Okay, so if I change it to 16, you can see that 16 is getting closer, the view is closer to the right edge. If I change it to 72 and click on enter, you can see it's changing it and making it far from the right edge. So the smaller the number, the closer the view becomes. Okay? This is how we define these margins in the layout editor. Okay? Now, to delete a constraint. You can click on a constraint. You can click on the constraint and press delete. You can see delete, deleting the widget. Oops. I'm adding this constraint. You can delete it from this, the constraint, like the parent, end to end. If I delete it, you can see that it was deleted. Okay, this is the first way. The second way is to press and hold Control, the command on Mac OS or the Control in Windows, and then click on the constraint anchor. Note that the constraint turns red to indicate that you can click or to delete it as shown here. So if I click it, it will be deleted. Okay, so it was deleted successfully. Again, if I want to delete the constraints, if I go to here, if I need to delete this constraint, I can go to here and click on this X in blue. Delete button constraint. If I click it, I can change and delete the constraint. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'll continue with Android Studio constraint layouts. And we will see the layout behaviors and the height width modes. Let's select the text view from here. And if we look at the layout from the attributes panel, I'll select the layout here. I can see these flashes or these arrows. These arrows, if I hover, it will indicate for me that's a wrap content attribute. So wrap content is used to expand, the view expands when used. This wrap content, when used, the view expands only as much as needed to fit its contents. So if the text is big and large and lengthy, so the width of this view will be increased or will increase. Okay, if I click on this, so if I click the wrap content, it will becomes fixed. Fixed, you specify a specific dimension in the text box below or by resizing the view in the editor. Okay, the layout width, I can make it as 350 dp, so you can see that there is a space here, but the layout, the view width is fixed 350. Okay, despite the length of the text. If I click on again, this spring, the icon will becomes springy and springs, so it will indicate that it's a match parent, match constraints mode. The view expands as much as possible to meet the constraints on each side, after accounting for the view's margin. However, you can modify that behavior with the following attributes: the layout constraint width, minimum and maximum. However, if the given dimension has only one constraint, then the view expands to fit its content, exactly like this case. So if I drag and drop this, so you can see that the view expands until it fit its content. Using this mode on either the height or width also allows you to set a size ratio. You can see this size ratio. If I click it, I can see the ratio is 1:1. I can put like 16:9. I can set 1:1, 1:3 ratio, or 3:1 1 ratio, and so on. Okay, so 16 to 9, I can set 2 to 6 ratio, and so on. Okay, guys, this is a very interesting attribute in Android Studio Layout Editor and the constraint layout. Okay, so this is how we work with the layout attributes. Now let's go to here, and I will drag this text to here. Okay, I will remove its constraints, and by the way, if you run the program now without adding the constraints, any constraints to this view, it will run and the application will show you the text as like this, in this position, because it will start from 0 to 0 dB. This is the left upper corner. Okay, so this is the text. I can remove the ratio and it will become good. Okay, so always add one vertical and one horizontal, at least one and horizontal and one vertical. There is another interesting point I should mention here. If you add a new view, you can click on infer constraints, and we'd seen this in the previous videos. So if I click on it, you can see that these constraints are added directly to the view. It allows us to anchor this view in the same position that you drag it in the layout. So we can adjust the view margins by this option here. So to ensure that all your views are evenly spaced, click margins here and set the default margin to 16. You can see that this view is getting margined by 16 plus the space, because we've selected that it's a constant in the right margin. Okay, the left margin. You can control the views like this. Any change you make to the default margin applies only to the views you add from then and then on. Okay, you can control the margin for each view in the attributes window by clicking on the number that we've seen here. Okay, this is the toolbar's margin button, and this is for the constraint layout width and height modes. In the next video, we'll talk about the different types of layout behavior in the constraint. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'll talk about the constraint layout behaviors. When you add a new view to this constraint layout, you are able to add many constraints in a different way and different behaviors. First of all, let's talk about the parent position. In this parent position, constrain the side of a view to the corresponding edge of the layout. For example, if I drag this circle to this edge, it will give me a constraint. So if I move the widget, you can see this number is changing, which is the margin. And here we go. You can see it's 84, it's 96, and so on. Okay. The left side of the view is connected to the left edge of the parent layout. You can define the distance from the edge with margin here in the attributes or in the XML. Okay. Now the margin start. You can see this, the margin start. Okay. This is one of the behaviors. If I remove this constraint, it becomes no constraint, or you can use this clear all constraints button to remove all the constraints. The second behavior is the order position. If I add a new button here with wrap content text, click me, and if I add ID btn, okay? If I drag and drop this circle here, I can now define the order of appearance of two views, either vertically or horizontally. So I will connect this text view to the button. So you can see that the text view is connected to this button. Okay? These constraints do not imply alignment. So text view can still move up and down, and so on. Okay? So a horizontal and a vertical constraint. This we can constrain the text view to the button, to another view, and I can add a constraint for this button. So if I add a new constraint, I can move it right or left. The text view will be changing. So lateral movements will move the other constrained text view or other view. But if I move up and down this button, it will be still constrained to the other view, but it will not affect its movement and its space. So you can see if up and down, no change for the text view. If laterals, the text view will change also with it. Okay? The third behavior is the alignment. We can align the edge of a view to the same edge of another view. For example, if I remove this text view constraint and add it to here, and if I add another constraint to this, you can see it, but I will remove it here. I will change it like this. Drag and drop this constraint, and I can move this text view to set an offset. Okay, so this is the alignment. You can see that the text view is setting an offset here, which is 60 dp. So the left side of text view is aligned to the left side of the button. If you want to align the view centers, create a constraint on both sides. Okay, you can make like this. You can center this text view at the center of the button. So when you move the button, the text view will move also, and it will be and preserve the center and maintain the center line. Okay, this is the alignment. The baseline alignment. Align the text baseline of a view to the text baseline of another view. For example, if I remove these, if I put this text view here and this button, to create a baseline constraint, right click on the text view you want to constrain, and then click show baseline. Click on it so you can see this baseline is shown here. Okay, you can see the baseline. Now, then click on the button. If I need to remove this this constraint, and I need to constrain this view to the baseline of this text view. And to start, I need to show baseline at first. Maybe why it disappeared. And I will, or I can show the baseline here. Click on the baseline, drag and drop it to the other baseline. So the text view here is centered and aligned to the text view and the text which is the included in the button. Okay, you can see how we align the text baseline of a view to the text baseline of another view. Now, in order to constrain to a guideline, this is one of many constraint behaviors, but very important, and you can use it in your apps. So I will clear all constraints here, and here we clear all constraints for these views. Now, to create a guideline, click on guidelines. So I will click on this button, guidelines. I will create a horizontal guideline. Okay, and I will add a horizontal guideline. You can see it, guys. This is a horizontal guideline. Now I can add a constraint for this text view, not to the edge. I can add it to the to this guideline. Also, for this button, I can add this this fixed size or the constraint 136, and for the text view 36. Okay, so this is the guideline you can create. It is invisible to the app, to the user, when running the application. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm gonna talk about the activity life cycle. Android activity life cycle is controlled by 7 methods of android.app.activity class. The Android activity is the subclass of context theme wrapper class, which in turn inherits from the context wrapper that inherits from the context, and the context is an object. So an activity is a single screen in Android. It's like window or frame in Java. By the help of activity, you can place all your UI components or widgets in a single screen. The 7 lifecycle methods of activity describes how activity will behave in different states. So let's see the 7 lifecycle methods of the Android activity. These are the 7 methods: the onCreate, onStart, onResume, onPause, onStop, onDestroy, and onRestart. onCreate. onCreate method is called when the activity is first created and the ideal location for most initialization tasks to be performed. And we've seen this method and we worked with it in many of our projects and in the previous videos. This method is passed an argument in the form of a bundle object that may contain dynamic state information, typically relating to the state of the user interface from a prior invocation of the activity. Don't worry if you have some confusion and some concepts you didn't understand it. We will clarify everything in the next videos and later on in the projects. So I want from you to understand the hierarchy, the order of these methods, how they work, and why we use them. So on create method, we use it when the activity is first created. And we initialize the widgets, the connections, and others inside it. Okay? The onRestart method. OnRestart method called when the activity is about to restart after having previously been stopped by the runtime system. The onStart method always called immediately after the call or to the onCreate method or onRestart methods. This method indicates to the activity that it's about to become visible to the user. I want from you to pause the video and copy this hierarchy, these 7 methods, to your copybook in order to understand the hierarchy and the order of these methods and why we use them, because they are very important. In order also to understand the next app that we're going to build, that will clarify everything. But please, guys, I want from you to write these notes down. This method, the onStart method, will be followed by a call to onResume method if the activity moves to the top of the activity stack, or onStop method in the event that it's pushed down the stack by another activity. You can see I can start onStart method by calling the onStop method here. From the onStop method, onRestart, and then onRestart will call onStart. And then onStart will continue with the onResume, and the resume activity will be displaying the activity again and again. The onResume indicates that the activity is now at the top of the activity stack and is the activity with which the user is currently interacting. So when you see a screen in front of you, this is the activity that you are seeing is called by or initialized or created or invoked by the onResume method. So the activity running in the foreground, this is the responsibility of the onResume method. The onPause method indicates that a previous activity is about to become the foreground activity. This call will be followed by a call to either the onResume method or onStop method, depending on whether the activity moves back to the foreground or becomes invisible to the user. Steps may be taken within this method to store persistent state information not yet saved by the app. To avoid delays in switching between activities, time-consuming operations such as storing data to a database or performing network operations should be avoided within this method. This method should also ensure that any CPU-intensive tasks such as animation are stopped. Later on, we will see how we can deal with the onPause method with when we deal with databases and the animations. The onStop method. The activity is now no longer visible to the user. The two possible scenarios that may follow this call are a call to an onRestart method in the event that the activity moves to the foreground again, or onDestroy method if the activity is being terminated. So we have two possibilities. In the onStop, if we are on the onStop, the activity is either restarted, so the users choose it again to onStart and then put onResume to display it again, or On stop, the user select that we need to destroy this app, to destroy the activity, so it will no longer being displayed to the user. So we have two ways, even terminated or either terminated or restarted and resume to display it again to the user. The onDestroy method. The activity is about to be destroyed, either voluntarily because the activity has completed its tasks and has called the finish method, or because the runtime is terminating it, either to release the memory or due a configuration change such as orientation of the device changing. So this is the onDestroy. We have two possibilities in calling this onDestroy, either by the system is terminating the app or the finish method is called. It's important to note that a call will not always be made on the onDestroy method when activity is terminated. So these are the 7 methods of the life cycle of the activity. Later on in the next videos, we will create an app that illustrates these methods more and more with deep information. And later we will talk about the dynamic state and how to pass data between the activities and how to store data. So just a little bit information or a little note. In addition to the life cycle methods outlined above, there are 2 methods intended specifically for saving and restoring the dynamic state of an activity. The onRestore instance state method took into the parameter a bundle object. This method is called immediately after a call to the onStart method in the event that the activity is restarting from a previous invocation in which state was saved. As with onCreate method, this method is passed a bundle object containing the previous state data. So think about and please pay attention for this method. Later on we will use it when we call the bundle. This method is typically used in situations where it makes more sense to restore a previous state after the initialization of the object of the activity has been performed in the onCreate and onRestart method. Okay? The other method is the onSave instance state. Also took into parameter a bundle object called before an activity is destroyed so that the current dynamic state can be saved. The method is passed the bundle object into which the state should be saved. We are saving onSave instance state, and which subsequently passed through to the onCreate method and the onRestore instance state methods when the activity is restarted. Note that this method is only called in situations where the runtime ascertains that dynamic state needs to be saved. Don't worry if you get confused, I know, but please write these down. These notes are very important and we can see them later on when we talk about the activity lifecycle application in the next videos. And we can see how the activity works and behaves in every step, in every method, and the order of execution of these methods. So I want from you to write these down and write the order and see this correlation, this relationship between onCreate, call onStart, call onResume, display an activity for the user, If the user exits the app, it will call the on pause. Either we can go back to on resume and display it again, or we can stop the app. When the user stop the app, either we can restart it and on start and again on resume, or we can call the on destroy. This is a quick recap, a quick summary of what we have learned about the activity callbacks and the activity methods. I'll show you this in a very detailed. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to create the activity lifecycle application. Do you remember this image that illustrates the order and the relationship between these 7 methods, the methods of the life cycle: the on create, on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, and on destroy, on restart. So I want from you to copy this image, to write these relationships between these methods on your copybook, on your notebook, and because we are going to jump in Android Studio and see these in action, these relationships, these orders, this calling and invoking of these methods, when and in which order we need to call them and invoke these methods. So let's jump in Android Studio, start building our application. Open Android Studio and create a new project. I will select empty activity. Here I will name it as Life Cycle App. I will select Kotlin and click on Finish and wait for Android Studio to finish configuring its build. And here we go. We notice that the onCreate method is created directly and automatically in every project we create in Android Studio. So onCreate method is called when the activity is first created. This is where all the static work is done, like creating the views, binding data to lists, and etc. This method also provides a bundle containing its previous frozen states. It's called saved instance state. Later on, when we will use it in the next videos. Don't worry. But now concentrate with me on how to create or how to understand the relationship and the order between the lifecycle methods of Android application. I will create a toast message. Here I will create toast dot make text. I will pass the first parameter is that this goes the context, and here if I make a zoom, I see the context is the first parameter, the second parameter is the text, this is the message, and the duration is the third parameter. Now here I put on create method is called. Okay, the third parameter is toast dot length. I will select the long and don't miss to call the show method. This is how we create a toast message like this form. Okay, let's run our application and see what's happening. And once the application is launching, the onCreate method is called. Here we go. We understand that when the application is launching, the onCreate method is called. So all these codes is executed. Now let's move to the second method, on start. I type here outside the onCreate method on start, so I can get the override function on start. Or I can delete them. Alt plus insert, I can get and select override method and search for on start method. Okay, you can see a bunch of methods that are used for the system and used by the system, and contains the start and the on. So mark it and click on OK. Okay, so we can see the onStart function is overridden. Here, I will copy the toast message that we've created before, and I will paste it in the onStart method. Here, I will change the onStart method is called. Again, I will call the third method, which is onRestart or onResume. I will call it first, and I will paste the toast message that we've created. Oops, I have closed it with the semicolon. onResume. Okay. The onStart method is invoked when the activity is visible to the user. It's followed by the onResume method if the activity is invoked from the background. It's also invoked after the onCreate when the activity is finished, when the activity is first started. So onCreate, then it's followed by the onStart and onResume. Let's run our application and see it in action. If I zoom in, onCreate is called, onStart is called, and then the onResume method is called. So this is the order of these methods, exactly as the image that I told you to copy on your copybook and save it, because this is the relation between these three methods. So the onResume method is invoked when the activity starts interacting with the user. So it's ready. This application is now ready. So onResume method is invoked when the activity starts interacting with the user. At this point, the activity is at the top of the activity stack with a user interacting with it. Always followed by onPause method when the activity goes into the background or is closed by the. Hello, my friends. Let's continue understanding the activity lifecycle methods. And now let's override a function called onRestart. So when I type onRestart, I click on this. I'm overridden and implemented in Android Studio. I will copy the toast message here. I paste it here, and I called onRestart. OnRestart method is invoked after the activity has been stopped and prior to its starting stage, and thus is always followed by onStart method when any activity is revived from the background to on screen. We will see it in action when we finish implementing the other methods. Let's talk about the onPause method. Here I will put onPause, click enter, copy the toast message and change it to onPause. OnPause is invoked when an activity is going into the background but has not yet been killed. It's a counterpart to onResume method. When an activity is launched in front of another activity, this callback will be invoked on the top activity currently on screen. The activity under the active activity will not be created until the active activity's onPause method returns. So it's recommended that heavy processing should not be done in this part. Later on, we will see how to use the onPause method and why we'll use it later on when we make the complex applications. Now, let's move to the onStop method. OnStop method, I will paste the toast onStop method. It's invoked when the activity is not visible to the user. It's followed by onRestart method when the activity is revoked from the background, followed by onDestroy method when the activity is closed or finished, and nothing when the activity remains on the background only. So we're going to see the onStop when we destroy the application. OnDestroy is one of the methods of the lifecycle methods, is called when the final call received before the activity is destroyed. This can happen either because the activity is finishing when we invoke the finish method, or because the system is temporarily destroying this instance of the activity to save state. I will paste here and I will put onDestroy. Okay, so we have these 7 methods. Let's run our application and see what's happening. Here, the onCreate method is called, the onStart method is called, and the onResume is called. Now, when you see an onResume method is called, the app is ready to interact. Now, I will click on this back button. If I click on this back button, onPause method is called. Okay? Now, if I open the application now, onRestart method is called because the application is in the background. Okay? So you see, onRestart, onStart, and then onResume. Exactly as I showed you in the presentation. This is the first decision. If the user exits the app like this, destroy the application. OnPause method is called, and onStop method is called, and then onDestroy method is called. If I open the application again, we are not going to see the onRestart method because we are not restarting the application. We are starting the application from the beginning. So onCreate method is called, onStart method is called, and onResume method is called. So this is the order of the methods that we use in activity life cycle. So you can see, guys, how the relationship between these methods are very important, and the understanding of the order of this method and the execution of these methods are very, very important, and we will see it in many projects and applications. Intents in Android is a messaging object you can use to request an action from another app component. Although intents facilitate communication between components in several ways, there are 3 fundamental use cases for starting an activity, starting a service, or delivering a broadcast. Starting an activity. We use intents to start an activity, which is an activity represent a single screen in an app. You can start a new instance of an activity by passing an intent to start activity method. The intent describes the activity to start and carries any necessary data. We use intents to start a service. A service is a component that performs operation in the background without a user interface. We use intents to deliver a broadcast. A broadcast is a message that any app can receive. The system delivers various broadcasts for system events, such as when the system boots up or the device starts changing. Look at this image. The activity 1 or activity A calling the start activity method Passing through the intent. Intent is passed to the Android system. Android system pass another intent that directs it towards to start on create method for the activity B. Don't worry, we will clarify this in a very simple application, but please pay attention with me. There are two main types of intents: explicit intents and implicit intents. Let's start with the explicit intents. Explicit intents specify which application will satisfy the intent by supplying either the target application's package name or a fully qualified component class name. You'll typically use an explicit intent to start a component in your application because you know the class name of the activity or service you want to start. For example, you might start a new activity within your application in response to a user action or start a service to download a file in the background. Also, we'll make a standalone app and a whole app talking about explicit intents and one for the implicit intents. Implicit intents do not name a specific component, but instead declare a general action to perform, which allows a component from another app to handle it. For example, if you want to show the user a location on a map, you can use an implicit intent to request that another capable application show a specified location on a map. For example, you can request from Google Maps. This is implicit intents. And these are the types of intents, explicit and implicit. This is a very quick introduction to intents. Now let's jump into Android Studio and start building two apps, one for using the explicit and one for using the implicit. Hello my friends, in this video we're gonna create a new project in Android Studio that will use the explicit intent to understand it well. So create a new project with empty activity. I will name it as explicit app. I will select the language for Kotlin and click on finish. So explicit intents specify the component. In our case here, we will create a new activity, the second activity. So when the user clicks a button here in the first activity, it will direct him to the second activity. In this case, intent provides the external class to be invoked. Let's start. Here, let's create and let's edit this text view, sorry. Text view, I will name it as we are in the first activity or first activity. First activity, simple. Text size will be 32 SP. I will drag it up. I will add another text view, or without text view, I will make it directly a button. Here, wrap content, ID will be btn, and the text would be click or go to second activity. Okay, I will drag it here and drop it and add and infer its constraints. I click on infer constraints and it's good. This is the button for inferring constraints. Okay, till now we are great. We created this activity. Now let's go to this package here and let's create a new activity and we select empty activity. This is how we create a new activity in the package. Activity name, I will name it as activity 2. The layout will be activity underscore 2. Source language is Kotlin. Click on finish, and here we go. We've created another activity. This is activity number 2. Its content is the layout. If we open the layout folder, we see activity underscore 2.xml, which is for the activity.2 or activity2.kt class file. Okay. We have two activities, the main and activity 2. Okay, let us edit this activity 2 layout. I will drag and drop a text view, infer its constraints, and I will go to the split mode here and text size 32 sp, and you are on the second activity. Okay, gravity center. Okay, and everything is working fine. Now I will add some background till 200. It's good. Let's go to the main activity here. Let's define some widgets. So button btn or var. I will declare it directly in the onCreate method, var btn of type button. I will import the package of button equal find view by id r.id.btn. Okay, this is the button. Now I need to add a click listener to it. Set on click listener new. Set on click listener. I can pass the view, but it will be directly imported by and passed by Kotlin. Now, what I need to set on click listener, when the user clicks on this button, I need to direct him to the second activity. This is done by using the explicit intent. How to create intents? Var intent I of type intent equal to, I will alt plus enter to import the class for the intents, and here android.content.intent, and I will create intent this, and I will pass the second screen, which is the activity2.class. Okay, or like this, 2 dots class.java. Okay, this is how we use it in Kotlin. So I need to use these 2 dots. I'm specifying it's an activity type class.java, which is here activity2.kt. Okay, now I told you that I need to use a method called start activity. I pass the variable and the object of type intent to here, and everything will work fine. I can remove this, by the way. Okay, so don't miss, guys. It's very important. Many people asked me, and this is activity 2. I'm specifying that I need to go this intent. I need to direct this main activity towards the activity 2. So I need to display activity 2 dot class, which is a class.java type. Okay, now let's run our application and see. And here we go. This is the first activity. If we click on go to second activity button, so it will direct us towards the second screen. You are on the second screen. If we click on this back button here in the emulator, it will direct us to the first activity. Okay, this is the power of using intents. One important thing I should mention here before we end the lesson of the explicit intents: passing data between activities. It's very important topic, and by the way, we are going to use this type of intents in many of our future projects. Okay, so pay attention for this type, and please write everything down, every note on your copybook to be aware what will happen later on in the next videos. Okay, think about if I need to pass the name of the user from one activity to another, or I need to pass some information from one activity to another. I need to use the put extra. There are a lot of methods we can use, the flags, extras, and so on. But I need for now to concentrate on put extra method. I need to pass here two parameters, the key and the value. The key, which is, for example, name or age, and I will pass the value. I can pass every type of object: array, bundle, string, double, float, long, whatever you want. Okay, these are the types you can pass it, but the key should be a string. Okay, the value I will pass it like 30. Okay, now if I go to the second activity, I need to receive data. Receiving data from the first activity. So I'm passing the data from the first activity to the second activity. Okay, in the second activity, I'm going to receive the data, and this is done by using the bundle variable. Var bundle, it's of type bundle, equal to intent dot get extras, or I can get extras. Okay, alt plus enter, change the variable to bundle of this this type. Okay, any type. So in order to get the age, so I create val age equal bundle dot the key dot get. What is the key? It's a case sensitive, guys. It's very important to copy it exactly like this. So I will copy this key and I'll paste it here as the key that I need to get it. Okay, it's very important. Now I need to create a toast message to display for the user that we've got the age. Make text, I pass the context and the message, your age, and I pass the age variable, and I can set the duration toast dot length long dot show message. Okay, now let's run our application and see how it looks. I go to the second activity, and here is the information that I've passed, which is the age 30. Again, if I go back, go to second activity, and I am going to the second activity with this information, age equal to 30. So this is how we pass the data between the two and between the activities using the key, but using the extras, which is of type key. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to create a new application that uses implicit intents. So the user will click on a button and it will direct him to open a new web page using the available web browsers on the system. So we are going to make use and use the in help of the other applications like Google Chrome and other web browsers. So let's start creating this project, empty activity. I will name it as implicit app. I will use the language Kotlin, click finish, and wait for Android Studio to configure its project and libraries. So we use the implicit intents in order not to navigate and use inside the components. So the implicit intents invokes the component of another application to handle the request. It does not specify the component name specifically. So if I need to navigate to google.com, I'm not going to specify, hey, I'm going to use Chrome, not Opera browser or Firefox. No, this type of intent is just to specify the request, okay? Not the component specifically, okay? Let's go and create here in the main activity. I will drag it up. I go to split mode. No other activities. Welcome to implicit intent app. Okay, the size will be 32 SP. And the gravity would be center. I prefer using the center. Okay, now I will drag and drop, or I can write a new button here, wrap content. The ID would be btn, and the text go to Google. Okay, I will drag this button here and I will click on this button, invert constraints. Okay, so back to the main activity. I will specify here the button. So var or val btn of type button, alt plus enter to import the package of the button, equal find the view by id r.id.btn. Okay, so btn.set on click listener, and I will pass directly the it. This is the anonymous class for the set on click listener interface. Now I need to use the intent. So I will create intent equal to intent, and I will pass intent dot action view action underscore view parameter. Okay, sometimes Android Studio will generate some unexplained errors, so make sure to make a clean build and everything will work fine. Okay, so here I am preparing the intent, I'm preparing the system that I'm going to make a view, and I will direct it to another application. So intent, please pay attention, guys. Set data you're going to use an URI.parse. Later on we'll see the URIs in details, but please concentrate with me on this example on intents. HTTPS, I will specify here the link, Google Okay, and then as usual, when using intents, we use start activity method. Intent. Here, I am telling the system to open and browse this link in any of the available browsers. So let's run this project and see what happened. What happens in the emulator system. So waiting for the emulator. And here we go, we have this button. If I click it, it will direct me to google.com through the application Google Chrome, which is available on this device. If you install Opera or Firefox browsers, if you click on Go to Google, it will pop up a menu or a dialog that asks you in which browser you need to open your link. So this is the implicit intents in Kotlin. I hope you understand well. Later on in the next videos and the next applications, we'll use the intents much. So pay attention, keep up with me, and please guys, rate us 5 stars on Udemy to support us making new videos and new tutorials and keep updating this course. Every app project must have an Android manifest.xml file with precisely that name as the root of the project source set. The manifest file describes essential information about your app to the Android build tools, the Android operating system, and Google Play. Among many other things, the manifest file is required to declare the following: the components of the app, which include all activities, services, broadcast receivers, and content providers. Each component must define basic properties such as the name of its Kotlin or Java class. It can also declare capabilities such as which device configuration can handle, and intent filters that describe how the component can be started. The permissions that the app needs in order to access protected parts of the system or other apps. It also declares any permissions that other apps must have if they want to access content from this app. The hardware and software features. The app requires which devices can install the app from Google Play. So, in general, the manifest file is a file in Android applications. It's a necessary file. It contains the three main parts or 3 declarations: the components of the app, the activities, services, broadcast receivers, and content providers, the permissions the app needed, and the hardware and software features the app requires. Let's go deep in the manifest. Let's talk about the app components. For each app component that you can create in your application, you must declare a corresponding XML element in the manifest file. So if you create a new activity in your application, the activity tag should be replaced and added inside this activity or Android manifest. So activity tag for each subclass of activity, service tag for each subclass of service. If you create a receiver, broadcast receiver, you can use and you should use the receiver tag and the provider for subclass of the content provider. If you subclass any of these components without declaring it in the manifest file, the system cannot start. The name of your subclass must be specified with the name attribute using the full package designation. For example, if you can see here, a new activity called My Activity is added here in under the activity tag, and here the name attribute. Intent filter. App activities, services, and broadcast receivers are activated by intents. An intent is a message defined by an intent object that describes an action to perform. And we've seen the intents in the previous videos, including the data to be acted upon, the category of component that should perform the action, and the other instruction. Okay, so the intent filter, like in this example, an app component can have any number of intent filters defined with the intent filter tag element, each one describing a different capability of that component. In this case, if you look closer on this example, intent filter, you can see the launcher activity. So the name and the category is launcher. So the intent.category.launcher, this specify that is using this intent filter, we tell Android Studio that my activity, this activity, which is named My Activity, is the launcher activity. So when the user opens the app, My Activity should be first displayed. Icons and labels. Several manifest elements can have icon and label attributes for displaying a small icon and a text label, respectively, to users for the corresponding component. In every case, the icon and label that are set in parent element become the default icon and label value for all children elements. For example, the icon and label that are set in the application element are the default icon and label for each of the app's components, such as all activities. Permissions. Android app or Android apps must request permission to access sensitive user data such as a contact and SMS, or certain system features such as camera and internet access. Each permission is defined by a unique label. For example, if an app needs to access the internet, it must have the following line in the manifest. Uses permission Android name Android.permission.internet. So in this case, we define that this application needs internet to access the internet. So we are adding the permission, okay? And the other permissions that the app requests, like reading the storage, writing the storage, and accessing SMS, contact. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about Gradle. The Android build system compiles app resources and source code and packages them into APKs or Android app bundles that you can test, deploy, sign, and distribute. Android Studio uses Gradle, an advanced build toolkit, to automate and manage the build process while allowing you to define flexible custom build configurations. Each build configuration can define its own set of code and resources while reusing the parts common to all versions of your application. The Android plugin for Gradle works with the build toolkit to provide processes and configurable settings that are specific to building and testing Android applications. One cool thing about Gradle is that it's a build or a plug-in based system. This means if you have your own programming language and you want to automate the task of building some package output like a jar file for Java from the sources, then you can write a complete plugin in Java or Groovy or Kotlin and distribute it to the rest of the world. I know it may be look confusing, but don't worry, we're gonna clarify everything later on. We will understand Gradle and make specific things with Gradle and why we use Gradle in Android Studio. You must have seen the build.gradle files in your project. That is where you write scripts to automate your tasks. The code you saw in these files is a Groovy code. In this picture, I'll show you. These are the Gradle scripts to the left in the project structure. We have a Gradle script. We have two files, build.gradle, one for the project and one for the module, and we will talk about them in this video. Okay, so Gradle build files use a domain-specific language or DSL to define custom build logic and to interact with Android-specific elements of the Android plugin for Gradle. Android Studio projects consist of one or more modules, which are components that you can build, test, and debug independently. Each module has its own build file. So every Android Studio project contains two kinds of Gradle build files: the top level build file and the module level build file. Okay, these are the two files that we will use the most in our coding career. So top level build file, this is where you'll find the configuration options that are common to all the modules that make up your project. And module level build file, each module has its own Gradle build file that contains module specific build settings. You'll spend most of your time editing the module level build file exactly like this picture, and rather than your project's top level build file. So we'll add dependencies, external libraries here in this build.gradle module level. Gradle-wrapper.properties, another file. This allows you other people to build your code even if they don't have Gradle installed on their machine. This file checks whether the correct version of Gradle is installed and downloads the necessary version if necessary. The other files I don't need from you to learn about them because they are not necessary till now. Okay, so the most used file that we will use it through our course and through the coding career is the module-level build file, which is the build.gradle, and this is what was displayed in this picture. So this is all about Gradle, that they are very important topics that I should cover before we start using Gradle and use the external libraries. Hello my friends, and welcome to the Lucky Number application. In this application, we are asking the user to enter his name at the first screen, wish me luck button, and your lucky number is 3. Then the user will allow to share this number that it's auto-generated along with the available platforms and application installed on the device. Now let's share it with the Gmail. And here we go. This is the username, Jack is lucky today. This is the title of the Gmail or the email. And the text and the body of the email is his lucky number is 3, which is the number that's generated from this application. So, are you ready to create this amazing app? So we are going to follow these steps layout design, creating the layout for this app using layout editor in Android Studio. So we'll design 2 layouts for 2 activities. Then we are going to declare the views, declaring the widgets and the views created in the XML. Then we are adding the functionalities, creating explicit intents to navigate to the second activity and pass the username data. Then the implicit intents that's allowing us to share the result along the platforms, and a function for picking a random number. Then the 4th step is running and testing and correcting any possible errors. So, are you ready? This is a great app that you will learn about and review the implicit, explicit intents and generate random. Hello, my friends. In this video, we're going to create our project and design the 2 layouts for the 2 activities. Select empty activity. Here, for the name it as Lucky Num App. Select the language Kotlin and click Finish. Now let's start designing the main activity. Click on activity_main.xml and go into split mode. Okay, this is the text view. I need to drag it and for above, drag it up, and I will change the text size at first. I will make it as 32 SP, and I will make it welcome to Lucky Number. Okay, now I will change the main activity background. I will copy these 2 backgrounds. I will go to resources and drawable, paste them, click OK, and then you are good. The gradient 1, this is the background, and the gradient 2, this is the background. Okay, for the second activity. Here, I will specify the background attribute at drawable gradient 1. And here we go. This is the background of this image. This is this activity. I will change the text color. So, text color black. And it would be good. Now I will add an edit text here in order to allow the user to enter his name. For the width, match parent, wrap content for the height. And now I will add a hint. Hint, please enter your name. Okay? I will drag this and add it to here. And then I will infer its constraint. Click on Infer Constraints, and here we go. Also, I don't need this constraint to be at this edge. I need it to the end of the edit text. So I will delete this constraint and add it to here, and then drag it down 116 dp. And it's good. It's inferred to the edge, the left edge and the right edge. And here we go. This is the ID edit text and the text view, text view. One last thing I need to add is the button. Wrap content ID is btn, and the text is equal to like wish me luck. Okay, this is good. I will drag this button down to here. I will add some constraints. I infer constraints to here, and this is good. Okay, I'll add also a constraint to here. Now it's ready. Now let's design the second activity. I will create a new activity and I will select empty activity. I will name it as Lucky Number Activity. Okay, This will generate a lucky number for the user. And the source language is Kotlin. Click on finish, and here we go. This is the lucky number activity. I will go to here, the activity lucky number. There are two layouts. This is the main activity, and this is for the lucky number activity. I will go to the split mode and start designing this layout. I will add the background at first. Select the background, gradient 2. Okay. Now let's add the text views. The first text view will be a wrap content ID text 1, and the size would be 32 sp, and the text, your lucky number is. Okay, here we go. We infer constraints and it's good. I prefer the text color would be white. Okay, now I will add another text view here. Text view, wrap content. The ID would be lucky num text, and the size would be 76 sp. This will generate the lucky number and display it inside this text view. And text, I will keep it like this, 888. Okay, it's good. Infer constraints, and here we go. Now I will add a button to share the results. Text, share the lucky, share my luck. Okay, it's good. I drag it and drop it here. I will add its constraints, and I will drag it like this. Okay, this is the layout. Hello my friends. In this video, we're gonna declare and initialize the widgets that we've created before for the two activities. Let's start with the main activity. Here we have text view, edit text, and a button. So let's go to the main activity here and start by val b1 of type button equal find view by ID, or I will implement or import the package android.widget and the class button r.id.btn val text view equal to find view by ID r.id.text1. Okay, or not text1, it's called text view. Okay, Alt plus enter to import the text view class. Let me check. This is a text view, edit text, and btn. Now I need another val edit txt equal or of type edit text equal find view by ID r.id.edit text. Okay, these are the widgets of the first activity. Let's move to the second activity. We have text view, the text1, another text view, lucky number text, and a button, and I need to add its ID, share btn. So let's start defining in the lucky number activity val text1 of type text view equal find the view by ID, importing the text view r.id.text1. Okay, this is text1. Now text2 is called lucky num txt. So val lucky text of type text view equal find view by ID r.id.lucky num text, and val button share button equal or of type button, alt plus enter to import the package and the class of button, and r.id.share btn. Okay, so congratulations guys, we've created the layout and initialized the widgets for the two activities. Hello my friends, in this video we're going to get the username that's entered by the user in the edit text, and when the user click on wish me a luck, will direct him to the second screen, passing the data from this activity to the another activity. So when think about it, when navigating, when passing data between activities of the same app, we're going to use the explicit intents. So let's start by the button b1.set on click listener. I need to make here we need to get var name equal edit text dot get text or dot text. Okay, I'm getting the var of name named as name and getting it from the edit text dot text. I'm getting what the user enters in the edit text and store it inside the variable called name. Okay, now in order to pass the data between activities, I'm going to use the explicit intents. Okay, so we will start by intent or var. I can make it var I of type intent equal alt plus enter to import the class of intents here, and I will name it as intent. I can remove this, and I will pass the get or this, which is the context, get application context, and here we pass where we are going to navigate from this activity to the second activity. So the second activity is called lucky number activity and class.java. Okay, so I'm moving from the main activity towards the lucky number activity. Okay, I need to pass the data. So here I'm passing the user name. So I.put extra, I am putting the name as the username, and the name here, I will name it as username in order not to confuse you. Okay, then start activity and starting the activity I. So I'm passing here the user name that it's entered by the user inside the edit text and passing it towards the lucky number activity through the put extra. The key is name. Now let's move to the lucky number activity, and receive the bundle. So I will create function here, receive username, and here I will start receiving from the bundle. So I will start by var bundle of type bundle equal to intent dot extras. I'm getting from extras. So I will store the received username here in a variable called username equal to bundle dot get, and here we use the key. So give me the key name. It's a case sensitive, guys, please pay attention. Give me the key name, I will give you the value of it and store it inside the username. Okay, so I need to return a string for this username. So return user name. Here I need to transform this to a string because it's of any type. Okay, now I can get the, or I can use like these directly, these two codes directly here without using functions. Okay, but I prefer using functions in order to keep the code more recognizable and more pretty. Okay, so I will store var user name user underscore name equal to receive user name. I will call this function. Now let's test this by making a toast message that dot make text this the username here, and we use the toast dot long dot show message. Okay, now let's run our application and see if we've got the user from one page to another, from one activity to another correctly or not. Here we go. Please enter your name. I will enter Jack. Wish me a luck. And here we go. Jack is passed correctly. So, congratulations, guys. We've succeeded in getting the username and passing it. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we've succeeded in receiving the username. Now, we are going to generate the lucky number and add the sharing functionality for this bot. So, in order to generate random numbers generator, I will create a function called generate random number. It's returning type as an integer, and here we go. Let's start making like this function. So I will make use of an instance from random class. Okay, random. Okay, dot next int, and here we can specify the range from 0 to 1000. Okay, so I can make this happens by using the companion or extension function, but I prefer using the upper limit like 1000. So I'm generating numbers from 0 to 1000, and here I don't need this because I'm not making an instance of the abstract class. Okay, return random. Okay, it's very simple. Now let's call this method here var random number equal to generate random number. I will copy this toast message and I will paste it here in order to check for the random number. Okay, let's run the emulator and see. Now enter your name, and here we go. It's generating for us a random number. If we go back, click on this and another random number 608. It's working fine. Now let's remove this toast message and set the lucky text dot set text to the random number. Run the program. Enter Jack. I need to add this string maybe because it's an integer. It will not directly enter it. Wish me luck, and here we go. So don't miss this two quotes, double quotes. Okay, so congratulations guys, we have succeeded in receiving the username and generating random numbers. Now in the next video we're gonna see how to share the results in or on different platforms like email, Gmail, WhatsApp, Telegram, and others. Hello my friends, in the previous videos we've succeeded in receiving the username and generating a random number. Now we're going to allow the user to share the name and the lucky number on different platforms. So I will generate a function here for sharing the results or the username and number. I will create a function share data. It took into the parameter the username as a string and the number as an int. Okay, so in order to share data between the other applications, so you are sharing the information, the data with the system, and system will choose the correct application for sharing, like email, Gmail, Telegram, WhatsApp, Facebook, and others. So what is the perfect way? It's by using the implicit intents. So implicit intents will share the data along the other applications, not sharing the information along the activities of the same application. It's sharing externally. So think about implicit as sharing externally. Okay, so implicit intents. I will start by creating var I of equal intent and alt plus enter to import the package and the class of intent, and here I will use action dot send or intent dot action underscore send. So because I'm going to send it to other application, share it along with the applications, I need to use the action underscore send attribute of the intents. Now I will add the data to this and put extra for this intent, which is the title of the email and the body of the email. So for that, I will make here intent dot extra underscore subject. This is the title. Think about it as a title for the email. I will put the username. So I will make the username here. Username plus is lucky today. Or I can use the template, string template like this. Okay, username is lucky today. I dot put extra again, intent dot extra underscore the body. So body text. So text here, which is the body of the email. What I need to put and share the number. So his lucky number is none. Okay, I'm sharing this two information: the username as a title for the Gmail, and the body, which is his lucky number is none. Now start activity I. And I will need to call this method in the onCreate method. Here, share button dot set on click listener. I need to add this share on click listener. I need to call share data. I pass the username and the random number. Okay, so these two data, the two variables, the username and the random number, is get it from the first activity, and this is from the generate random number method function. And when the user click on share button, I pass these two variables as parameters to here, and we start the new activity, which is sending us to the other applications in order to share the results. Okay, so let's run our application and see if there is any error or if the application is working fine. Hello, my friends. In this video, we're going to run our application. So click on this green triangle. Now enter the name Jack. Sorry for my emulator. Wish me a luck 173. Share my luck. Let's click on this button. Oops, there is an error. Let me go to the logcat and see what is the error. I'll select error and let me check for the lucky number. So the error is here in the share data method. Okay, so I think no activity found to handle intent that has extras. I need to check for the I or the intent is setting the type. So I need to set the type of the sharing data. What are the types of the data that I'm going to share? Both are of type string. So I need to specify here it's of type text and plain text. Okay, let me stop and run the program again. Here we go. Jack, wish me luck 332. Share my luck. Okay, you can see, guys, that the sharing option or menu is appearing now. Let's select the Gmail just once, and here we go. These are the auto-generated text according to the data, that we have passed. The username, which is Jack, is lucky today, and the body of the email is his lucky number is 332. Okay, so this is our app. Congratulations, guys. We've used the explicit intents, we've used the implicit intents, we've introduced the generation of random numbers by using the random class, and this is a good application to practice what we've learned before. Hello, my friends. In this video, we'll talk about the app resources. Resources are the additional files and static content that your code uses, such as bitmap, layout definitions, user interface strings, animation instructions, and more. You should always externalize app resources such as images and strings from your code so that you can maintain them independently. Once you externalize your app resources, you can access them using resource IDs and that are generated in your project's R class. You should place each type of resource in a specific subdirectory of your project's REST directory. We've seen in the previous videos that we've created layouts files.xml, and we placed them into the layout folder. Also, we saw that we placed the PNGs or drawables, like a background for our activities in the drawable folder. So you should store each type of resources in specific subdirectory. You can't store the layout in the drawable or row or values folder. Okay, so let's talk about each folder separately. Let's start with the animator folder. Animator folder is used to store the XML files that define property animations, while the anim folder, XML files that define tween animations. Property animations can also be saved in this directory, but the animator directory is preferred for property animation to distinguish between these two types. Later on, when we talk about the animators in a separate section, we will see these two folders. The color directory. XML files that define a state list of colors are stored in the color directory. When we talk about directory, which means a folder. Okay, so file and folders. Folders are directories. Drawable folder is used to store bitmap files such as .png, .9.png, .gpg, .jef, or XML files that are compiled into the following drawable resource subtypes: bitmap files, 9 patches, state lists, shapes, animation drawables, and others. And by the way, this is the most used folder in the resources that we will use through this course and through app development process. And also we are going to discover the power of this folder and the different shapes, animation drawables, bitmap files, and different drawables that we can store in this file. Bitmap, drawable files for different launcher icon densities. Layout folder, used to store XML files that define a user interface layout. Menu, XML files that define app menus such as options menu, context menus, or submenus are stored inside this directory. Row folder, arbitrary files to save in the row form. Values, XML files that contain simple values such as strings, integers, and colors. XML folder is used to store arbitrary XML files that can be read at runtime by calling resources.getXML method. The font, font files with extensions such as .ttf, .otf, or .ttc, or XML files that include font family elements are stored inside this font folder. So we've learned as a quick recap about what we are going to learn about the app resources, different app resources, and different folders. These are the folders included in the app resources or REST folder. Now let's move and learn about the most important things and most important folders now, okay, in the next videos. Later on, we'll talk about the animator and anim and other folders that are not important till now. Okay, so we're going to learn about the most important folders in this. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the colors. So go to the resources folder and select values. Values folder contains colors, strings, and themes. Select colors.xml, and here we are in the colors.xml file. A color value defined in XML. The color is specified with an RGB value and alpha channel. You can use a color resource any place that accepts a hexadecimal color value. You can also use a color resource when a drawable resource is expected in XML. So, for example, here we have different colors values, okay? And you can see that Android Studios provides like a snippet or thumbnail of the color, okay? So, if I'm going to use purple _200, I can go to the main activity, for example, and add the background and use add color dash purple 200. And here we go. We can set a background as a color defined in the colors.xml file. The value is always begins with a pound here, which is the pound character, then followed by alpha red green value. This is the alpha red green blue information in one of the following formats. We can use the hashtag RGB, which is the alpha channel RGB red green blue, or ARGB alpha red green blue. I can remove F, I can get the same result. Okay, so FF, the first two is for the alpha channel. Okay, I can write the colors in a format like RRGGBB, red red, green green, blue blue, or AARRGGBB. Okay, as we've seen here. Okay, so this is AA alpha, this is for red, this is for green, and this is for blue. Note, a color is a simple resource that is referenced using the value provided in the name attribute. This is the name attribute here, the purple _ 500. So let's talk about the syntax. You should see the resources tag. So this is required in the colors.xml. So resources opening and closing tags are required. This must be the root node. Okay, then we use the color attribute or tag. The color is expressed in hexadecimal as described before. Okay, the name is a name for the color. This will be used as the resource ID. So you can see that I've used it in the as a purple 200, or I can use like purple 500. Okay, so this acts as an ID, the purple underscore 500. Okay, this is all about the resources, colors. Now let's go, I need to mention one note, very important note. If I go to main activity, for example, in Java or in Kotlin, I will write these two. So Kotlin and for Java. Okay. For Kotlin, if I need to use this color that it's defined and make use it in Java or Kotlin, not in XML. Okay, I'm not going to set the text color for this text view in the XML. I will set it in the main activity in Java or Kotlin. So I can define val color, I name it as color, equal to, or of type int, equal to resources dot get color dot, or resources dot get color r dot color dot purple 500, purple 700, and so on. Okay, this is how we use it in Kotlin. Now let's see in Java. In Java, if you are working in Java and you need a color reference programmatically and use it inside the methods or in main activities, you can define resources object res equal get resources, alt plus enter to import the class, and then int color, I will define it, equal to res dot get color r dot color dot purple 700. Okay, this is how we define a color purple. I name it as purple. This is how we define a color in Java, and this is how we define color in Kotlin. Color reference to this or other colors. So remember, to define a new color, we need the color at the tag, the name, which is my color, and we define here one of the four formats that we start by the pound. Here we specify the red, green, and blue values, either with alpha or without alpha channels. Okay, so congratulations guys, we've defined and we've learned how to define colors in Android Studio, and we learned about the color. Hello my friends, in this video we're gonna talk about the strings file. Here in the strings file, inside the values folder, inside the res folder, we can see the strings.xml file. And if we look closer at this file, we can see that it contains the resources tag, which is mandatory and it's required to be founded here. And a line here starts by string and ending by the strings tag, and we can see that it's the same hierarchy or the same syntax as the colors file. So it starts by the name and the value, and here we specify the value of this app underscore name key. So a string resource provides text strings for your application with optional text styling and formatting. There are three types of resources that you can provide your application with strings, like for example the string, XML resource that provide a single string. Also, you can create a string array. So I can start by string array, which is an XML resource that provides an array of strings, Also, you can use quantity strings like plurals, which is the XML resource that carries different strings for pluralization. Okay, this is a string array that we can define, and also we can use string or plurals. Okay, so we can define a string, we can define a string array, and we can define string plurals. Okay, all strings are capable of applying some styling markup and formatting arguments. Later on, we will learn about formatting and styling. Now, let's concentrate on the strings. String, a single string that can be referenced from your application or from other resources file, such as XML layout. Let's start defining this string and understanding the concept. The string, as I told you, which is required in order to define a string, a single string, included inside the resources tags, which are mandatory for defining the strings.xml file. Now we go to the name. You can change, like, for example, let me make a new string. Name, which is required, you can see the required name, you can see the required here. I will name it as text underscore welcome, and here I define the value which is equal to this key, text underscore welcome. Hello, my friends. Okay, this is the value of the string, and this is the name of the string that acts as an ID for this string. A string which can include styling tags, beware that you must escape apostrophes and quotation marks using the escaping characters. Okay, so the name is used as the resource ID. Because I'm concentrating on this point because I'm going to use it in the activity underscore main or other layouts. Please pay attention for me, what I'm doing. Here we have a text, and we learned that we can type, hey, my friends. Okay, and you can see it's changed directly, but it's not preferable to do this. If I need to change this text later on, I need to open the layout activity, layout of this activity, and change it in the text attribute. But this is not good. Or if I'm going to translate this app, I need to translate all the text and make different activities. No, it's simply using the strings folder, a strings file that we define here, the text attributes and all the strings. How to reference it? It's very simple. I can put at string, here I'm referencing to this file, and I specify the name of my string, which is text underscore welcome. So I type text underscore welcome, and you can see that this text view now is reading its resources from the string file. Okay, this is how we define a string in this strings.xml. Let me talk fast about string arrays and the plurals. So a string array, an array of strings that can be referenced from the application. We can define a string array starting by string dash array. We specify the name, string array demo, and here we put with the item tag, okay, to reference it. Okay, so item, I will name it as Java. Item number 2, which is Kotlin. Item number 3, is C++, and so on. So the string array defines the array of strings, contains one or more item elements. Okay? The item is a string which can include styling tags. The value can be a reference to another string resource. Must be a child. This item must be a child of string array element. Okay? Later on, when we talk about array lists and list of views, we're going to use this type of resources. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the menu. A menu resource defines an application menu, either options menu, context menu, or submenu that can be inflated with menu inflator class. Okay, so in order to create the resources that holds the menus, we go to the resources folder here. We select new and we select Android resource directory. Now in the resource type, select menu. Okay, you can select bunch of other things, a name, animator, color. These are the resources that we've learned about them. We select menu and we click on OK button. And you can see that the menu folder is added. Now, in order to create a menu, click on this folder, click on new, and we select menu resource file. This file, I will name it as my menu. Okay, and source set main and directory name is menu. The root element should be menu. Click OK, and here we go. This is our menu. Okay, this is our menu. You see that opening tag is the menu and the closing tag is menu. And this is the XMLNS link. Okay, now here inside this menu, we need to define the items. We start by the item tag, and I will define Android ID. I will name it as new or new. I will keep it new. Here I will use the icon. You can use Android icon, whatever you want. I will use IC launcher, this, which is good. And title, I will name it as new game. You can see that a new option is added, and these are the three dots that refers for the menu. Now, or you can reference it for a string that we've learned before. Okay, I prefer using the strings, but for demonstration now, I'm going to use this hard-coded. So, new game. And we close the item. Okay? In order to create another item, I will use here item ID. The new ID is save game. Here I will name it as new game. Icon, you can specify the icon that you should use it, and title, save game. You can see, guys, that we've created two options inside this menu, the new game and the save game. Here, the dealing with these items is different. We use the ID and not the name attribute, okay, that we've learned before with the colors and the strings. Okay, so the item, it creates menu item, and the menu tag here, it's just a container that holds the menu items or group of menu items. Okay, Now let's go to the main activity, either .java or .kt. If you are using Java or Kotlin, I will show you both of these two languages. So here, outside of the onCreate method, I will create the codes that it's for Java and for Kotlin. So if you are using in Java and you are using in Kotlin, both you should use or both you can use in order to create this menu in your activity. So if you are using Java, you start by public boolean onCreate option menu, or you can override this by clicking on Alt plus insert buttons, override methods, and here you can search for onCreate options menu, and you can click on OK button, and here we go. This is our overrided method that we will use it in order to create a reference for our menu. I will use a menu inflator object inflator equal get menu inflator, and then I will use inflator.inflate method r.menu. This is the menu folder dot, which is the name of the menu, my menu, and I will name it as menu. Return true. Okay, this is how we create menus in Java, referencing this menu to our main activity, the main activity. Okay, in order to create it in Kotlin, it's very similar. We override the function override function on create options menu, and we pass the menu as a parameter menu, and here it's returning type as a boolean, and we start by defining the menu inflator as an object that we can use menu inflator dot inflate and r dot menu dot my menu, and we pass the menu as an object. Okay, then we return true. Okay, this is how we use it in Kotlin. So let's run our application and see it. If you are using Kotlin, you can use this. If you are using Java, you can use this. Since I'm using Java in this course, I'm going to run it, and in this video I'm going to use Java, so I'm deleting the Kotlin. And here we go. This is our application. You can notice that there is a bar here and the 3 dots. If I click on this 3 bars, we can see the new game and save game options and items created using this menu. So congratulations guys, we've succeeded in creating a menu and learned about the menus in Android, and we've succeeded creating a menu. Hello my friends, in this video I'm going to continue with the resources folder and start learning about the drawable. Drawable resource is a general concept for a graphic that can be drawn to the screen and which you can retrieve with APIs such as getDrawable method or apply to another XML resource with attributes such as Android drawable and Android icon. There are several different types of drawables: bitmap files, which is a bitmap graphic file .png, .webp, .jpg or .jef; 9patch, a PNG file with stretchable regions to allow image resizing based on content of .9.png created by 9patch drawable; and layer list, state list, level list, transition drawables, inset drawables, clip drawables, scale drawables, shape drawable, and so on. I will concentrate on the main usage and the main things that you are going to use through this course and through app development, which is the PNGs, the shape drawables, and so on. So a shape drawable is an XML file that defines a geometric shape, including colors and gradients. And later in this video, we'll learn how to create the custom drawables. So let's start adding some drawables. I will copy this image. And by the way, you should focus that its naming should be starting by small letters, and don't start with numbers. Always start with small letter and with no numbers. Okay, only letters at the first digit. Okay, and this is the first thing. The second thing that I should mention, that always write the name of the vector or the name of the file, PNG, JPG, or whatever the extension is. Always write it in small letter. Okay, so I will copy it. I will go back to Android Studio and I will paste it inside the drawable. I prefer using drawable folder, not version 24. This is the new name. You can name it or and rename it, but I prefer using the same name, which is I mentioned the rules of naming. Don't put any capital letter, or don't put letter and numbers at the first place. Okay, at the beginning of the naming. Okay, this is the JPG. This is an image that we're going to use as a background for our activity. So open the layout here. This is the layout of my main activity, or other activities as you want if you are working on other projects. I will use the background attribute here, which is Android background. I showed you in the previous video that I'm going to I used the color attribute as a background. Now I'm going to use the drawable, so you can see how we are transitioning from and using the correct resources in Android Studio, either a color, or if I'm going to use a drawable, which is an image, I can specify that it's a drawable folder, and I will name it the gradient1, which is the file that I have used here. And you can see this icon is added. Okay, and here we go. This is our application drawable. It's placed correctly. Now please pay attention, guys. This is a PNG and or JPG file. Its size is about 116 kilobyte, which is considered a big or a large file size in Android applications. Because if you have 10 activities and 10 different images, you need to create like 1 mega or 2 mega just for backgrounds. So it will increase your app size and increase the memory usage. Drawables, as I teach you, we can use this folder to store shape drawables. So let's learn about the shape drawables, which is the most important thing that I should mention in the drawable lesson. I will go to drawable here and create a new drawable resource file. Click here, click OK, and set the name, the file name. I will name it as my gradient _ shape. or my gradient background. Okay, the root, select the root element. The root element should be a shape, and the source set is main and directory Drupal. Click OK, and here we go. This is a shape. Okay, here I will start using the gradient tag. Type, Android type, which is I can make it as linear. The angle would be 45, which is good. And start color, I will get colors. I will jump to colors.co, COOLORS.co /palette/trending, and I will start copying some colors, hex codes. I prefer using this. I will copy this, and I will start by the hashtag or the pound. You can see this is the color. Now I can use the end color the same way. I will end it by this color. Paste it, and here we go. We have created the gradient. Okay, so this is how we create a gradient. You can see the middle or Android center color. You can select like this color. Okay, you can see this center color. You can change the angle like by 45 degrees. I will make it 90 degrees. You can see it. I can use 135. Don't use 130. Okay, or any angle that it's not multiple of 45. Okay, 135 is good. This is my gradient background.xml. If I go back to the activity main, I remove gradient 1 and use my gradient background. And here we go. I'm using now this gradient background.xml and not the gradient 1.jpg. So I can remove it. I can delete this image, and I keep using this lovely gradient. So shapes are very important in Drupal. In the next trick, I will show you how to create the button shapes. But till now, I'm going to use the background and Drupal as gradients. So if I run the program, it will give me the same result. Look closer, guys. This is the file, my gradient background. If I click on it, I can see open in Explorer, and I can see that my gradient background, its size is 1 kilobyte. So I reduced the same image from 116 kilobyte to 1 kilobyte. So this is the trick that no one will teach you. Now think about that you may use a shape for this text view or other widgets. So for example, if you need to make a frame or a oval or circular shape around this text view, what we will do? We will create a new Drupal resource file. I will name it as shape text or frame text view shape. The root element would be a shape. Click OK, and here we go. This is a shape. We start defining some attributes here. We start by the gradient. You can see Alt plus Control plus space. You can see things that you can define: the solid, corner, stroke, gradient, padding, and size. These are the attributes you can use it. I can use the gradient that we've seen before. The center color would be FFFF0000. Okay, this is the red, and end color would be this 80 FF00FF. Okay, or you can select from these colors as you want. Okay, so for example, if I change this, would be good. If I use this color, would be good. You can change whatever you want. Okay, angle would be 45 is good, and don't miss to close this gradient. Now I'm going to use the corners. Android radius would be 12 dp. Good. Okay, this is very simple. Now if I use here the stroke, you can define a stroke as a width for this frame. So I use the width as 12 dp, which is good. You can see this frame, and I will use the color purple, or I will choose this yellow. Okay, so you can define a color, but I can put directly its hex code. Okay, you can see this is our shape. If we go to the main activity here and set for the text view a background attribute at drawable frame text shape, and here we go. You can see that this shape is taking place. Okay, if I run the program, you should see it clear. And here we go. You can see this frame for the text view. You can see it, guys. This is a frame, but big stroke. Okay, you can reduce the stroke for 2 dp. It's good. If I run the program now, and here we go. This is the stroke. It's more pretty now. Okay, so congratulations, guys. We've learned how to create custom shapes, how to use the drawables. Hello, my friends. In this video, I'm going to talk about the fonts. A font resource defines a custom font that you can use in your app. Fonts can be individual font files or a collection of font files known as a font family and defined in XML. So let's start downloading a custom font and then use it in the text view. So you can search for fonts, custom fonts on internet, on Google, and you can see a bunch of sites that will provide you with free fonts. I love this font. It's called Gilroy. So I will download it and I will extract it here, extract here, and I will copy this Gilroy extra bold. So I will name it as Gilroy. I prefer using the small letters in order not to confuse Android Studio with the capital letters resources. Here we go to the resources folder. Again, I will click on new Android resource directory, and I will name the directory as fonts. Its resource type as font. Okay, click on OK button, and here we go. We created the font directory, and here we paste our Gilroy.otf or OTT extensions, and you can check it. Okay, double click it. You can see the Gilroy extra bold. Okay, font is added. I prefer to download the and place all the the fonts, all the custom fonts in the font folder. Okay. If I go to the main activity here in the text, I can specify the font family as add font. You can see, guys, how we are navigating and using the resources, the different resources. Here I'm using the font folder /Gilroy. If we go to the split mode, we can see that the font is changed. Okay, so if I run the program, this is the old font, and now this is the new font. Congratulations, guys. We've succeeded in adding and learning how to create custom fonts and add custom fonts and apply them. Hello, my friends. In this section, we're going to create a music player application that allow us to play a song from the resources folder in the app. So we click on the play button. You can see the timer and the seek bar is playing. We can pause it. We can replay it. We can make forward. You can see the seek bar. We can go back. We can check that we cannot go back while the timing is less than 10 seconds. And the forward button, you can see it. We cannot go forward when it reaches the end of the song. So this is our application. We're going to introduce the seek bar. We're going to use the media player, and we will see how to control, how to make the functionalities for these buttons by controlling the media player instances and classes. So congratulations, guys. Let's start creating our music player. Create new project, select empty activity, and now let's name our application as music player app. Select the language Kotlin and click on finish. So I will start with the first step, which is the designing layout. I will go to the split mode, and here we go. This is our layout. Okay. Now I will start creating the background. So I will add a drawable here, which is the gradient background. So I will go to the resources, drawable, and here I will go to the create new drawable resource folder. I will name it as background gradient. Click enter, and here we go. This is the gradient background. And now I will paste here the gradients. This is the gradient shape, the start color, and the end color. And we've talked about how to create shapes before in the custom shapes in drawables lesson. So this is the background gradient. Now back to here and background gradient, and this is our main activity layout. I will start adding the widgets. So text view, wrap content. I will add the ID as text view, and text would be music player app, and size would be 32 sp, and the color would be white. Okay. The style, text style would be bold, and I will drag and drop this text view here. Infer its constraints by clicking on this button. This is our first text view. Now let's add the image view that will display the logo for the music. So image view, I will put its width is 200 dp, 200 dp, I will put ID image view, and I will add the image to our drawable folder. I will place the music logo, copy it in the drawable folder, and this is called music logo. I will put the src, which is the source of this image, as drawable music logo. And here we go. This is our logo. I'll place it here and I infer the constraints, and here we go. The height is 200 dp. Okay, this is good. Now I will add another text view here. I will add a wrap content, the music, the ID, which is the music title or the song title. I will add the text, song title, and the size would be 24 sp. Okay, this is the song title. I'll drag it and infer the constraints. Okay, now I will add 4 buttons: the play, the pause, the forward, and the backward rewind to our layout. So I will start with the button, wrap content, or I will put 60 dp, which is good for our icons. I'll show you how to create icons. And ID would be back button. Okay, the background would be drawable and the back drawable. And now please concentrate with me, guys. I will show you how to create some simple icons in Android. I will go to here, drawable, click on new, and click on vector asset button. Here I will choose from the clip art bunch of codes, bunch of icons, bunch of symbols. I will select audio video and I will go down. You can see that we have a lot of icons. Click on the fast rewind here, back, click OK. I will name it as back icon, and I will click on next, drawable, click on finish, and here we go. You can see that the back icon is created and it's in XML. Okay, you can see that it's a vector, and the size of these vectors are nullables, like 1K, 1 kilobyte. Okay, so they are very important. Choose back icon, and here we go. We have this back icon here. I will infer the constraints. I will remove this. I will put it under the title. Okay. Click on infer constraints, and this is good. Again, I will create a new button, wrap 60 dp and 60 dp. It will be the forward button, or ID forward btn, and now I will add margin and or the background. Again, I will create a drawable for the forward. Okay, so I will create a new asset, new vector asset. I will select the clip art from here. I will select audio video, and I will select the fast forward. Next, I will go back to here. I will name it as forward icon. Next, click finish, and here we go. This is our forward icon. Okay, it's very simple, guys. Forward icon. I will drag it to here and infer the constraints. The width would be 60 dp. Now, I will create the third button, 60 dp, 60 dp. I will name it as pause button, pause, ID, pause button, and I will add the background to drawable slash. I will create a new vector asset here. I will use the pause symbol. This is the pause. Click OK. I'll use it. Pause icon and click next. Click finish, and here we go. We've created our pause icon. Okay, pause icon. I will drag it and drop it here. I will click on infer constraints, and this why it's changing. 60 dp, 60 dp. I will drag it here. Okay, so you can infer the constraints for these. Oops. Okay, now I will create another button here, wrap content or 60 dp, and here 60 dp. ID would be play underscore btn, and the ID would be, or the background, drawable slash, and here I will create a new vector asset. I will choose the audio video, the play button, play arrow. I will name it as play btn or play icon. Next, click on finish, and here we go. This is our play icon. Play icon. Okay, I will drag and drop it here and infer the constraints. This is what I will need to change, 60 dp, and drag it and drop it below. Okay, this is our music player. Now I will add something new widget called seek bar. Seek bar is used to display the progress and the progress and the current state of a music and audio file, video, and you can see it in YouTube, in many music players, in YouTube, in Instagram, and Facebook. All the video players or the media players will use the seek bar. So seek bar, match parent for the width, and the height is wrap content, ID is seek bar, and the text would be, or I will add the ID is, this is good, and this is the seek bar. Okay, I will infer the constraints, and now we are ready to create the last text view, wrap content ID would be time left text, which display the time. The size would be 24 SB, and the color would be black. Okay, and the text would be start text or 2 zeros. Okay, this is the start text, and here we go. I will click on infer constraints, and this is our layout. Congratulations guys, we've created our layout. Hello my friends, in this video I'm going to talk about the media player. Media player is used to play media files. Those files are audio and video files. It can also be used to play audio and video streams over the network. But now I will use it to play a song that we're going to replace it in the new folder called raw folder. So go to the project here, open the resources, and create a new Android resource directory. Select the resource type raw, keep the directory name raw, and click OK. And here we go. We have this new folder here. Okay, now copy this song. It's called Astronaut. This astronaut in the ocean. Let's go back to the Android Studio and paste it here. It's called astronaut.mp3. And here we go. This is our file. Okay, so we place the video and the audio files in the raw folder in Android Studio. Now, I need to initialize the media player and tell that we need to play this song. So I will initialize the media player here. Media player equal to media player dot create method, and what we need to create, we need to pass the first parameter as a context, and the second parameter is the URI or the resource ID. What is the resource ID? It's R. We use R class to detect the resources in Android. ID? No, we are not going to use the ID. We are going to use the file, the folder that we need, that we've replaced the file in it, which is the raw dot astronaut. Okay, this is how we can refer for the media player the file that it's going to play. Okay, now this is the media player. Set the seek bar dot set clickable. Set clickable to false. I will not, is clickable equal to false. And now we need to add the functionality for the buttons. But I need from you to understand the importance of usage of the media player. Hello, my friends. In this video, we're going to add the functionalities for the buttons. So we'll start with the play button, and we will see how to control the media player. It's very easy. So play button dot set on click listener, we use the media player instance dot start. Okay, dot start method. If we look at the media player, there are a lot of methods you can use and other properties like pause, prepare, release, reset, stop, and so on. We will use the most important methods like start, stop, and others. Okay? This is the media player. This is how we tell media player to start the song, which is the astronaut. It's placed in the raw folder in resources. It's very easy. Now we need to update the final time that these text views. Media player dot duration dot to double and start time equal to media player dot current position dot to double. You can see that we can use the final time, which is the duration of this song. Okay, I'm accessing the media player in order to get the duration of the song and put it in the final time text view. And here I'm accessing the current position, the current timing, the current the playing of the song, and place it in the start time text view. Now, let's check for the one time only text view equal to 0. This is the first time for playing or one time playing of the song. Seek bar dot set max or max equal to final time dot to end. Okay, and one time only equal to 1. This is for checking if it's only one time playing of this song. Now the time text dot text, setting the text equal to the start time seek bar dot set progress to start time dot to end. Okay, start time to string and start time to end. Okay, now I'm going to use the handler dot post delay. I told you that there is a post delayed method in the handlers. I will create a new method called update song time, and I will pass the duration, the delay milliseconds, which is 100. Okay, now I am going to create the update song time method. Hello, my friends. In the previous video, we've created the handler and we used the post delayed method, and we passed the argument here, update song time. Now we're going to create this method, which is a runnable, that implements a runnable interface. So the runnable interface should be implemented by any class whose instances are intended to be executed by thread. The class must define a method of no argument called run. So what are the difference between runnable and handlers and these things? A handler allows you to post runnables to execute on a specific thread. Behind the scene, run on UI thread queues your runnable up with Android's UI handler so that your runnable can execute safely on the UI thread. While the runnable separates code that needs to run asynchronously from how the code is run. Okay, this code or this usage of runnables will keep your code flexible. Later on, when we talk about advanced things, advanced networking, and advanced topics like threading, multi-threading, we will see the handlers, the runnables, and so on. So don't be confused by things like these, but I am showing you how to create the correct media player and the music player in Android Studio. So back to our Android Studio code. Val, I will create update song time. This is the next runnable equal to object asynchronous anonymous class here, and I will extend the runnable interface. Okay, now this will start by overriding the run function. Okay, when you use runnable, you need to override the run function. We start by updating the start time. Media player dot current position dot to double. Okay, I am updating the current time, the playing time of the song. If the song played 15 seconds, so I am updating this playing song time by 15 seconds, and we will display for the text view, which is 15 seconds. So it was played, or it will indicate that it was played by 15 seconds. Dot text equal to, I need to format the string here, so I need to pass the %d, which is the local variable here, the minutes, and the second parameter, or the second variable, it's %d, which is integer, decimal, you can make it. Time unit, we will use the time unit dot milliseconds dot 2 minutes. You can transform the seconds and the integer or the double into duration. So you can pass the long here, and you will pass it to minutes, to seconds, to milliseconds, or whatever you want. Okay, I need the minutes and the seconds to be displayed for the user. So start time dot to long. I am converting the start time to long because this 2 minutes method accepts only long type. I need to display the seconds. So above we display the minutes. In the same way, I will display the seconds. Okay, start time dot to long, and here I am going to subtract the time that we've displayed in minutes. So time unit dot minutes dot 2 seconds. You can see, guys, that I transformed here the long to minutes. Now, in order to display the seconds, I need to transform and the minutes to seconds that we've passed, and the start time to long. So this is too long, and this is 2 seconds. These seconds would be subtracted from each other in order to display the correct time in minutes and seconds. If you focus on them, you can directly understand what I have done. Now, 2 seconds, what I'm going to convert to the seconds, I'm going to convert the time unit dot milliseconds dot 2 minute and start time dot to long. Okay, it may be look confusing, but I'm sure if you concentrate on this, what I've done, you will get it. Okay, I display the minutes, I start to display the seconds. In order to display the seconds, we need to subtract the start time dot to long minus the time unit to seconds, and this will be transformed into milliseconds. Okay, now it's easy to detect that the seek bar here, string format here, I need to set the seek bar dot progress equal to start time dot to end, transforming the progress and setting the seek bar progress to the start time, and handler dot post delayed. I'm using this post delayed in order to make a delay in seek bar just 100 milliseconds, which is 0.1. Since we have errors in our layout, we need to make the constraints back and ensure that the buttons are well defined. So ensure that the buttons are 60 dp height and width, okay, for all the buttons. Now I need to add some constraints to here. So I will add it for the music player, and this is good. Here for the image, I will drag it and add the constraints. Okay, now for the song title, I will add here and for this, and for this button I will add these constraints. Okay, this is good. 44 is good, and let's add some constraints here. Start for the play button, no, it's the end, okay, of play button. Keep 44 between them. 44. Okay, 40. You can define it here and add the constraint under the song title text view. Add the seek bar, add a constraint from here, and add a constraint from above, and this is the playing time. Make it here. You can add like this and drag this left circle, and here we go. Now let's run our application and see if there is any error. And here we go, this is our layout. Okay, so we fixed our. Now let's test the play button functionality. Click on play button and you can notice that the music is playing. I don't know if you hear that because it's an internal sound in my computer, but the music is playing correctly and the timer is working fine. So you can see that the timer is working and everything is working fine. This black screen is from my emulator because I didn't give it more memory in size, in terms of size, so it will make some glitch. Okay, so the music is playing good and everything is working fine. Now let's add other functionalities like stopping and forwarding and backwarding the music. So we will go back to our onCreate method, and here for the play button, under the play button, okay, so setting the, this is a comment here, I'm going to set the music title. So for that I will use the title underscore text dot text equal to get resources or resources dot get identifier, and I will pass the name of the song, which is Astro note, and here we pass the folder that it's inside the resources folder name, which is row, and we pass the third parameter, which is the get package name. Okay, this is for that title. Now I need to make here the stop button dot set on click listener. I need to make the click listener here the media player dot pause. Okay, so I'm using the method called pause from the media player class instance, and here we use it to pause and to control the stopping of the music. Okay, so we need to create the forward button, forward winding, and forward button functionality. So forward button dot set on click listener. What we need to make, we need to pass the start time plus the forward time, which is the 10 seconds, and which is the 10,000 milliseconds that we've created. Okay, but I want from you to focus with me about the algorithm that I'm going to use. Okay, so forward button, if the user click on the forward button, I need to forward the song and the seek bar instantaneously within seconds. Okay, so we will start by creating a temp, a variable called temp equal to start time. Okay, I am setting it as a start time. If temp time plus forward time less than or equal the final time, what we need to make, we need to set it and make a forward. We need to see it to set the seek bar plus 10 and the music forwarded by 10 seconds. Why I am doing this check? Think about the song is 60 seconds long and the user is at 55 seconds. Okay, if he clicks on the forward button, then it will be 55 plus 10, which is 65, which is greater than the length of the music. And here we will get an error because the music or the song is 60 seconds long. If the user is requesting the second at 65, so there is an error because it exceeds the final time for this music and this song. So we need to make this check. We are checking if the temp, the current time, plus forward plus 10 seconds less than the final time. So yes, go and make the forward functionality. So we will start by start time equal, we will assign it as a start time, which is the current time, plus the forward time, which is the 10,000 milliseconds. Okay, media player dot seek. You can see that we used the seek to function from the media player in order to set it when using the forward button. Okay, click start time dot to end. Okay, this is a very important algorithm that we need to use in order to check if the song is will not exceed the final length and the duration when we click on the forward button. Else, if the user exceeds and will exceed the duration, it will display for the user a toast message telling him that we cannot perform the jumping and the forward jumping. Okay, so we'll start by passing the context. We will pass the message, which is cannot jump forward, and here we will use the toast message dot length long. Okay, and don't miss the show method. Okay, so what I've done here, as a quick recap, I'm checking getting the start time, the current time, and checking if I add 10 seconds to the current position, to the current timing, it will exceed the final time. If will not exceed, so go and make the jump. So I used the seek2 method from the media player instance in order to do the jumping and set the start time to end. This is seek time. This is the time that I need to go forward. Otherwise, if I exceeds the duration of the music and duration of the song, so I need to display for the user a toast message that we cannot jump forward. We cannot perform the forward jumping and the forward winding. Okay, this is a very important thing, and I am teaching you how to think, how to start building your own algorithms, and how to make all the possibilities, to cover all the possibilities in order not to make apps with bugs, glitch, and errors when running. Okay, so please pay attention for this. Again, let's go back button dot set on click listener. In the same way, I'm gonna create these things. So var temp equal to start time dot to end, and checking if temp minus, you can see that in forward button we used the plus sign. We are jumping forward. Here we are jumping backward. We are rewinding. So backward time. If the user is playing the music and the song for the first 5 seconds and click on the backward, we cannot perform it because 5 seconds is less than 10 seconds, which is the backward time available. Okay, so we are going to check for this condition if it is valid or not. Okay, if it's greater than 0, so the user exceeds the 10 seconds, so we can make the jumping start time minus backward time. Media player dot seek to start time dot to end. Okay, else what we will do, we will display a toast message telling him that we cannot perform this jump. I copy this, and we cannot jump backward. Okay, now let's stop it and run it in the next. Now let's run our application and see the functionalities if they are working fine. We can see that the title is not working. I'm getting the ID, the identifier. So I will replace this dot get resource, not resource name, entry name. Resource name will give you with the package r.row.astronaut. I'm going to refer to this row and get the name of it, which is the astronaut. Okay, the song title. If I click on play, the timer is working fine and I am hearing the music. You will not hear the music because it's an internal sound in my computer and I'm not recording the internal sounds. Okay, so you should hear the music is working fine on your computer. You can pause it, you can forward, you can see 29, I'm forwarding it 10 seconds, and you can see that seek bar is working fine. If we go back, and here we go, you can see that I'm going back, and now I'm talking about this forward. If I click on forward, we cannot jump backward because we are on second number, the 8th second, and we cannot jump back 10 seconds. Okay, so everything is working fine. I'm checking the forward. You can see the seek bar is working fine, and everything is working fine. If I jump it, if I click on jump and click on forward, we cannot jump forward because it's at it will exceed the duration. Okay, so congratulations guys, we've succeeded in creating our music player application in Kotlin. Hello my friends, in this video I'm going to show you what we are going to build in this section, a video player app that allows us to play videos stored locally in the app folders, resource folders, or a video from internet that is fetched like this. So this is from internet and this is from the local storage. So you'll build this amazing video player app that allows us to introduce the video view and the media controller like this. Okay, so congratulations guys, we are waiting you inside to build this amazing app. Hello my friends, in this video we're going to create the layout of the video player app, and we'll introduce something called video view. Let's create a new project, empty activity, and let's name our application video player app. Select the language Kotlin, click finish, and wait for Android Studio to configure the build of this project. Now open the main activity, layout, go to the split mode, and I will remove this text view. I will start typing here. Let me drag it. A new widget called video view. Okay, video view, add the layout, height, which is 200 dp, and the layout width, which is match parent. Video view is a UI widget that is used to display video content to the users within Android applications. We can add video in this video view from different resources, such as a video stored on the user device or a video from a server. In this video, or in this section, we will show you both types, the local storage and the internet URLs. So we will fetch videos from internet and we will fetch the videos from local storage. I will add the ID to it, video view 1, and I will click it and infer the constraints. The height, I will make it as 250 dp, which is good. Now let's go to the main activity here and start making its initialization. So val video view, it's of type video view equal find view by id r.id.video view 1. Okay, sometimes Android Studio will give you some unexplained error because everything is working fine. This is the ID and I'm not making any error in the IDs. So just make build clean project and the error will be gone. Okay, so this is the video view, which is the UI widget that is used to display video content to the users. We've succeeded in creating our video view. Now let's add the media controllers for this video view. Media controllers are views containing controls for a media player. Typically, contains the buttons like play, pause, rewind, fast forward, and a progress slider. It takes care of synchronizing the controls with the state of the media player. So in order to create a media player variable, we will start here by creating the video view media controller. I will name it as and set it as val media controller equal, I will media controller equal new media controller. Sorry, I will remove new media controller and I will pass this as a context. Okay, so I'm creating an object of media controller class that allows us to see the seek bar, the pause, play buttons, fast forward, background, rewind buttons, and so on. Okay, so this media controller is the controls for the videos. Okay, now I will create here and specify the video path. Okay, so video view. Since we are fetching or displaying videos from local storage, okay, so we need to use the video view method called set video path. Okay, so this is the path for the local storage. Okay, open resources folder. Now I will go to the desktop. I will copy this video. This is a video.mp4. I will copy, make sure that it's small letters, and now I will create a new Android resource directory called row. Okay, so we've seen this in the previous video in the music player. Now go to the row and paste the video, and here we go. If we open the row, we see the mountains.mp4 file. Okay, now please pay attention with me, guys. We are working in the resources folder and we need to access the row folder and get the mountains file. How to do that? It's very simple. We need to specify 3 parts. The first part is the constant part, which is the resources folder. I am telling that Android Studio to access the resources folder. This is the first section. Okay. The second section is the get package name. I'm getting the package name. Okay, which is the com.mastercoding.videoPlayerApp, and I need to specify here the folder that I stored my video inside it. Okay, which is row mountains. I start by R, which is resources. I select row and I will select the file name, which is mountain. Okay, in this case I segmented the video URL and the path into 3 parts. Android.resource, this is the constant part for the Android resources, package name, and r.row.mountains. If you need, you can select layout, drawables, but we don't store video files and music media files in rather than in any folder rather than row folder. So please pay attention for this and make sure it's very sensitive, because we need to store all the media files in the row folder. Don't place anything outside this row folder like media. audio, video, and others. Okay. Now back to our media controller. Media controller dot set anchor view to video view, and we need to set the media player to the video view. So media controller dot set media player to the video view, and later on we set the video view dot set media controller. I'm telling this Android video view that, hey, go and use this media controller object that I've created for you. So I'll pass it the media controller. Okay, so congratulations guys, we've succeeded in creating this amazing app. Let's run it and see if there is any error. So we've introduced the video view. We've learned how to get the resources and the video path and how to use the media controllers in Android Studio. Okay, waiting for the app to launch. And here we go. You can click on this video and click play and everything will work fine. Also, you can use this video view dot start method. So if I run the program again, it will launch and start the video directly. Okay, you can see that this method will allow us to automatically run the videos when the app is launching. In the next video, we'll learn how to create a video view that fetches the videos from internet. In the previous video, we learned how to display videos from local storage. In this video, we'll learn how to display videos from internet links and URLs. So I will start by here displaying videos from internet. Okay, val video view, I will name it as, it's of type video view. I will create val video2 equal find view by id r.id dot, I will create a new video view called video view 2. Go to the layout, video view, match parent 250 dp, id will be video view 2, and I will drag it here and infer the constraints. Okay, this is the video view 2 that will display the videos from internet. Video view 2. Now, I will create a URI object to refer the resource from the video URL. We use the val URI, it's of type URI equal URI.parse, and here we put the link of your video to video. Okay, I will open this video. This is an online video. It's from vidizy.com. I will copy it. It's of extension .mp4. And here I will paste the link. Okay, you can see this is the link of this URL. Now, we need to fetch the link and get the video from it and display it into the video view 2. So for that, I will set the resources from the video URL to the video view. We start video view 2 dot. In the previous video, we learned how to get the video from the local storage by using the set video path. Here, I will not use the set video path method because I'm not working with the local storage. I will use set video URI, and here I will pass the URI that I've created here. Okay. Now, I will create an object of the media controller for this video view. We will start by val media controller equal media controller 2 equal media controller, and we pass this. Now I will set the anchor view for the video view. So media controller 2 dot set anchor view to video view 2, and media controller 2 dot set media player to video view 2. Okay, it's very simple till now. I need to set the media controller to the video view. Again, media controller or video view 2 dot set media controller, and I will pass the object of media controller 2 to this video view 2. Okay, I can start the video once the app is launched. So I will use video view 2 dot start. Now let's run our application and see if there is any error. Can't play this video. Why? Because we didn't add the manifest permission, the internet permission in the manifest. Okay, so open the manifest, use the uses permission, internet permission, and here we go. Let's run the application now. This is very important because we are accessing the internet to fetch the data from it. So you can see that this video is playing correctly. Okay, so congratulations guys, we've succeeded in creating this amazing app. We've introduced the video view, and we've introduced the media controller, and we've learned how to fetch and display the videos from local storage and from internet. Well, hello my friends, and welcome to another exciting application to build. This application is called a French teacher application that helps you to learn French. So we will design this application, and when the user click on these buttons like yellow, he will hear the sound, the color in French. So there is a sound telling him that the yellow in French is June, for example. Red, rouge, green, vert, purple, violet, and noir, black. Okay, so you can add more and more stuff, more images, image buttons, and other things and other stuff. But I am teaching you a very important concept by using this tricks, the media player, and we will see how we can handle the click events without defining these buttons, without going on set and click listener for every button, because it's very hard and complicated. I will show you a very important and very simple algorithm that allows us to make all of these functions in 2 or 3 lines of codes. Okay, so are you excited to build this amazing app that will teach you how to build the professional codes, and you will get rid of boilerplate codes and you will save time in coding? So let's start building this amazing app. Now let's start building our layout. Click on new project, select empty activity, name it as French teacher app, and select the language as Kotlin. Click on finish and wait for Android Studio to build its files and directories. And here we go. I will close this and I will go to the split mode. I will remove I will move this text view to up here. I will change that text here to French teacher app, and I will increase its size to 32 dpsp. Okay, I will give it a style, text style as bold, And here we go. This is good. Now, I will add 5 colors, 5 buttons. Okay, so we will start with the colors, so we can make other shapes, other things like playing balls, like mouse, like cats, whatever you want. But I will start with colors in order to give you the concept, the algorithm behind making such apps. Okay, so we will start by wrap content as width and height. This button will be of an ID yellow btn. I will add a tag. This is the tag that we are going to use in order to detect what button the user clicks. Okay, so tag, I will name it as yellow, and here I will add some constraints to here. Okay, this is a constraint from here, and I will give it 16 and like this. Okay, or I can infer the constraints like this. Okay, this is the first button. I can add the text yellow here. So I've added the tag, which will be acting as the main responsible for detecting what the button that the user is clicking. Okay, so it's very important. We will see this this attribute, how it works and how it will help us. Later on, we will add the functionality of clicking the buttons. Okay, this is the first button. I will add the background tint as a color, and I will add some colors. So open colors, resources, values, colors. This is the XML that we will work with it. I will add 5 colors, the yellow, white, black, red, and purple, and the green colors. Okay, so in order to create the colors, it's very simple, and we've learned it before, how to create the colors. It's very simple. We can put color tag, we use name, and we will give it like gray, for example. And here we put the value of this color. So for example, we will start with FF like this. This is the white. I can click on it and select the gray color wherever you want. Okay, you can select these colors. You can go like this. Okay, or you can go to websites in order to get the color hex and palette. Okay, this is very simple. I've added these colors, the red, green, yellow, and these are presented the black and white, and the purple 700. I used purple 700. These are presented already presented in the app. Okay, now let's go to here. This is the yellow, and I will give it the yellow. Now I will create another button here in the same way. Wrap content. I will give it an ID as a red button, and I will give it a tag as red. And again, it's very important to understand that the tag attribute will be detecting what button is clicked. Later on, we will see when we add the functionality to this app. Infer the constraints, and here we go. We can add like this, we can center it, and I will add the background tint as red, color red. Okay, it's very simple, and the text is red. Okay, That's simple. Now I will add another button. I will copy this button and paste it. I will make it green btn. This is the green btn. I will drag and drop it. The text is green and the tag is green. The color is green. Okay, so you can see we've added successfully. Okay, again I will copy it and paste it here, the button. I will add another one, which is purple btn, and its color is purple 700, and the tag is purple and the text is purple. Okay, it's very simple. Now I will add the last one, which is the black button, black btn, and I will drag it down here. This will be tagging as black, the text will be black, and the color will be black. Okay, this is very simple and amazing application. I love it. Okay guys, so I will change the background of this application. So I will go and create a gradient shape in the drawables. So I will go to the drawable folder here. I will create new drawable resource for file, and I will name it as gradient background. Okay, click OK, and I will paste it directly here. Okay, this is the shape. I will change this color. You can go to the website colors.co and you can choose the trending palettes and get the colors that you want to make as a gradient. Okay, so we've talked about this in the previous videos. So I will select this color at the end color, and I will select this color as a start. Okay, and the type is linear, angle is 45. Okay, the center color will be this. Okay, so it's good. Now let me go to here and set the background to drawable and gradient back. And here we go. I need to change the text. Text color will be black, which is good. Okay, and here we go. This is our... Hello my friends. In this video we will add the resources for our application. I've prepared 5 sounds, 5 colors. If you click on red, it will play the meaning of red in French. Okay, so I will copy them and create a new folder here in the resources. Create a new Android resource directory, select row and click OK, and we've seen row folder in the previous videos. Click paste, and here we go. We have the 5 sounds. And by the way, I've used a website called ttsmp3.com. I enter here the meaning in French, or the sound in French. It will give me the sound with Leia, Celine, or other. You can select all of these bunch of tokers. Okay, so you can download it as MP3. So if you click on download MP3, you can see that the violet, okay, violet, and this is in French, it will be downloaded and as an MP3 file, okay? And I've used it in order to get the black, green, purple, red, yellow in French, and I've used the Google Translate, of course, to put them. Or you can put any text here, and it will read for you and download it as an MP3. Okay, it's very useful website, and there are a lot of such websites. Okay, now these are the resources. I will close this and I will change the theme. So I will go to the themes here, values, theme, and I will change it to no action bar. Okay, because I need it as a full screen application. Okay, everything is working fine. Now let's go to the main activity and start. And in this video, we're going to add the functionality for our application. So we'll handle the click events on the buttons. So when the user click on any button, the sound in French, of course, will be played. So I want from you to concentrate with me because it's a very important trick. Despite creating 5 buttons here and declaring them from the layout here, we have 5 buttons. Despite declaring and adding set on click listener for every button that we've learned before, I'm going to show you one important algorithm, how to think. I'm teaching you how to think as a professional coder, not teaching you the codes. The codes I will give you the code, source codes, but I'm teaching you how to think, how to create your own clean and professional codes. So I will not declare the buttons here. I will not use the set on click listener for every button and play the sound. This is called boilerplate, because if you have not 5 buttons, if you have 70, 60 buttons, 70 buttons, 100 buttons, so are you going to create 100 set on click listener and you declare 100 button? No, of course, because this is called boilerplate code, and this is not for professional coders like us. So let's create a new method called say the color. It took into the parameter view, and now let's see what we will make with this function. Alt plus enter to import the view, and let's go back to our layout, activity underscore main. So do you remember the attribute that I've concentrated on it, which is the tag? Yes. So I will use this trick, this attribute tag, to get the corresponding name, which is yellow, that refer to the sound exactly named as it in the raw folder. So I have named the MP3 files exactly with the same naming of the tag, because this will refer yellow when we will get with the media player and deal with media player. I'm referring the tag yellow to this sound. So this is the algorithm. This is the thing that I'm going to show you. I'm going to teach you. So please concentrate with me. I'm naming the tags, the buttons tags with the same name as my sound files. I will show you in the next couple of minutes why I am doing this and why we will do this algorithm that will save for us many things. Okay? I will add here an attribute called onClick, and I will use the say the color method. This will allow us, when the user click on it, it will trigger the say the color function. I will copy it and paste it in all the buttons here. Say the color, say the color. Okay, I've added for the 5 buttons. Now let's go to the main activity, and here I want from you to watch what is the trick and learn what is the trick. Okay, in 2 or 3 lines I will show you how we can save a lot of codes, like set on click listener for 5 buttons and declaring 5 buttons, and on each button I need to create the media player. No, this will save us and save our time, save the memory, and save the boilerplate code from making it and from making the codes more and more complex. In one function, you will solve it. So let's start with val clicked button. It's of type button equal to view. I will cast it as a view. Okay, as button. So here we are casting it. I am casting the view which is the parameter that I get it from the say the color function, and I am casting it as a button. I'm telling that, hey, the click button is a button. Okay, now I am going to use the media player. So var media player, it's of type media player equal to media player dot create, or here media player dot create, and this create method, if we hover on it, it will take 2 parameters, the context and the URI. The URI is defined as the media file that we need to play. So I will pass this as the first parameter as a context, and here I need to pass the URI, the file that we need to play. For example, if we look back to the raw folder, and we've learned before how to play the files from the raw folder. Now I want from you to concentrate with me this minute. The purple, red, yellow, green, black, the same tags as yellow, red, green, purple, and black buttons. So I will get the tag, I will from the button, from the clicked button, and I will tell media player to go to the raw folder and search for the same tag and play the sound file that it's named as the tag. So this is the trick. Guys, it's very important to understand this. So I will start with resources dot get identifier. I am identifying things with the tags. Okay, so if we look here closer, we see that this identifier took into parameter 3 things: the string, the def type, and the def package, default package, default type, and the name. What is the name here? The name is referring to the file that we are going to play, the sound file that we are going to play. So here we go. We use the click button dot get tag, or tag here. Tag. I am getting the tag from that button dot to string. Okay, this is the first trick, and this is the very important trick I am showing you in this application. I am getting the tag of the button to search, which is the same as the named files in the raw folder, and if the user click on yellow, it will get tag yellow and go and play the yellow file, which is named in the same thing. Okay, in the same naming. This is the first parameter of the get identifier. The second parameter is the default row, because we've stored it in the folder called row. And the third parameter is the default package, which is get default package name. Okay, so package name. Okay, and this is the identifier, this is the media player, and media player here dot start or play start. Okay, we are starting the media player. Now let's run our application and see if there is anything missing or making errors. Now let's test the app. Click on run application and wait for the emulator to run and install our application. And here we go. This is our French teacher application. If we click on yellow,
jaune,
you will hear June, rouge,
vert,
vert, violet, noir. Okay, this is our application. You can add more buttons. You can add image views, image buttons. So when the user click on them, they will hear the sound in French. Congratulations, guys. In this tutorial and in this application, we've learned a very important algorithm on how to save time and boilerplate code, prevent boilerplate code by using the tag and using the naming of the sounds exactly as the tags of the buttons. Okay, so congratulations, guys. You will become a professional app developer.